Before my master died, he gave me one final order. No matter what happened, I had to guard the demon ceiling tower. Yet his funeral rites had barely begun before I was already preparing to release the monsters imprisoned inside it back into the human world. Strangely enough, when those demons appeared, people were not terrified. They were excited. The reason was simple. For generation after generation, the demon suppression sect had guarded the tower so faithfully that humanity had not seen a true demon for tens of thousands of years. Ignorant of how terrifying those creatures really were, the people of this era had begun treating demons as walking treasure chests. In my previous life, that ignorance had destroyed everything. I once managed to obtain a little dung from a bull demon, and that filthy substance somehow saved a dying man's life. From that moment on, people became obsessed with it. Their greed eventually got my junior brother and junior sister killed right in front of me, while I was captured, sealed inside a soul-refining banner, and tortured for years until my soul finally collapsed. Now I had been reborn. And this time, I had awakened a system. The very first thing I did after returning to the day when the 8 great factions came to pressure the sect was send my spiritual consciousness straight into the demon ceiling tower. The moment I arrived, I noticed something different. Above the head of every imprisoned demon venerable floated a line of translucent blue text. Blood Ghost Heavenly Wolf, Demon Venerable Release Cost, 630 Demon Points. 6-Arm Nether Serpent Demon Venerable Release Cost, 260 Demon Points. Thunder Radiance, Sacred Tiger Demon Venerable Release Cost, 450 Demon Points. So it was true. The system really allowed me to spend demon points to free the monsters inside the tower. The only problem was that these monsters were absurdly expensive. Every one of them cost hundreds of points, far beyond what I could afford right now. Then my gaze shifted toward a bull demon curled up in one corner. Black Fiend Star Bull Demon Venerable Release Cost, 100 Demon Points. My eyes lit up. Perfect. This bull demon was clearly among the weakest prisoners here, which was why it only cost exactly 100 demon points to release him. The bull demon immediately noticed me staring at him and nearly jumped out of his skin. W, what do you want this time? Wasn't what you did to me last time enough? What in the world did I ever do to offend you? His voice was packed with genuine terror. I could not exactly blame him. A few days ago, in order to obtain some of his dung, I had used a controlling technique on his body. Unfortunately, I had gotten the direction completely wrong and forced the stuff upward instead of downward. The less said about that incident, the better. To me, that had happened years ago in my previous life. But now that I had been reborn, only a few days had passed from the bull demon's perspective. I shook my head. Who said I came here to torment you? I only came to ask one question. Do you want to get out? My voice echoed through the endless dark corridor. The Black Fiend Star Bull Demon stared at me with eyes wider than lanterns. Get out? He could hardly believe what he had heard. The other demon venerables reacted even more strongly. Impossible. Every generation of that damned bloodline has treated suppressing us as its sacred duty. Why would he suddenly let one of us leave? Exactly. He's definitely messing with us. Didn't he make that stupid bull spew dung from his mouth a few days ago? That alone proves how bored this lunatic is. Locking us away for countless years wasn't enough. Now he wants to toy with us too. I ignored the uproar and looked directly at the bull demon. I'm not joking. Do you want out or not? The entire corridor slowly fell silent. The Black Fiend Star Bull Demon swallowed hard. He thought about it for a moment. He was already the weakest prisoner here and constantly bullied by the others. Even if this was some new trick, what did he really have to lose? At least there was a chance. Finally, he gritted his teeth. If you can really let me out, name your condition. I nodded and raised my right hand. A gentle milky white light spread from my palm. My condition is simple. Once you're free, cause as much chaos as possible. Make the world remember how terrifying demons really are. The demon venerables froze. Cause chaos? That was the condition? Before they had been imprisoned, causing chaos was practically their full-time occupation. Before anyone could make sense of it, the white light from my palm enveloped the Black Fiend Star Bull Demon. His enormous aura began fading, becoming strangely ethereal as the system started transferring him out of the tower. The other prisoners went insane. He's actually releasing him. My lord, release me too. I swear I'll serve you forever. Look at me. I'm 1,000 times stronger than that stupid cow. Choose me. Choose me. One after another, terrifying demon venerables roared from their cells, desperate for even a glance from me. Black Fiend Star Bull Demon Release Progress, 3%. Black Fiend Star Bull Demon Release Progress, 5%. I watched the number climb with satisfaction. In less than 20 minutes, this bull demon would descend into the outside world for real. And when that happened, I would gain an unbelievably powerful subordinate. As for the 8 great factions of Qingfeng Commandery, I could already imagine their faces. I left one final sentence behind. Whether any of you get released next will depend on how well this bull performs. I hope he's useful. My spiritual projection then shattered into points of light and vanished from the tower. The moment I disappeared, every imprisoned demon venerable turned toward the Black Fiend Star Bull Demon. You stupid cow. You better perform well. If you ruin our chance of getting out, we'll skin you alive the moment we get free. Why the hell did he choose this idiot first? I'm clearly stronger. Under the crushing pressure of countless monsters, the bull demon trembled like a leaf. Meanwhile, back in the bedroom, my junior brother Lu Jin and junior sister Lu Shui were staring at me nervously. Senior brother, are you okay? Your expression keeps changing. 1 second, you're smiling, and the next, you look like you're about to kill someone. It's kind of scary. We should go outside. The people from the 8 great factions have already been waiting for a while. They look terrifying. If we make them wait any longer, something bad might happen. I finally returned to my senses. My expression became calm again, but cold fury churned underneath. Those animals. This time, I would make every last one of them repay their blood debt. At the same time, as the bull demon's release progress continued rising, invisible demonic power poured through the void and entered my limbs and meridians. Beneath my clothes, dark red star-shaped markings gradually appeared across my skin. It was one of the Black Fiend Star Bull Demon's strongest divine abilities, the Star Fiend armor. Now, I understood what the system had meant earlier. The stronger the demons under my command became, the stronger I became as well. Don't worry, I said as I stood up from the bed. Once today's business is over, I'll take both of you to that hot pot place you like. Lu Jin and Lu Shui immediately brightened. Really, senior brother, we haven't eaten there in forever. They were practically drooling already. At that very moment, however, the people from the 8 great factions were losing patience in the demon suppression sect's central square. What kind of broken-down sect keeps us waiting this long? I said we should have grabbed those 2 little brats earlier and interrogated them properly. Exactly. White spirit incense is far too precious to belong to a tiny sect like this. If they really have a spirit beast capable of producing it continuously, then such a beast should obviously be placed under the supervision of our sect. The so-called white spirit incense was nothing more than a refined name medicinal merchants had given to dried bull dung. After all, it had somehow reached the quality of a 5th-grade medicinal material. Calling something that valuable bullcrap sounded far too crude. Just as the group was about to lose patience and go search for me themselves, I appeared at the edge of the square with Lu Jin and Lu Shu. One of the elders immediately barked, "Boy, you'd better explain exactly where that white spirit incense came from." Another sneered. For all we know, that treasure was refined through some evil cultivation method. Maybe all 3 of them are demonic cultivators. We should arrest them first and ask questions later. Lu Shui hurriedly shook her head. Demonic cultivators? How could we be demonic cultivators? All the techniques Master taught us were orthodox methods. Lu Jin quickly added, "That's right, and that bull dung came from an old bull locked in the demon ceiling tower." Senior brother risked exhausting his soul just to extract it. The 2 of them were so anxious to defend the sect that they completely failed to notice the sudden greed flashing through the eyes of the surrounding cultivators when they heard the words demon ceiling tower and old bull. The truth had been confirmed. There really was a living source. White spirit incense had been rare before because there was so little of it. But if the sect actually possessed a bull spirit capable of producing the substance endlessly, then that was an entirely different matter. That was no longer a medicinal ingredient. That was a money-printing machine. "Unless you let us personally inspect that spirit bull," one elder said, "your suspicion of practicing evil arts cannot be cleared. Bring the beast out." Spiritual energy began surging through the members of the 8 factions. Heavy pressure filled the square. I watched them with cold eyes while rage churned inside my chest. "Whether that bull exists or not is none of your damn business." My voice rang across the entire square. Everyone stared at me in disbelief. Even Lu Jin and Lu Shui nearly jumped out of their skin. "Senior brother, are I seriously provoking these people right now? Arrogant brat, what are you supposed to be speaking to us like that? If you cannot produce the spirit bull today, this old man will grind your bones into dust." Their authority had been challenged, and the elders flew into a rage. A middle-aged man from the Firmament Sword sect suddenly leaped into the air and pointed his sword straight at me. "Allow me, Jiang Daming, to teach this disrespectful brat some manners." Violent winds howled around him. His bright yellow sword erupted with pure sword chi. With cultivation at the 9th level of the Grand Warrior realm and a razor-sharp sword technique, the power of his attack was already approaching the threshold of the martial spirit realm. "Go ahead," I said. A thin, cold smile appeared on my lips. I raised my right hand. Beneath my skin, tightly packed black diamond-shaped scales appeared one after another. This was another divine ability I had inherited while the Black Fiend Star Bull Demon was being released. With just this layer of armor, these people could attack me for 3 days and 3 nights without leaving a scratch. Then, black killing energy erupted from my palm and shot into the sky. Jiang Daming's scalp went numb. This killing aura was far too dense. Instinctively, he activated a secret technique. His blood boiled as he poured every ounce of spiritual energy into his sword. A massive earth-yellow sword beam tore through the air and crashed head-on into my black aura. Then something happened that left everyone speechless. The sword strike Jiang Daming had unleashed with all his strength disintegrated almost instantly under the corrosion of the black energy. No, his pupils widened. The black aura slammed directly into his body. Boom, he was blasted backward, smashed into the ground, and rolled dozens of meters before finally stopping. The killing energy seeped through his skin and into his bones. Jiang Daming curled up on the ground, convulsing as distorted groans tore from his throat. I had done that deliberately. With my current strength, killing him would have taken no more effort than flipping my palm. But this man had been just as arrogant in my previous life. A quick death would be far too merciful. Let the killing aura eat away at his flesh inch by inch. Only then would the hatred in my heart ease even slightly. After seeing Jiang Daming reduced to such a miserable state, the previously aggressive faction members immediately lost their nerve. He had been one of their strongest fighters, yet he had been crushed without the slightest resistance. How were they supposed to fight me? At that moment, one truth became clearer to me than ever before. No matter how beautifully someone argued, a bigger fist was still the most convincing form of logic. Black Fiend Star Bull Demon release progress. 95%. Almost done. Lu Jin and Lu Shue stared at me with pure admiration. Senior brother, when did you become this strong? You're amazing. I turned and smiled at them. Of course, don't underestimate your senior brother. It was the first genuinely happy smile I had shown since being reborn. After so many years together, I had long since regarded Lu Jin and Lu Shue as my own younger brother and sister. In my previous life, I had watched them die right before my eyes and had been completely powerless to stop it. That memory had cut deeper than any blade. Now I finally had a chance to change everything. To hell with some so-called duty to the sect. If the world had shown me no mercy, then I would no longer show mercy to the world. Don't leave so quickly. My voice turned cold as I looked back at the people from the 8 factions. Didn't you say the spirit bull was fake? Didn't you claim the demon suppression sect was nothing but a fraud and that no demons existed at all? Fine. I slowly smiled. Today, I, Qin Heng, will release one of the demon venerables inside the tower and let all of you see the truth with your own eyes. The 8 factions froze. What does he mean? Before anyone could react, a notification sounded in my mind. Black Fiend Star Bull Demon release progress. 100%. Master Servant contract establishing. Contract established successfully. The instant the progress reached 100%, a mysterious connection appeared deep inside my soul. At the same time, in the rear mountain, a pillar of black light erupted from the demon ceiling tower and pierced the heavens. Ha 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 ha. This old bull is finally free. A wild roar shook the world. This spiritual energy, this fresh air, incredible. I finally don't have to endure those bastards bullying me anymore. The arrogant laughter rolled across heaven and earth, shaking the souls of everyone in the central square. Then the sunny sky turned black with clouds. A monstrous bull appeared high above the sect. Its body stretched nearly 1,000 meters from head to tail, blocking out the sky like an ancient demon god descending into the mortal world. What the hell is that? A monster. That's a real monster. We're finished. Something like this could destroy the entire Luomo kingdom. People trembled violently. Some could not even withstand the sight and dropped to their knees, bowing frantically. Even I was stunned. This enormous creature was the true body of the bull demon, who had been mocked and bullied as the weakest prisoner on the first floor of the demon ceiling tower. He looked like a god from ancient legend. Because of the master-servant contract, however, I could sense his cultivation clearly. 7th, Heaven of the Martial Emperor Realm. With that level of strength, the Black Fiend Star Bull Demon could easily sweep through the entire kingdom. Lu Jin and Lu Shue stared upward in disbelief. Senior brother. That's the monster imprisoned in the tower behind the mountain? He's so strong. My killing aura shielded them from the demon's terrifying pressure, but even the sight alone shattered everything they thought they knew about the world. With another thunderous roar, the Black Fiend Star Bull Demon stretched out one gigantic hand and grabbed at empty space. Countless black threads twisted together, eventually forming a massive war halberd. Finally, freedom. The Bull Demon looked ecstatic, yet at the same time, he sensed a restraint buried deep inside his soul. It came from the successor of the demon suppression sect. From me. He instantly understood that if I wished it, I could destroy his soul with a single thought. But he did not care. Even without that restriction, he had no intention of opposing the person who had freed him. Freedom was already more than enough. Then he sensed my location. His enormous body rapidly shrank, turning into a streak of black light as he flew toward the central square. The members of the 8 factions nearly lost their minds when they saw him coming. Sect Master Qin, you must have some way to suppress that demon again. A white-bearded elder from the Spirit Herb Pavilion practically begged me. That instantly reminded everyone of something. If I could release such a terrifying demon, perhaps I could imprison it again as well. Sect Master Qin, please, be the bigger man and put that bull demon back into the tower. We admit we were greedy. We deserve punishment. But surely you don't intend to let the entire demon suppression sect die with us. Under the threat of death, every kind of voice appeared, begging, persuasion, threats, even shameless moral blackmail. I stared at them strangely. Die with you? Had these idiots misunderstood something? When had I ever said I planned to die together with them? Their faces went blank. What did that mean? Would a demon with that much killing intent really spare me? At that exact moment, the black light landed in the square. The Black Fiend Star Bull Demon appeared in a much smaller form, though he was still nearly 10 meters tall. Without hesitation, he strode directly toward me. The 8 factions screamed internally. This is it. I am dead. Then what happened next nearly made their eyes pop out of their skulls. The bull demon slammed his giant halberd into the stone floor. Boom! Then he dropped to one knee before me. His deep voice carried across the square. Greetings, Lord Slayer. Give me any order you wish. This old bull will gladly die 10,000 deaths to fulfill it. Everyone was stunned silent. This terrifying demon venerable was kneeling to me. Was the demon suppression sect actually some unimaginably ancient hidden sect with unfathomable foundations? A system notification chimed in my mind. Because the demon suppression sect's prestige has increased, host gains 1 demon point, then another, and another. As news of demons returned to the world, the fear and fame surrounding the demon suppression sect began rising with them. I looked at the bull demon. My name is Qin Heng. Remember it. Now stand up. King Qin Heng. The Black Fiend's star bull demon rose respectfully, almost trembling with excitement. The Slayer had actually told him his true name. That was the first step toward earning trust. None of the previous generations of Tower Keepers had ever revealed their real names to the monsters they suppressed. The 8 factions, however, finally recovered enough to shout again. Qin Heng, you're actually working with demons. How can the master of the demon suppression sect commit such a disgraceful act? Put that monster back into the tower immediately. The Black Fiend, Star Bull demon, slowly turned his head. He had only just escaped the demon ceiling tower, and these people were already suggesting that he be thrown back inside. His expression darkened. He lifted his halberd and slammed it into the ground. Stone exploded in every direction. Then he took one step forward. Dense killing energy immediately spread across the square. You want to lock me back in that tower? The 8 factions nearly wet themselves. Jay, just kidding. Great Demon Venerable, please don't get angry. We were only speaking casually. The bull demon did not attack. He waited for my command. Then, my cold voice made everyone feel as if they had fallen into an abyss of ice. Use your methods to torture them. I want every one of them begging for death. The bull demon's enormous mouth split into a vicious grin. Gladly. Run. The faction members scattered in every direction, unleashing movement techniques and colorful streams of spiritual light. But before a martial Emperor Realm Demon Venerable, all of their efforts were meaningless. The Black Fiend's Star Bull demon opened his mouth. A terrifying suction force erupted. The fleeing cultivators were instantly dragged backward. Their bodies shrank as they flew through the air, until more than 100 people were swallowed whole. Inside the bull demon's strange internal domain, dark flesh pulsed like a breathing world. Scalding liquid covered their feet while several different forms of killing energy, corrosive, murderous, and cutting, ripped through their bodies from every direction. And just to make sure they could not die too quickly, the bull demon continuously injected life force into them, healing their wounds so the agony could continue. Kill me, please. Just let me die. The bull demon bowed to me with satisfaction. King Qin Heng, I guarantee every one of them would rather die 100 times than endure what they're experiencing right now. Hehehe. This old bull can keep them alive like that until their natural lifespans run out. Lu Jin and Lu Shu looked uncomfortable. Senior brother, isn't that a little much? They didn't really do anything to us yet. Maybe teaching them a small lesson would be enough. The two were kind-hearted by nature. I sighed. They had no memories of the previous life. They did not know what these people had done after getting their hands on the sect. They had not watched the same monsters slaughter them without mercy. I looked at them seriously. Lu Jin, Lu Shui, there's something Master never taught you, so I'll teach you now. In this world, strength is the final truth. The two exchanged a glance, then nodded. We understand, senior brother. They did not know everything that had happened, but they trusted me completely. The Black Fiend Star Bull demon quickly seized the chance to prove himself again. King Qin Heng, what should I do next? He understood perfectly well that once other demon venerables were released, he would have competition. He needed to establish his value now. I looked toward the distant mountain ranges. Destroy all 8 factions. This debt ends today. As you command, King Qin Heng. The bull demon transformed into rolling black smoke and shot into the sky, disappearing beyond the horizon. I then turned to Lu Jin and Lu Shui. Both of you, absorb this killing energy carefully. I extended my hands. Tiny black motes spread from my palms and entered their bodies. The moment the energy merged with their flesh, black diamond-shaped armor began growing across their skin while powerful killing energy surged through their meridians. This was one of the abilities I had learned from the Black Fiend Star Bull demon, Fiend Armor Empowerment. For a short time, it could directly raise both of them to the martial spirit realm. A moment later, Lu Jin and Lu Shui opened their eyes in delight. Senior brother, I feel so strong. Imitating the bull demon, they reached into empty space. Their killing energy gathered into heavy black weapons. I nodded in satisfaction. At least now they had some ability to protect themselves. Elsewhere, on the highest peak of the Firmament Sword sect, several white-robed elders stood beneath the darkened sky. Only moments ago, the heavens had been perfectly clear. Now black clouds covered everything. When the heavens change without warning, disaster always follows. Sect Master Sun Shu murmured. He took out an ancient bronze mirror and guided a trace of killing energy from the air into its surface. Search heaven and earth. Trace the source across 10,000 miles. Ripples spread across the mirror. A scene appeared. A broken sect gate. A square redwood plaque. And carved across it were 3 characters. Demon Suppression Sect. What sect is that? Never heard of it. The elders exchanged puzzled looks. Finally, Hu Yuanshin, the manager of the Firmament Sword Sect's logistics hall, coughed awkwardly. I know that sect. A few days ago, our scouts discovered someone selling an extremely rare 5th-grade medicinal material through the Spirit Herb Pavilion. The source of that material was the unknown sect master of this demon suppression sect. He hesitated. I thought it suspicious that such a tiny sect could produce a treasure like that, so I sent Jiang Daming and a small team to investigate. If I remember correctly, they should have arrived today. Everyone immediately understood what investigate meant. Hu Yuanshan's job was collecting resources for the sect. If he found something valuable belonging to someone weak, he had methods for making it change owners. At that moment, A Firmament Sword sect disciple came sprinting to the summit. Sect master, elders, disaster. Jiang Daming's life tablet just shattered. What? Everyone's expression changed. Jiang Daming was a 9th-level Grand Warrior. Within the Firmament Sword sect, only a handful of people stood above him. Could his death be connected to the killing aura covering the sky? Could it be connected to the Demon Suppression sect? An ominous feeling spread through the group. Then a deep voice suddenly boomed across heaven and earth. Found the Firmament Sword sect. The black clouds split apart. A colossal bull's head appeared above the mountain, stretching more than 100 meters across. The messenger disciple collapsed to the ground in terror. The sect leaders turned deathly pale. A giant black hoof descended from the sky. Boom! The entire mountain shook. Stone peaks cracked apart. With a single stomp, more than half of the Firmament Sword sect was destroyed. Countless disciples were killed or wounded, and the surviving elders could barely remain standing. The Black Fiend Star Bull Demon laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha! If the Demon Suppression sect doesn't act, who in this world can kill me? Run! That bull demon came to wipe out our lineage. The surviving leaders transformed into streaks of spiritual light and tried to flee. The bull demon did not give them the chance. Killing energy erupted from his hoof and spread like an ocean across the entire mountain range. A few breaths later, he sensed no living aura remaining. Only then did he nod in satisfaction. His body dissolved into black smoke and rushed toward the next faction. At the same time, inside the Palace of Quiet Reflection in the royal capital of Luomo Kingdom, an elderly man with a dry, withered face sat on a meditation cushion, slowly rolling brown prayer beads through his fingers. This was Song Sanquan, the kingdom's imperial preceptor. His cultivation had reached the 6th level of the martial king realm, making him one of the strongest experts in Luomo Kingdom. Crack. One prayer bead suddenly shattered. Then the entire string broke apart, beads scattering across the floor. Song Sanquan coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. How could this happen? He had been blessing the kingdom's fortune, yet some terrifying external power had struck back through the ritual. Something was terribly wrong. He quickly formed a hand seal. White mist drifted between his fingers and gathered into an image in midair. The scene of the Firmament Sword sect appeared. A colossal bull head, a massive hoof, mountains splitting apart, countless martial artists screaming in terror, and above it all echoed that arrogant roar. If the Demon Suppression sect doesn't act, who in this world can kill me? Song Sanquan's expression changed completely. Judging from only a few breaths of combat, that bull demon was at least at the peak of the martial king realm, perhaps even higher. No wonder his blessing of the kingdom's fortune had backfired. But what exactly was the Demon Suppression sect? Had the bull demon escaped from there? Was there really such a sect inside Luomo Kingdom? Why had he never heard of it? No matter. Those questions could wait. The priority was reporting this disaster to the emperor. Song Sanquan wiped the blood from his lips and hurried out of the hall. Inside the Hall of Righteous Governance, Emperor Luo Bu was already staring grimly at the latest reports from a communication jade slip. The doors suddenly burst open as Song Sanquan rushed inside. Imperial Preceptor, I was just about to summon you, Luo Bu said before the old man could speak. A bull demon appeared in Qingfeng Commandery. It has already destroyed 3 major factions. Preliminary estimates put the death toll above 50,000. 3 factions already. Song Sanquan was stunned. The speed of destruction was insane. At this rate, the entire Qingfeng Commandery could be erased within an hour. He forced himself to calm down. Your Majesty, based on my investigation, that bull demon may have reached the martial emperor realm. It must be stopped immediately. Otherwise, the 1,000-year foundation of Luomo Kingdom may be destroyed. Luo Bu visibly panicked. Then what do we do? Request aid from the Dongsheng Divine Dynasty, Song Sanquan answered decisively. A demon of this level is not only a disaster for us, it is a threat to the dynasty as well. They will not ignore it. The emperor's eyes lit up. The Dongsheng Divine Dynasty possessed martial emperor realm experts of its own. If they intervened, there was still hope of suppressing the monster. Then I will trouble you to make the journey personally. I will remain in the capital and reinforce the defensive formations with the imperial artifacts. Even if the bull demon comes here, we should be able to hold out for a while. Song Sanquan nodded, then remembered something. Your Majesty, that bull demon seems to have come from a sect called the Demon Suppression Sect. They may have a way to restrain it. Perhaps we should send someone there as well. Demon Suppression Sect? Never heard of it, Luo Bu muttered, rubbing his beard. No matter. Every sect in the kingdom is registered. We should be able to locate it. I'll send 6th Prince Luo Ying with an imperial decree and a royal guard. Good. We should act immediately. Back at the Demon Suppression Sect, I was sitting on the roof of the main hall, casually gathering black light around my fingertips. After copying the cultivation and divine abilities of the Black Fiend Star Bull Demon, my martial realm had instantly risen to the 7th heaven of the martial emperor realm. And after the bull demon's rampage, my total demon points had already climbed to 70. A little more and I would be able to release another demon venerable of similar strength. Then my brow lifted. Someone was approaching. Outside the sect, 6th Prince Luo Ying stared at the rundown mountain gate with obvious disdain. This is the Demon Suppression Sect. He looked around at the thin spiritual energy and sneered. What kind of powerful faction could possibly exist in a place like this? Did Father make a mistake? One of his attendants hurried forward. Your Highness, there is no mistake. According to Qingfeng Commandery's sect records, this sect renewed its registration 5 years ago. This is definitely the place. Luo Ying snorted. If you've brought me to the wrong location, all of you will answer for it. The servants behind him wore bitter expressions. Serving the arrogant sixth prince was one of the most hated duties in the palace. Whenever anything went wrong, he blamed the servants and punished them while insisting he could never be at fault. They silently prayed that this trip would end without anyone losing their head. The group soon reached the foot of the sect mountain and began climbing the stone stairs. Halfway up, a figure suddenly appeared at the top. Who are you? My cold voice drifted down. The royal party was startled. Several among them were martial spirit realm experts with excellent spiritual perception, yet none had sensed me approach. Luo Ying glanced at one of his attendants. The man immediately understood and stepped forward. Standing before you is Lomo Kingdom's greatest martial genius of the younger generation. Champion of the Third Youth Sword Monument Tournament, undefeated for nearly 20 years. I don't care, I interrupted. Get to the point. Luo Ying's face instantly turned red with anger. Insolent. I am the sixth prince of Lomo Kingdom, Luo Ying. You should already be on your knees. The royal family. That was slightly unexpected. But the moment he demanded that I kneel, my expression cooled. This was not my previous life. The Luomo royal family did not even possess a true martial emperor. Why would I fear them? My feet pressed lightly against the ground. My body vanished. Before anyone could react, I appeared directly in front of Luo Ying and slapped him across the face. Smack! The prince felt as though a mountain had struck his skull. His entire body flew backward and tumbled down the stone stairs before finally crashing into a boulder at the bottom. The surrounding guards stared at me in horror. You actually struck the sixth prince. His Highness may one day inherit the throne. Luo Ying staggered to his feet, trembling with rage. He was arrogant, but he was not completely stupid. That single slap had already made it obvious that my strength was in an entirely different league. But so what? I could be stronger than him. Could my background be stronger than the royal family? He pulled out the imperial decree Emperor Luo Bu had given him. This is my father's command. Kneel at once. The demon suppression sect is ordered to subdue that bull demon and seal it back inside the tower. My killing intent sharpened. These idiots truly had no understanding of their situation. I asked softly, almost amused, why should I subdue the bull demon? Luo Ying froze. Then he answered, as if the answer were obvious. Because you're from the demon suppression sect. I burst out laughing. Interesting. Very interesting. My voice grew colder. So because my sect is called the demon suppression sect, we're supposed to work like slaves forever, suppressing monsters for the entire world without complaint? For 80,000 years, our sect silently guarded the demon sealing tower. And what did humanity give us in return? I looked down at him. If the world is destroyed by demons today, what does that have to do with me? My words left the royal party speechless. 80,000 years. Had the demon suppression sect really guarded humanity for that long? Before they could think much further, black light gathered around my fingertip. A sphere condensed from an enormous amount of killing energy formed in front of me. Then it shot towards sixth Prince Luo Ying, like a black bolt of lightning. Boom! The explosion swallowed him. Smoke and dust filled the mountainside. When everything finally cleared, only blood, shattered flesh, and a few scraps of golden royal fabric remained. The attendants swallowed hard and dropped to their knees. Their minds had gone completely blank. The sixth prince had just been killed. Just like that. I felt nothing. I turned around and walked back toward the sect. A royal family without even one martial emperor-level fighter was not worth my attention. Now that the Black Fiend, Star Bull Demon, had already destroyed the 8 factions in Qingfeng Commandery, I needed a new way to increase demon points. The arrogant royal family had just volunteered themselves. Only after I disappeared into the sect did the surviving attendants finally dare to breathe. We need to report this to His Majesty immediately. This is a disaster. Qingfeng Commandery really is a cursed place. Back in the royal capital, roars of fury shook the Hall of Righteous Governance. Bastards! Emperor Luo Bu slammed his fist down. Sixth Prince Luo Ying had been his favorite son. The young man's martial talent was exceptional, and reaching the martial king realm had only been a matter of time. Now he had died at the Demon Suppression Sect. Demon Suppression Sect, Bull Demon, Qin Heng. Luo Bu's face twisted with hatred. At his furious shout, white smoke suddenly filled the hall. 5 white-robed swordsmen materialized from the mist and dropped to one knee. Greetings, Your Majesty. These were Luo Bu's most secret and powerful assassins, the White Shadow Guards. They had been subjected to rare medicinal baths from childhood, followed by ruthless life and death training. Of all those raised in the program, only these 5 had survived. Every one of them had reached the first level of the Martial King realm. Luo Bu's voice was icy. Go to the Nanling Mountains. There is a sect called the Demon Suppression Sect. Destroy it. Kill everyone inside. Leave no survivors. Yes, Your Majesty. The 5 men vanished from the hall without another word. Not long afterward, several streaks of white mist raced through the sky above the Nanling Mountains. I sensed them long before they arrived. Black light suddenly erupted from the Demon Suppression Sect and shot into the heavens. I appeared above the mountain peak, robes snapping in the wind. Strange, I said. My little sect has had visitor after visitor today. Unfortunately, none of them seemed friendly. The White Shadow Guards realized they had been discovered and immediately stopped hiding. 5 white-robed figures emerged from the clouds, standing in midair with mist swirling beneath their feet. They did not waste time speaking. The 4 in the rear shifted position and poured their spiritual energy into the leader. His silver sword erupted with blinding white light. Martial Heaven's Severing Slash, a magnificent sword beam more than 100 meters long descended from the sky. The attack possessed the power of a late-stage martial king. Across all of Luomo Kingdom, fewer than 5 martial experts could have blocked it head-on. I did not move. One word left my lips. Condense. Millions of thin black threads erupted around my body and intertwined in front of me, forming a square black shield. The giant white sword beam crashed against it. Clang. The metallic impact shook the sky and generated violent winds across the mountain range. Then the sword beam cracked. Piece by piece. It shattered into nothing. Impossible. The White Shadow Guard's expressions changed. That had been the strongest combined attack the 5 of them could unleash. Yet the man before them had blocked it casually with a single word. They immediately understood the difference in strength. Still, Emperor Luobu had given the order. Even if they knew they would die, they were forced to carry it out. The leader gave a silent command. The life force of the other 4 rapidly began declining. They were preparing a forbidden sacrificial technique, burning their souls in exchange for a temporary explosion of power. I sighed. Why bother? Why throw your lives away for a tyrannical emperor like Luobu? They jerked in surprise. At some point, I had appeared less than 10 meters to their left, calmly floating in the air. My voice carried a strangely soothing power. The violent energy in their bodies settled, and even the forbidden sacrificial technique they had just activated was forcibly suppressed. The 5 men looked genuinely hopeless now. The difference between us was simply too great. The leader took a deep breath. What do you want? Serve me, I answered. In return, I'll remove the poison inside your bodies. With my current cultivation, I had seen through them instantly. Each man's heart had an ugly, dark green parasitic insect attached to it. These poisonous goo had clearly been implanted when they were children. I could only imagine the kind of torment they had endured for so many years. The sight reminded me of my previous life inside the soul-refining banner, when every day had been worse than death. That was why I decided to give them a choice. You can really remove the poison? The 5 men's eyes lit up. Then their expressions darkened again. Even if you can, our families are being held hostage in Zuoming County. Zuoming County? That was near Chingsong Commandery. I nodded. Fine, I'll rescue them too. Wait here. With a thought, I sent an order through the contract to the Black Fiend Star Bull Demon. Only 15 minutes later, the Bull Demon had already stormed the prison camp, rescued every member of the White Shadow Guard's families, and carried them outside the city to safety. I looked at the 5 men. Your families are safe. From now on, work for the Demon Suppression Sect. I raised my hand. Black light flashed across my palm. The poisonous goo clinging to their hearts instantly disintegrated into gray smoke. The 5 guards stared at their own bodies in disbelief. We're free. Moments earlier, they had been carrying out a suicide mission. Now they had been given a new life. All 5 immediately dropped to their knees. From this day forward, we swear our lives to you, my lord. I nodded, then turned toward the Bull Demon. I have another important task for you. The Bull Demon straightened eagerly. Attack the royal capital, take Luomo Kingdom, and turn it into our base. My plan was simple. I would bring the entire kingdom under the control of the Demon Suppression Sect. Once that happened, the entire world would understand the true weight behind the sect's name. And when the sect's prestige spread, demon points would pour in like rain. The Black Fiend, Star Bull Demon grinned. Understood, King Qin Hang. Just wait for the good news. He transformed into black smoke and shot toward the distant horizon. Inside the royal palace, Emperor Luobu stared at the newest information on his communication jade slip, his face filled with disbelief. How could this happen? How could this possibly happen? The Black Fiend Star Bull Demon had not only rescued the families of the White Shadow Guards, but the guards themselves had defected to the Demon Suppression Sect. Damn it. Luobu hurled the jade slip across the hall. It smashed against a pillar and shattered into pieces. He needed to buy more time. The Emperor paced back and forth with a dark expression, desperately searching for another solution. Then the golden jade pendant at his waist began trembling violently. Luobu's face changed. That pendant reacted whenever an extremely powerful source of energy approached the royal capital. At this point, there was only one likely explanation. The Bull Demon was coming. Luobu snatched up the pendant and shouted into it. Activate the 9 Revolution, Golden Dragon Formation immediately. Moments later, 99 brilliant golden pillars of light erupted from formation nodes scattered throughout the capital. They shot 700 or 800 meters into the air before exploding outward and linking together, forming a gigantic golden barrier around the entire city. 99 golden dragons swam across the barrier's surface, occasionally releasing deep, majestic roars. Whether ordinary civilians or high-level martial artists, everyone in the city could feel a storm approaching. Why did they suddenly activate the city's grand defensive formation? Something serious must have happened. According to the records, the last time the 9 Revolution Golden Dragon Formation was activated was 500 years ago, when the Yinshi sect tried to overthrow the royal family. Could this be another crisis on that level? Then someone remembered what had happened in Qingfeng Commandery earlier that day. Wait, don't tell me that Bull Demon is coming here. As nervous discussions spread through the streets, an earth-shaking roar suddenly answered the question for them. Black smoke rolled across the heavens. The black fiend star bull demon appeared before the golden barrier and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha! What are these little golden worms supposed to be? You think this can stop me? He raised his massive halberd and smashed it against the formation. Boom! A long metallic roar echoed across the city. The barrier rippled violently like the surface of a lake struck by a meteor. It blocked him. Thank heaven. The relief lasted only a second. The bull demon lifted his halberd again. Then he began hammering the formation without restraint. Boom, boom, boom. The golden barrier swelled and deformed like a balloon on the verge of bursting. Even the 99 golden dragons swimming across its surface began releasing painful cries. Everyone inside the capital turned pale. Even an idiot could tell the formation would not last much longer. A figure in imperial robes shot up from the royal palace. Luobu hovered above the city and shouted, "Demon, stop your madness. Martial Emperor experts from the Dongsheng Divine Dynasty are already on their way. Death will be your only end." He knew perfectly well that, at this rate, the formation would collapse within 3 minutes. He had to stall. Dongsheng Divine Dynasty, the Black Fiend Star Bull demon actually stopped attacking. Luobu's heart leaped with joy. So the demon was afraid after all. Then the bull tilted his head. "What's that?" Luobu's expression froze. The bull demon snorted with contempt. He genuinely had never heard of it. The Dongsheng Divine Dynasty had only been founded 9,000 years ago. The Black Fiend Star Bull demon had been imprisoned 80,000 years ago. How could he possibly know the name? Ha 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 ha. As long as the demon suppression sect doesn't move against us and King Qin Heng stands on our side, what difference does it make if every human in your so-called Divine Dynasty comes at once? His grin widened. If you want someone to blame, blame yourselves for treating the demon suppression sect so coldly after everything it did for humanity. Luobu's face turned ugly. The bull demon did not even respect the Dongsheng Divine Dynasty. Enough talking, the demon muttered. Better to wipe out the Luomo royal family first. He lifted his weapon again. Then suddenly, his expression became serious. He turned toward the distant sky. A handsome young man was walking through the air from the horizon. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth moved around him with every step. The people inside the city immediately became excited. A powerful human expert is here. Is he from the Dongsheng Divine Dynasty? He must be. Look at the bull demon's expression. So all that talk about not fearing the Divine Dynasty was just bluffing. Even Luobu blinked in confusion. The Divine Dynasty's reinforcements should not have arrived yet. Song Sanquan had probably only just left Luomo territory. But the Black Fiend Star Bull demon ignored everyone's speculation. He floated his dark halberd beside him, bowed respectfully in midair, and called out, "Greetings, King Qin Heng. Why have you personally come here?" His booming voice silenced the capital. Luobu's eyes widened. Qin Heng? So this was the mysterious master of the demon suppression sect. The people had been praying for a savior from the Dongsheng Divine Dynasty. Instead, I myself had arrived. Still, the formation was clearly doomed. Any change was better than none. Voices immediately rose from the city. "Lord Qin Heng, please subdue that bull demon and save us. The demon suppression sect's achievements should be praised throughout the world. Humanity must stand together. I'll write a poem praising the demon suppression sect right now." I appeared to be strolling casually through the sky, but my speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, I arrived beside the bull demon. Every plea below reached my ears. They wanted me to reseal the demon? Dream on. I was the one who released him. I was the one who ordered him to attack the capital. And now, at last, these people understood how important the demon suppression sect truly was. Their desperate prayers were spreading the sect's reputation at an absurd rate. My demon point balance had already risen to 165. This was exactly the kind of position I wanted. If I wished, I could let a demon venerable destroy the world. If I wished, I could order it back and make the demon suppression sect look like humanity's greatest savior. Either way, the initiative was entirely mine. I glanced at the barrier. "Black Bull, you still haven't broken that formation?" The bull demon shuddered. Almost. I'll smash it right now." He hurriedly raised his halberd and resumed his assault. Luobu's eyes nearly burst with rage. "Qin Heng, you're siding with demons and helping them commit atrocities. Reseal that monster now, while you still have the chance. Otherwise, when the Divine Dynasty's experts arrive, even death will become a luxury for a human traitor like you. Reseal him." My gaze turned ice cold. Not only am I standing with the demons, I'm going to break this ridiculous formation with my own hands. I raised my index finger. An intensely compressed sphere of black light appeared at its tip, swallowing the surrounding brightness until even the sky seemed to dim. The Black Fiend Star Bull demon stared in shock. That was his own divine ability, the primordial black sphere, yet I had copied it perfectly. No, mine was even stronger. The black sphere shot forward and smashed into the barrier. Boom, the formation instantly passed its limit. Cracks spread across the golden shield until it tore apart piece by piece. The 99 golden dragons dimmed and vanished along with it. No! Luobu turned to flee. Black chains appeared from empty space and pierced through his body from every direction. He died instantly. I swept my hand again. Countless dark beads scattered across the city, erupting into sinister energy as skeletal soldiers rose from the streets. Civilians screamed and fled. I looked at the Black Fiend Star Bull demon. Kill everyone closely connected to the former Luomo royal family. If I was going to seize the foundation of this kingdom, then the power structure of the previous regime had to be removed. I understood the rules of this world far too well. Either I eliminated my enemies, or they eventually eliminated me. As you command, King Qin Heng. The bull demon's eyes glowed red as darkness surged around his body. That day, blood flowed through the royal capital. Every major force deeply tied to the old royal family was mercilessly wiped out. 3 days later, the purge had spread across the entire kingdom. The Luomo royal family's closest allies no longer existed. The country's name was officially changed. From that day onward, it became the Myriad Demon Kingdom. Inside the former Hall of Righteous Governance, I now sat in imperial robes, looking down at rows of civil and military officials. Power felt incredible. With overwhelming strength, I could destroy arrogant nobles whenever I wished. If I wanted to replace a royal family and rule a kingdom, I simply did it. For once, being the villain everyone feared felt incredibly satisfying. As news of the Myriad Demon Kingdom spread, fear and respect toward the demon suppression sect rose dramatically. My demon points jumped to 425, and the number continued increasing as my control over the kingdom stabilized. Over the following days, I established various administrative departments, explained the general system of government, and then happily became a hands-off ruler. This was a world where martial strength stood above everything else. As long as the person at the top possessed overwhelming power, ordinary administrative problems rarely threatened the regime. The founding of the Myriad Demon Kingdom, my reforms, and the growing reputation of the demon suppression sect quickly spread across the land. What I learned later was that, a million miles away, former imperial preceptor Song Sanquan was already sitting anxiously inside a dark purple palace. He had received news of Luomo Kingdom's destruction almost immediately after leaving its borders. Everything had happened far too fast. The 9 Revolution Golden Dragon formation had been crushed like paper. I had renamed the kingdom and even appointed the Black Fiend Star Bull Demon as one of the nation's great military commanders. It was absurd. Completely absurd. Still, Song Sanquan was secretly grateful he had escaped when he did. Given my ruthless style, a man as closely tied to the former royal family as him would never have survived the purge. Worse, I had supposedly created a special organization dedicated to hunting down fugitives like him. Song Sanquan gritted his teeth. Qin Heng, you're truly arrogant. But someone who openly sides with demons won't stay lucky forever. After arriving at the Dongsheng Divine Dynasty, he had reported everything that happened. The dynasty's leaders took the matter seriously. The second Divine Lord himself had agreed to meet him. This was no ordinary expert. The entire Dongsheng Divine Dynasty had only 3 Divine Lords, each among the finest martial emperor realm experts in the region. After half an hour of waiting, heavy footsteps approached. A middle-aged man in blue robes entered the room. Song Sanquan immediately rose and bowed. Greetings, Second Divine Lord. No need for so many formalities, the man said casually, though the authority in his voice remained unmistakable. He did not invite Song Sanquan to sit. Instead, he took the main seat himself. Tell me exactly what is happening. In the former Luomo Kingdom. Yes, Second Divine Lord. Song Sanquan carefully explained everything. The Divine Lord's brow gradually tightened. So arrogant, a human actually joined forces with demons and established a country called the Myriad Demon Kingdom? How disgraceful. Exactly, Song Sanquan quickly agreed. Qin Heng is utterly despicable. His own combat power also seems to have reached the martial emperor realm, and that bull demon under him is extremely strong. They are difficult opponents. The second Divine Lord lifted his tea and calmly took a sip. Relax, I will handle it. A mere human and a stupid bull dare challenge the authority of the Divine Dynasty. He set down the cup. It just so happens that Temple Master Sun Ye of the Taiching Dao Temple and Sect Master Jiang Tailu of the Divine Eye Sect are currently guests at my residence. The 3 of us will go together. Qin Heng and that bull demon will be eliminated with overwhelming force. Song Sanquan's face immediately brightened. Sun Ye and Jiang Tailu were both famous martial emperor experts across the surrounding territories. With 3 great martial emperors joining forces and the second Divine Lord personally leading them, destroying me and the bull demon seemed almost trivial. Meanwhile, back at the demon suppression sect, I sat on a boulder near the rear mountain cliff, listening to system notifications sound one after another. Because the demon suppression sect's prestige has increased, host gains 1 demon point. Because of my rule over the kingdom, and the terrifying military power I had displayed, the sect's reputation continued climbing. My demon points had now passed 600. It's about time to release a second demon venerable. Before the capital fell, Luo Bu had sent Song Sanquan to the Dongsheng Divine Dynasty for help. If reinforcements were coming, they should arrive soon. The dynasty was a massive power with multiple martial emperor-level experts, relying on the Black Fiend Star. Bull Demon alone, the weakest punching bag on the first floor of the tower, might not be enough. Better to release something stronger in advance. With a thought, my spiritual consciousness flew toward the demon ceiling tower. My projection once again appeared in the long dark corridor of the first floor. The imprisoned monsters immediately became excited. My lord, you're back. How did that stupid bull perform? If he failed you, release me. I'll teach that idiot how to follow orders. Compared with the fear they had shown during my first visit, the demon venerables were now openly respectful and shamelessly flattering. I ignored their begging and scanned the cells. Several familiar first-floor options were still available, including the 6-armed Nether Serpent, Thunder Radiance, Sacred Tiger, and Golden Body Great Ape. None of them felt like the right choice anymore. None of them quite satisfied me. Now that I had more points, my standards had risen too. Then I saw it. A terrifying wolf demon covered in blood-red fur, with black claws as dark as dried blood. Blood Ghost Heavenly Wolf Demon, venerable release cost, 630 demon points. My eyes lit up. I had enough. More importantly, this was one of the strongest monsters imprisoned on the first floor. It would be more than enough to deal with whatever the Dongsheng Divine Dynasty sent. The Blood Ghost Heavenly Wolf noticed my gaze and immediately became excited. This creature, once infamous outside the tower for slaughter and terror, suddenly looked as obedient as a pet dog. Lord Slayer, do you need my help? That stupid bull must have failed to complete your mission properly. Let me out. I'll handle it. You're the one. I extended my right hand. Soft white light spread from my palm and enveloped the wolf demon. Its aura gradually became faint and ethereal. The other monsters instantly exploded with jealousy. Lord Slayer, look at me. Isn't the job just to go outside and scare a few humans? I'm great at that. Release me and I'll massage your shoulders every day. I said nothing. My spiritual projection simply dissolved and vanished from the tower. I would have happily released all of them at once. The problem was that I still did not have enough points. No matter. The Blood Ghost Heavenly Wolf was far stronger than the Black Fiend Starbolt Demon. Once it joined me, my demon point income should increase even faster. Blood Ghost Heavenly Wolf Demon Venerable Release, Progress, 1%. My consciousness returned to my body outside. This release was noticeably slower, perhaps because the wolf demon was so much stronger. I sat calmly on the boulder without the slightest impatience. Instead, I looked delighted. Blood-red lines appeared beneath the skin of my neck. Tiny particles of blood energy began floating through the surrounding air. This was the Tao of Blood. What overwhelming vitality. To break through into the martial emperor realm, a cultivator needed at least a preliminary grasp of one concrete law of heaven and earth. The Black Fiend Starbolt Demon had mastered the Tao of Killing Aura. The Blood Ghost Heavenly Wolf had mastered the Tao of Blood. By releasing it, I would gradually inherit the same understanding and abilities. Not bad. Once that wolf is fully released, my mastery of the Tao of Blood should reach an entirely new level. I nodded with satisfaction. Then my gaze shifted toward an apparently empty patch of grass behind me. You're back. How did everything go? White smoke burst apart. A white shadow guard materialized and bowed. Your Majesty, everything is proceeding smoothly. I returned specifically to report our progress. 1 hour ago, we located the nephew of Zhang Daming of the Firmament Sword Sect and eliminated him. One good report followed another. After taking control of the Myriad Demon Kingdom, I suddenly had no shortage of useful manpower. Professional tasks could finally be handed to professionals. Sect expansion was assigned to administrators. As for the White Shadow Guards, I had created an organization specifically for them, the White Robe Bureau. Its purpose was similar to an Imperial Intelligence Service, gathering information, investigating threats, and eliminating hostile elements. Continue supervising construction of the prisons and keep searching for the remaining targets. I'll give you new orders if necessary. Understood. The White Shadow Guard exploded into white smoke and disappeared. I rubbed my chin while looking at the empty grass. Sure enough, specialized people made everything easier. Far from the Myriad Demon Kingdom, a gigantic deep purple flying vessel wrapped in lightning raced through the clouds. Song Sanquan stood on the deck. After receiving a secret message from contacts still inside the Myriad Demon Kingdom, his face became even paler. I was far more ruthless than he had imagined. The purge of political enemies was happening frighteningly fast. At this point, Song Sanquan genuinely did not want to return. Going back to the territory of a killing god like me would be suicide. He would rather flee as far away as possible. Regret filled him. If he had known things would develop this way, why had he bothered seeking help from the Dongsheng Divine Dynasty at all? Luo Bu was already dead. Why not simply let his old friend rest in peace? Now he could only pray that the second Divine Lord would easily kill me. Imperial Preceptor Song. The second Divine Lord's authoritative voice came from behind him. What is the situation in the Myriad Demon Kingdom now? Song Sanquan quickly turned and bowed. Greetings, second Divine Lord. Qin Hang has essentially executed everyone who openly opposed him. His methods are extremely ruthless. Is that so? The second Divine Lord narrowed his eyes. Whether I was benevolent or cruel did not matter. His decision to destroy the Demon Suppression Sect would not change. First, the former Lomo Kingdom had functioned as a subordinate state of the Dongsheng Divine Dynasty. A new martial emperor-level power had suddenly appeared there with no intention of submitting. That alone was enough reason to eliminate it before it grew stronger. Second, the first Divine Lord had recently achieved a breakthrough. The Dongsheng Divine Dynasty was already preparing to expand beyond its previous borders and fully annex the surrounding subordinate kingdoms. This crisis offered the perfect excuse. After killing me and my demon, the Divine Dynasty could announce that the southern region had become unstable and required direct protection. Then the surrounding kingdoms could be absorbed without resistance. Perfect. Qin Hang is indeed arrogant, the second Divine Lord said, but his good days are almost over. At that same moment, I was sitting on the roof of the Imperial Palace in the Myriad Demon Kingdom, casually manipulating particles of blood energy above my palm. Through my spiritual senses, I detected a violent thunder-attributed energy signature rapidly approaching. A smile appeared on my face. So the Dongsheng Divine Dynasty's reinforcements are finally here. Interesting. If I could destroy the experts they sent, the demon points I earned should be enormous. The Blood Ghost Heavenly Wolf's release progress had already reached more than 90%. The timing could not have been better. I had already released a second demon venerable. There was little point in using the strongest monster on the first floor merely to bully tiny kingdoms anymore. Killing representatives of the Dongsheng Divine Dynasty would demonstrate the true value of the demon suppression sect far more clearly. With a thought, I summoned the Black Fiend Star Bull Demon. He appeared almost instantly. Greetings, King Qin Heng. Do you have another order for me? Several idiots are approaching from the east. Guard that direction. When they arrive, kill them. The bull demon cracked his knuckles, battle intent blazing in his eyes. As you command, I raised one hand. Four-direction primordial fiend formation. Countless strands of black light erupted from my palm, climbed into the sky, and spread around the entire royal capital. Soon, the city was enclosed within a gigantic translucent dark barrier shaped like a square cage. The sudden appearance of another defensive formation startled the residents. Again, we finally had a few peaceful days. Don't tell me something else is happening. Despite the fear, ordinary citizens had actually lived better since my takeover. The White Robe Bureau had been extremely active, but its targets were corrupt officials, criminals, hostile factions, and remnants of the old regime, not common civilians. With my reforms improving daily life, it had taken less than half a month for public opinion to shift heavily in my favor. Less than 100 miles east of the city, the massive, 1,000-meter-long Divine Firmament Thunder vessel flew through the clouds. The second Divine Lord stood at the front of the deck. Beside him were Sun Ye, master of the Taiqing Dao Temple, and Zhang Tailu, sect master of the Divine Eye sect. Both were famous martial emperor experts within Dongsheng territory. With 3 martial emperors joining forces, they considered the extermination of one rampaging demon a guaranteed victory. Zhang Tailu raised an eyebrow as the dark barrier around the city came into view. So that's the former Luomo royal capital, Sun Yi sneered. Do they really think that formation can stop us? The second Divine Lord did not speak, but contempt was obvious on his face. The thunder vessel continued forward. Then a tornado of black killing energy suddenly swept across their path, dropping the temperature by dozens of degrees. Where do you think you're going? A deep voice came from inside the storm. Why not exchange a few blows with this old bull first? The tornado transformed into the Black Fiend Star Bull Demon, standing in midair with his halberd across his shoulder. The second Divine Lord's expression turned cold. So you're the demon slaughtering humans in this region. Today, I, Zhang Shu of the Dongsheng Divine Dynasty, will execute you and rescue the people from your tyranny. Wherever the Divine Dynasty marches, no demon shall survive. His voice was amplified by thunder energy and boomed through the sky. The bull demon laughed so hard he nearly doubled over. Ha 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 ha, Dongsheng Divine Dynasty, what the hell is that supposed to be? No demon shall survive? You humans really know how to brag. He pointed his halberd at them. If King Qin Heng and the demon suppression sect hadn't spent 80,000 years holding us back, demons would have torn humanity apart a long time ago. And you still stand there talking nonsense like you're invincible? Arrogant beast. Sun Ye and Zhang Tailu immediately cursed him, their auras surging. Neither of them had ever heard of this demon suppression sect, yet the bulls spoke as if humanity would collapse without it. Ridiculous self-praise. They were ready to attack and show the monster what a real human expert looked like. Wait. Second Divine Lord Zhang. Shu raised one hand and stopped them. He stared coldly at the bull demon. I can kill this beast alone. Otherwise, he'll claim we needed 3 against 1. Zhang Shu stepped forward and passed through the thunder vessel's protective field. A long spear appeared in his hand, its shaft made of white jade and its blade glowing deep purple. Lightning cracked around his body. His robes snapped violently in the wind. Floating in the sky with his spear pointed forward, Zhang Shu spoke with boundless arrogance. Above the mountains, beneath the heavens, wherever Zhang Shu stands, stand your grandmother. The bull demon did not even let him finish. He charged forward with his halberd. In a single breath, the two exchanged more than 100 blows. Thunderous impacts shook the clouds. Black killing energy and purple lightning tangled across the sky. Every stray bolt that struck the wilderness below exploded into the ground, leaving craters more than 10 meters wide. Every loose wave of black aura corroded green fields into dead wasteland, even melting boulders into sludge. If those shockwaves reached a populated district, hundreds or thousands of people could die instantly. Fortunately, my 4-direction primordial fiend formation absorbed every impact that touched the city. Ripples appeared across the dark barrier, then quickly vanished. The people inside finally breathed easier. I sat cross-legged on the tallest tower of the palace. Streams of black killing energy continuously flowed from my fingers into the formation, repairing and reinforcing it. The civilians watched in amazement. The great battle raged outside, yet I was personally protecting the city instead of letting the people suffer from the aftermath. Their respect surged. System notifications immediately began chiming in my mind. Because the demon suppression sect's prestige has increased, host gains demon points. The total climbed rapidly. I simply sat there, relaxed, watching one of my demon venerables fight while my points poured in. The Blood Ghost Heavenly Wolf's release was nearly complete as well. In fact, throughout the process I had already inherited much of the wolf demon's cultivation and abilities. My comprehension of the Tao of blood had deepened tremendously. My own cultivation had risen to the ninth heaven of the martial emperor realm. If I personally entered the battle, crushing Jiang Shu would be easy, but having the demon venerables fight earned me far more demon points. There was no need to rush. On the Thunder Vessel, Sun Yi and Zhang Tailu watched in growing shock. The bull demon was actually fighting the second divine lord evenly. They had never imagined that this newly appeared monster could rival the famous thunder tyrant Jiang Shu. That meant the bull demon was probably stronger than either of them. Incredible, Sun Yi murmured. Every strike carries absurd force, and that black killing energy can actually clash evenly against divine firmament lightning. When Jiang Shu had insisted on fighting alone, neither of them had worried. Now the situation was completely different. The battle had become a deadlock. Should they intervene? Then Zhang Tailu suddenly thought of something worse. If the bull demon is this strong, then what about Qin Hang? He looked uneasy. According to the reports, the demon suppression sect's duty was to suppress that monster. If Qin Hang is capable of controlling it, he must possess martial emperor-level strength himself. If I join the battle, even a 3 versus 2 fight might not be enough. Sanquan hurriedly pointed toward the tallest tower inside the city. Don't panic. Look, Qin Hang is busy maintaining the defensive formation. He has no time to enter the battle. Sun Ye and Zhang Tailu followed his finger. Sure enough, I was still seated atop the tower, continuously feeding black energy into the city's barrier. Meanwhile, the Black Fiend Star Bull Demon and Jiang Shu had already exchanged thousands of attacks. Both were covered in wounds. Jiang Shu finally found an opening and swept his jade spear across the Bull Demon, forcing him backward. Then he shouted, Sun Ye, Zhang Tailu, what are you waiting for? Get over here and help me kill this beast. He had originally hoped to kill me and the Bull Demon alone. Now he had to admit that the demon was genuinely powerful. Its cultivation was clearly in the later stages of the martial emperor realm. Jiang Shu was no longer confident he could win one-on-one. Sun Ye and Zhang Tailu immediately left the flying vessel. Sun Ye drew out a horsetail whisk and waved it through the air. A massive Taiji diagram appeared above the battlefield. As it expanded, mysterious Tao energy filled the region. Jiang Shu suddenly felt lighter, and his attack speed increased several times over. The Black Fiend Star Bull Demon experienced the opposite effect. His body felt as if it had sunk into a swamp, heavy invisible chains restricting every movement. Zhang Tailu flipped his palm and produced a string of golden prayer beads. As he rapidly moved the beads, golden beams sharp as swords shot toward the bull demon. They pierced his body and sprayed blood through the sky. Under the combined assault of 3 martial emperors, the Black Fiend Star Bull Demon was quickly forced into a miserable retreat. Sun Ye and Zhang Tailu were individually weaker than Jiang Shu, but both specialized in suppression and support techniques. Together, they were extremely troublesome. Song Sanquan finally relaxed. Good. Qin Hang really is too stupid. Otherwise, this might actually have become dangerous. After roughly 10 minutes of being surrounded, the bull demon could no longer endure it. He shouted desperately, King Qin Hang, save me. The cry echoed across the sky. Jiang Shu and the others immediately tensed. Was I finally going to act? Before arriving, they had assumed the human and demon causing trouble here were simply reckless martial emperor newcomers. But after seeing the bull demon's true strength, a terrifying question had appeared in all their minds. If a monster this powerful willingly served me, then how strong was I myself? Yet on the tallest tower, I behaved as if I had heard nothing. I continued sending streams of black killing energy into the formation. The attackers relaxed slightly. What an idiot. They still thought I had not realized how serious the situation was. Use your strongest methods. End this quickly, Jiang Shu roared. Purple divine firmament lightning wrapped around his jade spear. This was their best opportunity. Kill the bull demon first, then fight me 3 against 1. Sun Ye and Zhang Tailu immediately increased their power. Golden beams fired faster. The yin and yang eyes of the Taiji diagram spun with greater speed. The battle became even more violent. The Black Fiend Star Bull Demon roared in pain again and again. Inside the capital, civilians were moved almost to tears. His Majesty Qin Hang is protecting us even while his own general is being surrounded. He refuses to stop maintaining the city's formation just to save his subordinate. What kind of heart is that? Compared with him, the second Divine Lord is the one taking advantage of an unfair situation. No wonder the demon suppression sect silently suppressed demons for 80,000 years. A sect with that kind of righteousness truly deserves to be called a holy land. My system notifications accelerated again. Another 100 demon points arrived in what felt like an instant. I knew perfectly well that Jiang Shu thought I was an idiot. I simply did not care. Neither the civilians below nor the 3 martial emperors in the sky noticed that the scent of blood around my body was growing stronger and stronger. Because 15 minutes earlier, the Blood Ghost Heavenly Wolf's release progress had already reached 100%. One of the strongest demon venerables on the first floor of the tower was free, and it was already approaching the capital. I suddenly raised an eyebrow. Finally. In the sky, the Black Fiend Star Bull Demon's life force had weakened considerably. At this rate, another 5 minutes of concentrated attacks might actually kill him. Then a sinister laugh suddenly echoed beside the 4 combatants. Jiang Shu, Sun Ye, and Zhang Tailu all shuddered. A deep chill spread through their bodies. He, stupid bull. You really do nothing but create trouble for King Qin Hang. A roaring river of blood stretched across the distant sky. At its front stood a terrifying wolf demon with blood-red fur and black claws gleaming like cold blades. It grinned as it rode the crimson current toward them. My second, released demon venerable had arrived, the blood ghost heavenly wolf. The moment it escaped the demon sealing tower, it had received my spiritual order and rushed directly toward the royal capital. Song Sanquan stared in horror. What is that? Even without understanding its aura, the vast blood river alone told him this was no ordinary monster. And then there was the way the wolf spoke to the bull. Stupid bull. That stupid bull had fought the second divine lord evenly, yet the wolf demon insulted him as casually as if he were an incompetent junior. There was only one reasonable conclusion. The wolf was even stronger. Jiang Shu and the others realized it too. King Qin Heng? Jiang Shu's face darkened. This demon serves Qin Heng as well? Damn it, our intelligence never said he had more than one demon subordinate. Unlike Song Sanquan, the three martial emperors did not need to judge from appearance alone. They could directly sense the laws of heaven and earth. As the blood ghost heavenly wolf approached, every particle of blood energy in the surrounding world began boiling. The Tao of blood itself was responding to the creature. The wolf was clearly stronger than the bull. Kill the bull first, Jiang Shu shouted. Their attacks became even more frantic. They understood that if they did not remove one enemy immediately, there would be no chance of victory. The Black Fiend Star Bull Demon, however, was no longer afraid. He knew exactly how powerful the wolf was. At its peak, the blood ghost heavenly wolf had stood at the ninth heaven of the martial emperor realm, a level often called a half-step martial ancestor. With the immense vitality of the Tao of blood, bizarre secret techniques, and the terrifying physique of an ancient demon bloodline, it could even fight true early-stage martial ancestors. These three humans were not in the same league. They were fish waiting on a chopping board. Still, their desperate assault made the bull demon's head ring. Brother Wolf, save me. Riding atop the surging blood river, the blood ghost heavenly wolf rolled its eyes. Idiot, you really know how to create trouble for King Qin Heng. It raised one claw toward the battlefield. Blood filth domain. The entire region changed instantly. Ghostly cries and wails filled the sky. Dark green blood mist appeared from nowhere and spread across the area. The mist wrapped around Sun Ye's Taiji diagram. Sizzle. The supposedly profound Tao artifact corroded rapidly, becoming torn and ragged within seconds. Jiang Tailu's golden prayer beads began cracking as well, and the beams they released dimmed dramatically. Even Jiang Shu's thunder energy visibly weakened. How can this be? Their hearts sank. The wolf had only casually activated a domain, yet it had already crippled their techniques. Its strength had to be at the absolute peak of the martial emperor realm. Ha ha ha, you liked beating me up, didn't you? Now die. The Black Fiend Star Bull Demon roared with delight and smashed his halberd toward Jiang Shu. The battle reversed instantly. Under the blood filth domain, the attacks of the three humans slowed and weakened. For the moment, they could no longer threaten the bull demon's life. But that was not even their greatest problem. The blood ghost heavenly wolf had already closed to within 1,000 meters. The thick smell of blood made their scalps tingle. Jiang Tailu gritted his teeth. Divine Lord, brother son, I'll hold the wolf back. Kill the bull as quickly as possible. He flew forward. Dazzling golden light erupted from his skin. His body expanded rapidly until he became several hundred meters tall. In the blink of an eye, a colossal golden Buddha stood in the sky. Divine ability, Golden Light Buddha. The people in the city stared upward in astonishment. What a gigantic Buddha. Is that still a human? He looks like a god. This was the battle of martial emperors. The divine abilities they displayed had already surpassed the imagination of ordinary people. The blood ghost heavenly wolf showed no fear. The blood river beneath its feet accelerated. A mocking smile appeared on its face. Demon, die. Buddha's chanting thundered through the sky. The enormous golden Buddha, whose face resembled Jiang Tailu's, pushed its palm forward with overwhelming force. The gigantic palm struck the wolf demon directly. Boom. To everyone's shock, even the seemingly invincible blood ghost heavenly wolf shattered under the impact. Its body burst apart into blood droplets that filled the sky. The golden palm continued forward, smashing through the crimson river and sending waves of blood rolling in every direction. Brother Jiang, magnificent, Sun Ye shouted excitedly. Jiang Shu burst into laughter. Brother Tailu's divine might is extraordinary. A mere wolf demon dares act arrogant before us. They had expected disaster. Instead, Jiang Tailu had destroyed the wolf demon and its blood river with a single palm. Perhaps the monster specialized in domain control and possessed a fragile physical body. Even Jiang Tailu himself looked surprised. Had he really turned a martial emperor-level demon into blood mist with one attack? Then a cold, mocking voice sounded directly behind him. That attack barely tickled. Jiang Tailu's heart nearly stopped. Behind the gigantic Buddha, countless droplets of blood gathered together. The blood ghost heavenly wolf reformed completely, the same contemptuous smile still on its face. 3 long black claws extended from its paw. They stabbed directly into the Buddha's back. The supposedly indestructible golden body offered no more resistance than soft tofu. The claws pierced straight through and emerged from the Buddha's chest. Then dark green blood mist erupted from them and flooded the giant body. Flesh corroded away. Bones dissolved into black liquid. The entire golden Buddha exploded into fragments. Jiang Tailu's real body fell lifelessly from the sky. His final thought was filled with horror. This blood wolf demon was far too monstrous. The Dongsheng divine dynasty was in serious trouble. With his death, the Tao of metal Zhang Telu had cultivated dispersed back into heaven and earth. Pure spiritual energy gathered in the clouds and began falling like heavy rain. This was a natural phenomenon caused by the death of a martial emperor. Cultivators at that level had already begun touching the laws of the world. When they died, part of what they had comprehended returned to nature. Impossible. Jiang Shu and Sun Yi felt their scalps go numb. Zhang Telu had been a fourth-level martial emperor who specialized in the Tao of metal and possessed extraordinary defense. Yet, he had been killed with one strike. Even an ordinary peak martial emperor could not have done that. This wolf was definitely a half-step martial ancestor-level monster. On the thunder vessel, Song Sanquan collapsed onto the deck. His eyes went empty. It's over. It's all over. At that moment, he regretted everything. Luo Bu had died. So what? Dying at the hands of a terrifying figure like me was almost an honor compared with what was happening now. Why had Song Sanquan come back and joined this mess? The blood ghost heavenly wolf sneered. Trash like you dares oppose King Qin Heng? You really don't know your own limits. It licked its lips with a long tongue, then its body once again dissolved into countless blood droplets and vanished. Not good. Sun Yi, master of the Taiching Dao Temple, cultivated the Dao of the 8 trigrams. His sense for danger was much sharper than an ordinary martial emperor's. A terrifying warning exploded in his mind. He pressed his palms together. Heaven and earth without limit. Divine trigram protection. Dozens of black and white Bagua diagrams appeared around him, linking together like a turtle shell. Sure enough, blood suddenly gathered behind him. The wolf demon reformed. It did not hesitate. One black claw struck forward. Just like before, the supposedly profound and durable defense shattered with ease. The wolf's claw pierced directly through Sun Ye's head. His skull burst like a watermelon. Blood sprayed through the air as his headless corpse fell toward the ground. The Tao of the 8 trigrams collapsed and returned to the world. The spiritual rain falling from the sky became even heavier. In an incredibly short span of time, 2 famous martial emperor experts of the Dongsheng divine dynasty had been killed. Ha 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 ha, Brother Wolf is amazing. Still fighting Jiang Shu, the Black Fiend Star Bull demon laughed wildly. His fighting spirit surged. Now let's see how arrogant you are. He swung his halberd at Jiang Shu with renewed ferocity. The second divine lord, already shaken to his core, could only defend awkwardly. The bull demon taunted him between attacks. Weren't you the one who liked fighting 1 against 3? Didn't you just say wherever Jiang Shu stands, there are the heavens? Why aren't you talking now that Brother Wolf is here? The people inside the capital watched with almost dreamlike expressions. Was the Dongsheng divine dynasty weak, or were my demon generals simply too strong? That golden Buddha had looked like a true divine being. Yet the wolf demon had torn it apart in a single exchange. Unbelievable. Could His Majesty, Qin Heng, or rather, the demon suppression sect itself actually possess foundations comparable to the Dongsheng divine dynasty? How could a power like this remain unknown for so long? Another notification sounded in my head. Because the demon suppression sect's prestige has increased, host gains 666 demon points. Sitting atop the tower, I nodded in satisfaction. Not bad at all. I was not surprised that the blood ghost heavenly wolf had killed Sun Yi and Zhang Telu so easily. During the release process, I had already copied the wolf demon's cultivation and divine abilities. This creature was one of the absolute strongest prisoners on the first floor of the demon ceiling tower. Thanks to the bizarre nature of the Tao of blood and the purity of its ancient bloodline, its combat power was enough to rival ordinary first or second level martial ancestors. And as the master of both the blood ghost heavenly wolf and the black fiend star bull demon, I now controlled 2 different laws, the Tao of blood and the Tao of killing aura. When those 2 powers were combined, my own battle strength became even more ridiculous. Still, if my subordinates were enough to solve the problem, there was no need to expose my full power. That was a trump card worth keeping hidden. Then I noticed something. Oh, second divine lord Jiang Shu is trying to run. A moment ago, he had been speaking as though the heavens themselves existed because of him. Now he wanted to escape? After watching Sun Ye and Zhang Telu die, Jiang Shu understood that staying meant death. The blood ghost heavenly wolf was even stronger than his elder brother, the first divine lord of the Dongsheng divine dynasty. If he did not flee now, there would be no second chance. Lightning exploded around his body, forcing the Black Fiend Star Bull demon dozens of meters backward. Then Jiang Shu flipped his hand and produced a deep purple seed. Natural lightning patterns covered its surface. It was a rare thunder-attributed heavenly treasure he had obtained from a mysterious secret realm. Originally, he had planned to save it for the day his cultivation reached a bottleneck. But preserving resources was meaningless if he died here. He threw the seed into his mouth and swallowed without even chewing. Boom! The thunder particles between heaven and earth immediately began boiling. Jiang Shu felt his strength rise to an entirely new level. The Black Fiend Star Bull demon roared. You dare eat something right in front of this old bull. Die. His halberd smashed forward. This time, Jiang Shu swept his jade spear across and met the attack directly. A violent wave of lightning erupted, blasting the bull demon hundreds of meters away. After consuming the treasure, Jiang Shu even felt he might now have a chance to kill the bull. But he had no intention of testing it. His body almost completely transformed into lightning, and he shot toward the horizon at twice his previous speed. Even in his enhanced state, he had no confidence against the blood ghost heavenly wolf. Survival came first. Trying to leave? Crimson blood gathered into the wolf demon's form. It snorted coldly. This was my first direct mission. How could it possibly allow the target to escape? The wolf raised both claws. The blood energy particles of heaven and earth trembled in response. 8-direction blood prison. Thick crimson pillars suddenly condensed along Jiang Shu's escape route. He slammed into the first one, and felt as though he had struck an unbreakable wall. His lightning transformation was forcibly cancelled. Damn it, he tried to change direction. More blood pillars appeared on every side. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Shu was trapped inside a gigantic crimson cage with nowhere to run. The blood ghost heavenly wolf materialized inside the prison and smiled cruelly. Go on, keep running. Jiang Shu's face turned darker than ink. Even after raising his strength to nearly the peak of the martial emperor realm, the gap remained enormous. Escape seemed impossible, but he was not ready to abandon hope. He forced his voice to become friendly. Brother Wolf, with your heaven-defying cultivation, why lower yourself by serving Qin Heng? That boy has shallow foundations and limited vision. He is destined to achieve little. Shang Su hurriedly continued. Join the Dongsheng divine dynasty instead. You can become the greatest demon under our banner. We control countless secret realms and vast treasuries filled with resources that can help your cultivation. With our support, Brother Wolf could certainly reach an even greater realm. The people inside the royal capital were stunned. What? At the beginning of the battle, hadn't Jiang Shu loudly declared that wherever the divine dynasty went, no demon would survive? Hadn't he claimed the divine dynasty's heavenly thunder would reduce every demon to ash? Now he was inviting the blood ghost heavenly wolf to become an honored guest. The abrupt change in attitude exposed the ugliness behind those grand slogans. Apparently, destroying demons for the sake of humanity sounded noble only when the humans believed they had the advantage. The moment they could not kill the demon, their principles became negotiable. The citizens had no doubt that if the blood ghost heavenly wolf demanded permission to devour the entire capital in exchange for joining the divine dynasty, Jiang Shu would probably agree on the spot. Compared with that hypocrisy, the demon suppression sect had silently imprisoned monsters like this for 80,000 years without seeking fame or profit. The difference was obvious. In the sky, the blood ghost heavenly wolf raised an eyebrow. For a moment, it actually looked tempted. Not because Jiang Shu's offer interested it. The wolf simply loved playing with its prey and was tempted to pretend. Jiang Shu saw the expression and became excited. Exactly. There is no reason to follow that narrow-minded, lowly villain Qin Heng. The Dongsheng divine dynasty controls many secret realms, and our treasury contains countless heavenly materials useful for martial emperor cultivation. He cannot compare to us. The instant the words lowly villain left his mouth, the wolf demon's scalp went numb. This idiot had actually insulted me directly. The wolf suddenly realized it had played too far. It had expected Jiang Shu to offer benefits, not start cursing the terrifying man who controlled its very soul. You suicidal fool. The blood ghost heavenly wolf roared. You truly are a worthless creature incapable of thought. Several wolf heads formed from crimson blood behind its back and lunged toward Jiang Shu. Jiang Shu was completely confused. What happened? A moment ago, negotiations seemed possible. Why had insulting me made this wolf demon so furious? More bizarrely, there was genuine fear in the monster's eyes. This was a demon with martial ancestor-level combat power. Why would it fear one human so deeply? Jiang Shu had no time to think further. The blood wolves swallowed him in a crimson storm. He desperately released thunder in every direction, but it was meaningless. After barely a dozen breaths, the second divine lord of the Dongsheng divine dynasty had been completely corroded by the blood energy. Not even a corpse remained. A vast wave of spiritual energy poured down from the heavens. I removed the 4-direction primordial fiend formation. The spiritual essence, released by the deaths of 3 martial emperors, fell over the scorched battlefield. Green shoots immediately began growing from soil that had been burned black during the battle. I transformed into a streak of light and flew into the sky. The moment I arrived, both demon venerables bowed respectfully. Greetings, King Qin Heng. The blood ghost heavenly wolf was especially nervous. The arrogant cruelty it had displayed moments ago vanished completely. This was the first time it had stood so close to a living successor of the Slayer lineage outside the demon sealing tower. Fear of that lineage had been carved into its instincts for tens of thousands of years. Worse, because it had wasted time playing with Jiang Shu, the man who should have died immediately, had been given enough time to insult me. The wolf considered that a catastrophic mistake. I looked at it calmly. You seem to enjoy talking to enemies. The wolf demon began trembling violently. King Qin Heng, I was wrong. I've been locked up for so long that I haven't spoken to anyone except those idiots in the tower. My brain got carried away for a moment. I interrupted. There won't be a next time. My orders come first. These demon venerables were vicious and arrogant by nature. If I did not discipline them occasionally, trouble was inevitable. Aside from me, most of them looked down on virtually every living creature in existence. The blood ghost heavenly wolf had performed well in every other respect, so I decided not to punish it further. Besides, the continuous stream of demon point notifications had put me in an excellent mood. My current balance had already climbed above 700. I could release another demon venerable on the wolf's level right now if I wanted, but I did not intend to waste those points immediately. If I released another monster, I wanted something from a higher floor, something truly terrifying. The wolf demon finally relaxed when it realized I was not sending it back into the tower. Then my gaze shifted toward the nearby divine firmament thunder vessel. Almost forgot about him. Song Sanquan stood on the deck with a face as pale as paper. The moment my eyes landed on him, he dropped to his knees. King Qin Hang, Sect Master Qin, mercy. I am willing to serve you. I'll work like a horse or a dog. I won't complain about anything. I did not answer. I simply raised one hand. A scarlet glow spread across my palm. Bang! Song Sanquan exploded into a cloud of blood mist. This was another ability I had gained after mastering the Blood Ghost Heavenly Wolf's Tao of Blood. Then I casually collected the divine firmament thunder vessel. Jiang Shu was dead, and the flying treasure no longer had an owner to resist me. The two demon venerables blinked. As expected of me, decisive, ruthless, and efficient. The Blood Ghost Heavenly Wolf suddenly remembered something and opened both palms. Several storage rings floated in the air. King Qin Heng, these belong to the people I killed. Please accept them. The Black Fiend Star Bull Demon rolled his eyes. This wolf sure learned quickly. Back in the tower, the bull had assumed the creature was arrogant toward everyone. Now look at it more respectful than a servant. Sometime later, inside the Hall of Righteous Governance, the Blood Ghost Heavenly Wolf had shrunk its body to a manageable size and was curiously examining the palace. I walked in through the main doors. There was no need for small talk. Blood Wolf, the Dongsheng Divine Dynasty tried to destroy my demon suppression sect. Since that's the case, I have no intention of giving them another opportunity. I looked directly at the monster. Go to the Dongsheng Divine Dynasty and flatten it. The wolf demon's eyes immediately lit up with bloody excitement. As you command, King Qin Heng. After being imprisoned for 80,000 years, it had been desperate to stretch its limbs. Now the Slayer himself had ordered it to go on a rampage. It could enjoy battle and improve its relationship with me at the same time. Perfect, I nodded. One more thing. On your way there, make as much noise as possible. I want the entire world to understand what happens when someone provokes the demon suppression sect. Destroying the Dongsheng Divine Dynasty was one goal. Increasing the sect's prestige was just as important. Prestige was the path through which I continued strengthening myself. Ideally, everyone in the southern region would learn a simple lesson. Even thinking about attacking the demon suppression sect came with a price too painful to bear. Understood. The wolf demon agreed enthusiastically. This style suited its personality perfectly. I truly knew how to give orders. Far away, while my orders were already moving into effect, more than a dozen figures gathered around an ornate metal table inside the capital of the Dongsheng Divine Dynasty. Each radiated mysterious Tao energy. These were the people at the very top of the dynasty. Every one of them was a martial emperor who had begun mastering a specific law of heaven and earth. At the head of the table sat a gray-robed man. He was Cao Yunsheng, first divine lord, and the most powerful figure in the entire Dongsheng Divine Dynasty. Yet today, every person in the room wore a grave expression. Cao Yunsheng broke the silence. I assume all of you have heard enough to understand why I summoned you. His voice became heavier. Not long ago, my second brother Jiang Shu, Temple Master Sun Yi of the Taiqing Dao Temple, and Sect Master Zhang Telu of the Divine Eye Sect, all died in the former Luomo Kingdom, now called the Myriad Demon Kingdom. The room erupted. Most had heard rumors, but the news seemed too absurd to believe. Now the first Divine Lord had confirmed it personally. Even these great figures, people who could decide the life or death of millions with a single order, looked stunned. It's true, Divine Lord Zhang, Brother Sun, and Brother Zhang fought together. Even a 9th level peak, Martial Emperor should have struggled to defeat that group. What happened in Luomo Kingdom? Why was it renamed the Myriad Demon Kingdom? Who killed them? Does that person have some enormous grudge against the Dongsheng Divine Dynasty? Questions poured out. Their anxiety was understandable. If an enemy could kill Jiang Shu, Sun Ye, and Zhang Telu together, then that enemy had to be at least on the level of Cao Yunsheng himself. The first Divine Lord took a slow breath. Even he was not calm. After a moment, he explained. They traveled to the Myriad Demon Kingdom because of a sect. The sect is called the Demon Suppression Sect. Its master is a man named Qin Heng. He killed the entire Luomo royal family, seized the kingdom, and changed its name. Under Qin Heng's command is a martial emperor-level bull demon. Believing it our responsibility to preserve human unity and eliminate a demonic threat, my second brother and the others went to the Myriad Demon Kingdom to kill the demon and destroy the sect. Cao Yunsheng paused. But then, the news of their deaths arrived. The information was almost too much to process. No one had ever heard of the Demon Suppression Sect. No one had heard of me. And somehow, this unknown human controlled an extraordinary bull demon. Still, one fact could not be disputed. 3 major martial emperors had died in the Myriad Demon Kingdom. The Demon Suppression Sect had to be an incredibly powerful hidden force. And that force now had a blood feud with the Dongsheng Divine Dynasty. This was easily one of the greatest crises the dynasty had faced in thousands of years. The loss of Jiang Su, Sun Ye, and Zhang Telu alone had already damaged the dynasty's foundations. Cao Yunsheng's explanation did not reassure anyone. It made the atmosphere worse. The martial emperors began asking for details. Was the bull demon a peak martial emperor? What Tao did it cultivate? What about Qin Heng? As the leader of the Demon Suppression Sect, surely he participated in the battle. What abilities did he show? Even if they killed the 3 of them, Qin Heng's side must have paid a terrible price, right? Knowing an enemy's Tao was vital for preparation. If the bull demon followed a brute force path, for example, then binding treasures and suppression techniques could counter it. Do not fight strength with strength. Then there was me. A man capable of commanding a great demon could not possibly be ordinary. Even if the bull demon had peak martial emperor combat power, it was difficult to believe Jiang Shu and the others would all die without one escaping, unless I had also played a role. If Jiang Shu had managed to leave intelligence behind, at least their deaths would have served a purpose. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you need not fear 100 battles. Better still, perhaps they had used desperate techniques before dying and seriously injured my side. If so, the dynasty could strike while the enemy was weak. Every person here had climbed to the martial emperor realm through countless life and death battles. Their hands were stained with blood. When killing became necessary, none of them hesitated. Cao Yunxing finally revealed that Jiang Shu had left behind a reconstructed record of the battle before his death. The jade pendant projected the scene above the table, and the mood in the hall changed almost immediately. The recording confirmed the first unpleasant truth. The Black Fiend Star Bull Demon had not overwhelmed Jiang Shu. The two had been roughly equal until Sun Ye and Jiang Tailu joined the fight and drove the bull close to death. For a brief moment, the martial emperors watching believed the three attackers had actually been winning. Then the blood ghost Heavenly Wolf arrived. They watched its blood filth domain cripple the three experts' techniques, watched Jiang Tailu's golden light Buddha shatter, and watched Sun Ye die almost immediately afterward. The exact details of the battle mattered less than the conclusion they could no longer avoid. The wolf possessed combat power at the martial ancestor level, while the bull demon they had feared was only the weaker subordinate. Worse, I had barely needed to reveal my own strength. The recording gave them no reliable answer to the most important question in the room. How powerful was the man capable of commanding monsters like these? That uncertainty was more frightening than any technique they had seen. Fear spread through the hall, and far away in the myriad demon kingdom. The system converted the dread of these top-level experts into another surge of demon points. The meeting immediately turned ugly. Several martial emperors began cursing Jiang Shu for dragging the entire dynasty into a feud with an enemy he had never properly investigated. Cao Yunsheng and Wei Zhang could not deny their own responsibility either. They had approved the expedition because they believed the demon suppression sect would make a convenient target for Dongsheng's expansion. Now, the calculation had reversed. The question was no longer how to destroy me. It was how much of Dongsheng could survive my retaliation. Enough. Stop arguing, Lu Ruyan said. She noticed Cao Yunsheng's expression becoming worse. No matter how we explain it now, Qin Hang will not believe attacking the demon suppression sect was purely Jiang Shu's personal decision. We're all tied to the same dynasty. The immediate priority is figuring out how to survive whatever retaliation Qin Hang sends. Her words gradually calmed the room. She was right. Their sex, wealth, territory, and foundations were rooted in Dongsheng territory. They could not simply abandon everything and run before me even arrived. Besides, judging from the wolf demon's vicious personality, I was unlikely to be a gentleman either. They even feared that if they fled, I might possess tracking methods capable of hunting them down one by one. Their best chance was to remain together. Cao Yunsheng was still a half-step martial ancestor. The Dongsheng Divine Dynasty had accumulated treasures and defensive methods for 9,000 years. Perhaps together they could resist. A white-bearded martial emperor suggested, we should request aid from the surrounding divine dynasties. This wolf demon follows the Tao of blood, and clearly kills without restraint. Such a creature threatens the entire southern region. Humanity should unite to eliminate it. Several others immediately agreed. Exactly. If the Dongsheng Divine Dynasty falls, the others could be next. A creature of another race cannot be trusted. Every human power should contribute. I refuse to believe all of humanity together cannot kill one blood wolf. Cao Yunsheng finally spoke. Impossible. Everyone turned toward him. Despite their anger toward Jiang Shu, Cao Yunsheng remained the dynasty's leader. They still expected him to guide them through the crisis. He looked around the table. Think about it. If the Muyan Divine Dynasty or Daomo Divine Dynasty had provoked a monster like this and were about to suffer retaliation, would we rush over to save them? The room fell quiet. Of course not. They would protect themselves first. Why should they risk their lives because another divine dynasty had angered the demon suppression sect? Some rival powers might even celebrate Dongsheng's destruction and wait to seize its territory. Humanity had never been truly united. Even if the wolf and the demon suppression sect eventually threatened the entire southern region, the other powers would probably wait until that danger became undeniable. First, they would let Dongsheng take the opening blow. If both sides weakened each other, the surrounding powers could descend like wolves and divide Dongsheng's resources among themselves. A martial emperor grimaced. Then what are we supposed to do? Can we really stop the blood ghost Heavenly Wolf and that unfathomable Qin Hang with only our own strength? The Tao of blood is famous for terrifying vitality. Legends say those who cultivate it deeply enough can even resurrect from a single drop of blood. We may not be able to kill that wolf at all. No one had a good answer. Cao Yunsheng sighed. Then we have no choice. First, we asked Qin Hang and the demon suppression sect for peace. Everyone stared at him. Cao Yunsheng repeated helplessly. We negotiate. We were the ones who attacked the myriad demon kingdom, yes, but from the result, Qin Hang suffered no real losses. The grudge may not yet be impossible to resolve. Send treasures. Send beautiful women if necessary. Perhaps we can temporarily put this matter behind us. In truth, Cao Yunsheng wanted revenge more than anyone. Jiang Shu had been like a true brother to him. He wanted the entire demon suppression sect buried with Jiang Shu. He wanted me dead. But desire and reality were different things. Even ignoring me, the blood ghost Heavenly Wolf alone was nearly impossible to handle. Starting a war now brought no benefit to Cao Yunsheng or the dynasty. Even if they somehow won at enormous cost, rival powers like the Muyun Divine Dynasty would reap the rewards. The martial emperors looked almost shocked to hear Cao Yunsheng propose sending gifts and asking for peace. This was the same man, famous for ruthless retaliation. Just last month, one of his sons had been killed during a conflict in a border city belonging to the Muyun Divine Dynasty. Cao Yunsheng had immediately unleashed a sea of poison over the entire city. Poison dragons devastated everything. Within moments, the magnificent city and everyone inside it had been corroded so completely that it looked as though the place had never existed. And because Cao Yunsheng had displayed half-step martial ancestor strength during that incident, the Muyun Divine Dynasty had swallowed the humiliation and pretended nothing happened. It was not even that he deeply loved the dead son. Cao Yunsheng had dozens upon dozens of direct descendants and barely met many of them. Losing one hardly mattered. The point was principle. His lifelong attitude had always been simple. If I offend me once, I retaliate 100 times. Now his beloved sworn brother had been killed, yet Cao Yunsheng was proposing to lower his head and seek peace. If I had been in the room, I would have found the whole thing hilarious. Originally, when I seized Lomo Kingdom, there had been almost no direct conflict of interest with the Dongsheng Divine Dynasty. The dynasty simply needed a convenient target to establish prestige. That was why Jiang Shu and the others flew over, intending to kill me and the bull demon. Now I had killed their second divine lord. Yet after witnessing the blood ghost Heavenly Wolf's strength, they suddenly became unwilling to move. In the end, the rule had never changed. If I was weak, everything I did could be called wrong. The powerful could invent any excuse they wanted. And what could the weak do in response? Wei Zhang, the third divine lord, spoke quietly. Big brother only wants to delay for now. Second brother's death will absolutely be avenged. Correct. Cao Yunsheng narrowed his eyes. We buy time. Once everything is prepared, I will grind Qin Heng's bones into dust. Fighting the wolf now would cost too much even if they won. A wise man did not insist on fighting when the odds were poor. Once Cao Yunsheng broke through again or once he negotiated enough support from neighboring allies, they could reopen the war. He also believed I would probably accept a peace offer. The Dongsheng Divine Dynasty had existed for thousands of years and possessed deep foundations. The lightning seed Jiang Shu swallowed before his death was only one example of the rare treasures in the imperial treasury. If I relied solely on the blood ghost Heavenly Wolf and tried to attack head-on, the outcome would not necessarily be good for me either. Several martial emperors nodded eagerly. Makes sense. Someone who reached the martial emperor realm must be rational. Qin Heng shouldn't casually fight us to the death. Neither side benefits from mutual destruction. Then let's quickly decide what treasures to send as compensation. They were clearly relieved. None of them wanted to face the terrifying blood wolf immediately. They almost seemed excited to prepare an apology list. Cao Yunsheng's mouth twitched. Were these people secretly hoping for this outcome from the beginning? Why did the room suddenly feel full of traitors? Still, the situation forced his hand. The person we send to negotiate should be chosen carefully. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The communication token at Cao Yunsheng's waist suddenly began vibrating with an urgent warning. His sentence stopped. He frowned. He was not angry about the interruption. He felt uneasy. That emergency signal was reserved for major disasters. And the dynasty just happened to be facing its greatest enemy in generations. The others fell silent. Cao Yunsheng picked up the token. He read one line. His face changed. Not good. The blood ghost Heavenly Wolf is heading straight for Dongsheng City. The room exploded. What? How can it be this arrogant? Is the information certain? Could it just be passing nearby? Moments ago, Cao Yunsheng had claimed I would surely weigh the Dongsheng Divine Dynasty's strength before acting. The next moment, the enemy was charging directly toward their capital. I clearly did not fear them at all. Cao Yunsheng clenched his fist. The information is confirmed. The wolf has been releasing a sea of blood along the entire route, casually slaughtering people, especially official institutions of the Dongsheng Divine Dynasty. His expression darkened further. It is also transmitting its voice across the heavens, declaring that because the Dongsheng Divine Dynasty dared anger the demon suppression sect, it will exterminate our entire leadership and change the ruler of Dongsheng City. This was not subtle hostility. It was an open declaration of war. The wolf did not treat the dozen martial emperors in this hall as meaningful threats at all. Cao Yunsheng's earlier judgment had been slapped in the face immediately. Bang! He slammed the table. Qin Heng is too arrogant. If he dares send that wolf directly into our capital, then let it come. Killing intent filled his eyes. We will open every formation and every killing array. We'll destroy the monster Qin Heng relies upon. Then let's see how long the demon suppression sect remains arrogant. Cao Yunsheng had been willing to endure the death of his second brother temporarily. But the enemy was refusing to let the matter end. Then, war it was. Attacking the myriad demon kingdom would have put them at a disadvantage. Defending Dongsheng City was entirely different. They could rely on thousands of years of reinforced formations, ancient traps, and prepared killing methods. Cao Yunsheng was confident that even the blood ghost Heavenly Wolf could be slain here. The other martial emperors nodded. They did not want to fight the monster, but once it came directly to their capital, retreat was impossible, and defending their home ground was much more favorable. Fine, we fight. Far away, in the heart of the Muyan divine dynasty, an ancient tree towered over a vast forest thousands of kilometers wide. Its trunk alone measured more than 10,000 meters across. Any one of its giant branches was wide enough to support entire neighborhoods of houses. At the top of this unbelievable tree palace stood a man in simple animal skin clothing, two winding wooden horns growing from his head. He laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, Cao Yunsheng, so even you have a day like this. This man was Gongsun Kirui, supreme ruler of the Muyan divine dynasty, known to the world as the Wood Emperor. A figure like him had already enjoyed all the wealth and luxury the world could offer. Yet recently, his mood had been terrible. The reason was Cao Yunsheng. His old rival had reached the half-step martial ancestor level. Worse, Gongsun Kirui cultivated the Tao of living wood, while Cao Yunsheng's poison techniques naturally countered him. Seeing his greatest enemy grow stronger had made him miserable. But moments ago, he received wonderful news. The Dongsheng divine dynasty had offended a terrifying sect called the Demon Suppression Sect. A mysterious figure named Qin Heng had ordered a blood demon with martial ancestor-level combat strength to attack Dongsheng City. Now the entire southern region was learning that Cao Yunsheng faced a potentially fatal catastrophe. The reason everyone knew was simple. The blood ghost Heavenly Wolf had been extremely loud. As it destroyed official Dongsheng facilities along the way, it repeatedly roared things like, "This is what you get for provoking King Qin Heng. This is what you get for provoking the Demon Suppression Sect." Under the amplification of the Tao of Blood, those shouts could travel for thousands of miles. It was difficult not to hear about the event. Cao Yunsheng had already sent frantic requests for aid to major forces across the southern region, asking them to gather in Dongsheng City and jointly kill the wolf demon. Almost no one responded. Why would they? The blood ghost Heavenly Wolf had been slaughtering martial king experts as easily as crushing ants, and news had also spread that second divine lord Jiang Shu, Taiching Temple Master Sun Yi, and divine Eye Sect Master Jiang Tailu, all famous martial emperors throughout the southern region, had died in the myriad demon kingdom. I had deliberately allowed that information to circulate. Everyone now understood how terrifying the wolf demon was. Who would volunteer to help? Better to watch first. Gongsun Kirui felt better than he had in months. A wonderful piece of news had arrived just when his old rival's breakthrough had been giving him headaches. And now, he would soon get to watch an extraordinary battle. Perfect. Ideally, the Dongsheng divine dynasty would be destroyed outright, or at least suffer catastrophic losses. If that happened, Gongsun Kirui would immediately move in to seize its secret realms, territories, and resources. He was somewhat concerned about the blood ghost Heavenly Wolf, but not terrified. As an old rival of Dongsheng, he knew its foundations were deep. Dongsheng City had been fortified for thousands of years. Supported by its formations, even a genuine first-level martial ancestor could not casually conquer the capital. Gongsun Kirui looked up at the clear blue sky and smiled. Beautiful weather today. Elsewhere, in the southern region stood the magnificent city of Tianyun. Built on the Tianyun Plains, it was one of the largest and most prosperous cities in the entire region. Its towering walls were made from pale stone that glittered in sunlight. Inside, broad streets crossed one another like a perfectly arranged chessboard. Smooth green stone paved the roads, lined with elegant shops and constant traffic. Some buildings were even supported by special floating minerals and suspended in midair. Tianyun City flourished because the organization ruling it, the Cloud Pavilion, had always maintained strict neutrality. It did not fight for territory or interfere with matters beyond the Tianyun Plains. As a result, the city became the southern region's great communication hub. The largest black markets, the greatest auctions, and the most comprehensive intelligence exchanges could all be found here. Every divine dynasty and major kingdom kept personnel in Tianyun City. That also made the city incredibly complicated. I had to be careful who I offended. The stranger I bumped into on the street might turn out to be the divine heir of some great dynasty. Inside Kaiyang Tea House, a popular place for relaxation and information exchange, cultivators drank fine tea while discussing the latest events. Among the noise, a loud voice suddenly rang out from a rough-clothed storyteller standing before the crowd. At that moment, inside the Kaiyang Tea House, the atmosphere suddenly became much livelier. A man carrying a stack of jade slips hurried between the tables, shouting at the top of his lungs. Latest intelligence. Absolutely fresh. A terrifying blood-colored wolf demon, suspected to possess combat strength above the half-step martial ancestor realm, is currently heading straight toward the Dongsheng divine dynasty. Anyone who wants the full report, come get it now. First come, first served. The moment those words rang out, nearly everyone in the tea house turned their heads. Half-step martial ancestor or higher. Are you kidding me? A demon that powerful has appeared in the southern region. Where did it come from? The intelligence seller immediately raised one of the jade slips. This information comes directly from the Yunqing Intelligence Division. The source is reliable. It all traces back to a newly risen power called the Demon Suppression Sect. Not long ago, its sect master, Qin Heng, overthrew the Luomo royal family and established the Myriad Demon Kingdom. He also formed the White Robe Bureau and placed the entire kingdom under his control. But that isn't the most terrifying part. The Demon Suppression Sect is said to command at least 2 demon venerables. One is a monstrous bull demon with martial emperor-level strength. The other is this blood ghost heavenly wolf now heading toward Dongxing. The whole tea house erupted. For ordinary cultivators, even the martial king realm was already something they could only look up to. Martial emperors were even rarer figures capable of dominating entire kingdoms and dynasties. Yet now, two demon venerables of that caliber had appeared under the banner of a sect almost no one had heard of before. And their master was a human named Qin Heng. Who exactly is this Qin Heng? According to the intelligence, he was practically unknown until recently. Then all of a sudden he rose like a thunderbolt and overturned the entire Luomo kingdom. That makes no sense. Someone that powerful should have left traces long ago. Exactly. Where was the demon suppression sect hiding all these years? Rumors immediately spread in every direction. Some claimed I was the reincarnation of an ancient demon lord. Others said the demon suppression sect had always been an unfathomable hidden sect and had only recently decided to emerge. There were even people who believed I had sold my soul to the demons imprisoned beneath my sect. No matter which version they believed, one thing was certain. The name Qin Heng was spreading at an absurd speed. At a table near the edge of the tea house, a man wearing a bamboo hat listened silently for a long time before his expression turned increasingly grave. He was an intelligence officer from the Leluo kingdom, and the more he heard, the more uneasy he became. The third prince of Leluo was currently leading a pilgrimage group through this region. If the intelligence was true, then a martial ancestor-level demon appearing nearby was not something he could ignore. He immediately stood and left the tea house, intending to report the matter as quickly as possible. The frenzy of rumors was exactly what I wanted. I had never intended to keep the demon suppression sect hidden. Fear, awe, worship, hatred, the emotion itself did not matter, as long as the sect's name became impossible to ignore, because reputation became demon points. The funniest part was that the outside world already treated the blood ghost heavenly wolf like an ancient catastrophe. To me, it was still only a powerful prisoner from the first floor. If people knew what remained deeper inside the tower, half the continent would probably stop sleeping altogether. Back in the myriad demon kingdom, I was enjoying a rare moment of peace. After taking control of the kingdom and letting the blood ghost heavenly wolf rampage toward Dongxing, my demon points had skyrocketed again. Current balance, 5,316 demon points. I looked at the number and rubbed my chin. Saving points forever was pointless. They did not collect interest. If I had enough to release another demon venerable, then I might as well spend them and turn those points into real power. Besides, Dongxing Divine Dynasty was not weak. Relying only on the Black Fiend Star Bull Demon and the Blood Ghost Heavenly Wolf might be enough. For the moment, but I had no intention of gambling with my advantage. It was time to bring out something stronger. With a thought, my divine sense entered the demon ceiling tower again. This time, however, I did not stop on the first floor. I descended to the second. The instant my figure appeared in the long, gloomy corridor, countless terrifying auras stirred behind the prison doors. Lord Slayer. Lord Slayer has finally come to the second floor. Choose me. I'm loyal, obedient, hardworking, and extremely useful. Forget that idiot. Release me and I'll slaughter anyone you point at. One demon venerable even squeezed against the bars and shouted shamelessly, Lord Slayer, I can cook, I can clean, I can warm your bed if necessary. My mouth twitched. What kind of ancient monsters were these? Why did prison life seem to have destroyed every last bit of dignity they had? Ignoring the ridiculous flattery, I calmly scanned the floating system information above each prisoner. Unaware three-eyed demon venerable release cost, 2,350 demon points. A cat-like demon venerable release cost, 4,755 demon points. Heaven-burning lava demon venerable release cost, 3,840 demon points. I looked at them for a moment and shook my head. Not bad. But with more than 5,000 demon points in hand, my standards had risen. If I was going to spend heavily, I wanted something that could create a genuine qualitative leap. Then my gaze stopped at the far end of the corridor. Inside, one of the cages sat a woman. Unlike the grotesque monsters around her, she looked most completely human. Her long hair spilled over her shoulders like dark silk, and her face was so beautiful that it seemed unreal. Behind her, 9 enormous tails rested quietly in the darkness. Even while imprisoned, she carried an eerie elegance that made the surrounding space feel dreamlike. A line of blue text floated above her head. Nightmare, 9-tailed, fox demon venerable release cost, 5,270 demon points. My eyes lit up, perfect. The moment the other demons noticed where I was looking, the entire floor exploded with pleading voices. Lord Slayer, don't choose her. That fox is dangerous. I'm more useful than she is. A gigantic muscular demon even flexed his arms and shouted, Lord Slayer, look at these muscles. I can serve you day and night. I stared at him for 2 seconds before silently turning away. Absolutely not. Without hesitation, I raised my hand toward the nightmare 9-tailed fox. System, release her. A soft white radiance erupted from my palm and poured through the prison bars. The instant the release began, an incomparably strange force flowed backward through the contract and entered my body. My surroundings seemed to blur. Reality itself became strangely flexible. I could feel countless possibilities appearing in my mind, as if thought and reality were beginning to overlap. At the same time, my cultivation surged upward. Martial Emperor peak, half-step Martial Ancestor, then Martial Ancestor, first heaven. I slowly opened my eyes. So this is the power of a Martial Ancestor. The nightmare nine-tailed fox was at the 8th heaven of the martial ancestor realm. Because I inherited the strength and divine abilities of the demon venerables I released, her arrival immediately pushed me across that great threshold. The difference between martial emperor and martial ancestor was far greater than ordinary people imagined. To become a martial emperor, one needed to gain an initial understanding of a great Tao and wield a portion of its power. To step into the martial ancestor realm, however, one had to take that understanding much further and master a true branch or essence of the Tao. The nightmare nine-tailed fox walked the path of illusory imagination, a branch of the great Tao of illusion. Its terrifying ability was simple to describe and horrifying in practice. What she imagined could, under the right conditions, become reality. I casually looked toward one of the wooden beams supporting the corridor. With a thought, the beam twisted like a living serpent. Another thought, the floor beneath me rippled like water. I glanced toward two stone lion statues nearby. Their eyes suddenly glowed. The next second, both statues stepped down from their pedestals and bowed toward me like living creatures. I could not help but smile. Interesting. Very interesting. The outside world currently believed I controlled only two terrifying demons. Dongxing Divine Dynasty probably thought that if they could somehow kill the blood ghost Heavenly Wolf, they would eliminate the greatest threat facing them. Meanwhile, I was quietly upgrading myself into something much closer to the hidden final boss. The thought amused me. At that moment, a guard's voice came from outside the hall. Your Majesty, Lu Jin and Lu Shui request an audience. I raised an eyebrow. Request an audience. These two brats. Tell them to come in. A moment later, Lu Jin and Lu Shui entered carefully and bowed. Greetings, senior brother, Your Majesty. I immediately waved my hand. Enough of that. When did you two become so formal with me? Lu Shui blinked. But everyone in the palace says we have to follow etiquette now. I laughed. Rules are written for people who need them. When you are strong enough, you decide which rules matter. The two looked at each other, then nodded as if they had just received some profound life lesson. Over the past several days, I had poured resources into them without restraint. Combined with the special abilities I had granted them, both had already broken through to the martial king realm. Their progress was absurd, compared with ordinary cultivators. I intended to continue training them. I had already arranged for the two to study at Hanlin Academy and receive instruction from Fang Xiaohe, one of the kingdom's most respected scholars. Cultivation alone was not enough. If these two were going to stand beside me in the future, they needed knowledge, judgment, and experience as well. Perhaps one day, if they became capable enough, I could simply throw the entire country into their hands. Then I could retire comfortably as some mysterious old ancestor who only appeared when the world was about to collapse. That sounded much more relaxing. Come on, I said, standing up. Enough cultivation for today. Let's go eat hot pot. Lu Shui's eyes instantly lit up. Really? I smiled. Really? While I was preparing to enjoy dinner, the blood ghost Heavenly Wolf had already reached the outskirts of Dongsheng Divine City. The enormous ancient city stood beneath layers of defensive formations. Above its walls, floated Cao Yunsheng and more than a dozen martial emperor-level experts. Spiritual light surged around them as the city's great formations continuously supplied them with power. Cao Yunsheng stared at the approaching blood-colored wolf and shouted loudly enough for the entire city to hear. Blood Ghost Heavenly Wolf. You are a mighty demon venerable, yet you willingly serve beneath a cruel human like Qin Heng. He has unleashed demons upon the world, slaughtered countless innocent lives, destroyed kingdoms, and betrayed humanity. Do you really intend to become his weapon and continue bringing disaster upon all living beings? The citizens below listened nervously. Cao Yunsheng was not merely speaking to the wolf. He was building a narrative. If Dongsheng survived this battle, he wanted the whole world to remember me as a monster who had betrayed my own race. But the blood ghost Heavenly Wolf only stared at him with blood-red eyes. Then it grinned. You humans are truly amusing. You insult King Qin Heng, reject him, threaten him, and drive him toward our kind. Then you ask why we demons are willing to serve him. Its laughter rolled across the sky. To us, King Qin Heng is no ordinary human. He is the one who broke our chains. He gave us freedom after 80,000 years of imprisonment. If he wishes for this world to burn, then we will happily set it on fire for him. To the demon race, he is no different from a true god. As long as King Qin Heng commands it, we will fight until our souls are destroyed. The declaration spread across Dongsheng Divine City like thunder. Far away in the myriad demon kingdom, I immediately heard system notifications echoing repeatedly in my mind. Demon suppression sect reputation increased. Demon points +1. Demon points +1. Demon points +1. I nearly laughed. Good wolf. Apparently, it had learned how to advertise. Back at Dongsheng Divine City, Cao Yunsheng's expression darkened. Then there is nothing more to say. Attack. The martial emperors around him moved at once. One summoned several enormous poison dragons that twisted across the sky. Another released a sea of crimson fire. A swordsman raised his weapon and unleashed thousands of sword lights. For an instant, the heavens above Dongsheng Divine City became a storm of dazzling techniques. The blood ghost Heavenly Wolf did not retreat. A vast river of blood erupted from beneath its feet. The blood river spread across the sky, swallowing incoming attacks one after another. Poison dissolved into it. Flames vanished into it. Sword energy disappeared beneath its surface, like stones falling into an endless ocean. The entire city trembled from the collision. Fortunately, Dongsheng's defensive formations activated at full strength, containing most of the shockwaves before they could reach the population below. Even so, every citizen stared upward with pale faces. At Tianluo Square, one of the major formation hubs supporting the city, dozens of guards stood around a massive array core. They were sweating heavily. Can the formation really hold? One guard whispered. It has to, another replied. If this node collapses, half the eastern district loses protection. Then someone noticed a figure sitting casually on the shoulder of the giant Cao Yunsheng statue in the center of the square. It was a young man dressed in white. He held a wine flask in one hand and looked completely drunk. While everyone else was terrified, he was staring up at the battle with obvious amusement. Ha, that blood wolf is interesting. The guards immediately became angry. Who are you? Get down from there. That is His Majesty's statue. How dare you sit on it? The young man glanced down lazily. One guard captain drew his weapon and rushed forward. The young man merely flicked one finger. A hair-thin strand of sword energy flashed through the air. The guard captain froze. A line of blood appeared across his throat. Then his body collapsed. Everyone around the square went silent. The drunk young man took another sip of wine. Too noisy. Someone stared at the sword mark left behind and suddenly seemed to remember something. His face turned ghostly white. Wait. That sword intent. Could he be the Luoheng sword god? The name caused several older cultivators nearby to tremble. Luoheng sword god. A legendary swordsman who had disappeared from the southern region more than 1,000 years ago. 1,200 years earlier, 5 martial emperors from the Jifeng divine dynasty had surrounded him at Luoheng slope. He killed all 5 alone. That battle shattered the backbone of the Jifeng divine dynasty and directly accelerated its collapse. Since then, no one had known where he went. His real name was Shen Tongyuan. And now, after 1,200 years, he had appeared in Dongsheng Divine City. Shen Tongyuan ignored the terrified crowd below and continued watching the battle in the sky. He had originally planned to leave the southern region soon and return to the Holy Land he came from. Before leaving, however, he had decided to resolve this blood wolf disaster as one final favor to the region. At first, he had expected the battle to be simple, but after observing the blood ghost heavenly wolf for a while, his expression became more serious. This demon's Tao comprehension, it is stronger than mine was when I first entered the martial ancestor realm. Above the city, the battle had already become brutal. The blood ghost heavenly wolf controlled the river of blood like an extension of its own body. Every technique thrown at it was either absorbed, dissolved, or redirected. A bearded martial emperor tried to circle around and attack from behind. The blood river suddenly surged upward beneath him. Before he could react, crimson hands formed from the liquid and dragged him inside. His scream lasted less than a breath. Then silence. Another martial emperor, wielding a giant saber, roared and charged forward. His blade split the clouds. The wolf simply opened its mouth. A beam of blood-colored energy tore across the sky and punched straight through the man's chest. 2 martial emperors dead. The others immediately lost much of their courage. Cao Yunsheng's face became increasingly ugly. They had assembled nearly every top expert available to Dongsheng Divine Dynasty, supported them with the capital's formations, and still could not suppress a single demon venerable. Far away, Gongsun Kirui of the Muyun Divine Dynasty was also observing the battle through a transmission treasure. His expression was solemn. This blood ghost heavenly wolf is much stronger than expected. For a moment, an absurd thought appeared in his mind. Could I possibly command a 3rd demon venerable of this level? Gongsun Kirui immediately rejected the idea. Impossible. 2 such monsters were already outrageous enough. A 3rd would be ridiculous. Just then, the communication token beside him lit up. The voice of Wu Changxi, ruler of the Moda Divine Dynasty, came through. Brother Gongsun, I assume you are also watching the battle at Dongsheng Divine City. I think it's time for us to form an alliance. Wu Changxi continued through the communication token. We need a united front against this newly risen demon suppression sect. Gongsun Kirui did not dismiss the idea. The blood ghost heavenly wolf's terrifying performance had already placed every major power in the southern region on edge. If I had simply founded another divine dynasty, they would have been cautious, but not truly frightened. The problem was that the demon suppression sect was different. My most capable subordinates were demons, ancient demon venerables at that. Humans had always feared beings outside their own race, and the blood ghost heavenly wolf's sinister grin did nothing to make anyone feel safer. Worse still, I myself had proven brutally decisive. From a certain point of view, Jiangshu and Dongsheng Divine Dynasty did have a sliver of justification for their actions. The former Luomo kingdom had technically been a vassal state of Dongsheng and paid tribute every year. Then I suddenly killed Emperor Luo Bu and the royal family, seized the kingdom, renamed it the Myriad Demon Kingdom, and never bothered to consult Dongsheng. From Dongsheng's perspective, sending people to investigate and even punish him was understandable. Yet after Jiangshu and the others were killed, the demon suppression sect suffered almost no losses. I still immediately ordered the blood ghost heavenly wolf to destroy Dongsheng Divine Dynasty. That was not merely ruthless, it was domineering to the point of terrifying everyone around him. If Dongsheng fell today, who could guarantee I would stop there? Perhaps tomorrow, the blood ghost heavenly wolf would be sent against another dynasty, and then another. The major powers did not want to wait until they were isolated and destroyed one by one. We should prepare now, Wu Changxi said. Otherwise, when our turn comes, it will already be too late. Gongsun, Cherui nodded slowly. Your alliance proposal is reasonable, but I suggest. His sentence stopped halfway. His eyes suddenly widened as he stared at the green projection beside him. Above Dongsheng, Divine City, a man in white had suddenly flown into the battlefield. A clear voice shook the heavens. Wolf demon, enough arrogance. Even if Qin Heng refuses to act like a human, our race still has experts capable of killing you. The end of that traitor Qin Heng has arrived. The white robe, the sword, the wine gourd hanging at his waist, and most importantly, that unmistakable sword intent. Gongsun Chirui recognized him immediately. So did nearly every old power watching the battle. The Luoheng sword god. He's still alive. 1200 years ago, Shen Tongyuan had shaken the entire southern region. At Luoheng Slope he drew his sword and slaughtered several martial emperors of the Jiefeng divine dynasty in minutes. That battle shocked the world no less than the blood ghost heavenly wolf's rampage was shocking it now. More importantly, Shen Tongyuan had already been confirmed as a true martial ancestor even back then. After that battle, however, he vanished. Occasional rumors claimed someone resembling him had appeared in distant corners of the southern region, but none could ever be verified. And now, at the exact moment Dongsheng was on the verge of destruction, this legendary swordsman had reappeared. Not only that, he had openly declared that he would kill the wolf demon. Gongsun Chirui finally exhaled. With the Luoheng sword god taking action, this disaster should be over. After all, Shen Tongyuan had entered the martial ancestor realm 1200 years ago. With another millennium of cultivation, how much stronger had he become? The blood ghost heavenly wolf was frightening, mainly because of its monstrous bloodline, bizarre Dao abilities, and overwhelming vitality. Its actual cultivation realm was still below Shen Tongyuan's. There was a qualitative difference between them. Wu Changxi laughed through the communication token. That wolf is finished. The oppressive feeling hanging over the southern region seemed to lighten almost instantly. Compared with the blood ghost heavenly wolf's bloodthirsty madness, Shen Tongyuan looked much more like the kind of expert everyone wanted on their side. 1200 years ago, he had killed the martial emperors of Jiefeng divine dynasty only because they had provoked him first. After making his name, he did not establish a faction or go around slaughtering people. Even now, the first thing he shouted after entering the battlefield was that humanity still had powerful defenders and demons would not be allowed to run wild in human lands. To many people watching, he looked like the very definition of a guardian of mankind. The complete opposite of me. Excitement surged across the region. This was the age of humanity. How could a single demon be allowed to trample over them? 3 minutes earlier, however, the blood ghost heavenly wolf had still been having the time of its life. Blood mist covered the sky as its eerie laughter echoed in every direction. It had already killed 3 martial emperors in a short period of time and beaten the rest into miserable retreat. After 80,000 years locked inside the demon ceiling tower, the wolf had been bored nearly insane. Now it finally had a battlefield where it could slaughter to its heart's content. The excitement was so intense that even its cultivation, which had fallen during its long imprisonment, showed faint signs of recovering. Kill them all. Every fool who dared anger King Qin Heng deserves death. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Cao Yunsheng. Let's deal with the poison user first. Bloody particles gathered between its claws. Just as it was about to strike, a pillar of milky white light erupted from Dongsheng Divine City. A handsome young man in white rose from the city, a wine gourd hanging at his waist. He held a 3-foot sword in both hands. Behind him spread an enormous, overwhelming sword shadow. Wolf demon, your arrogance ends here. Shen Tongyuan swung. A gigantic milky white sword beam tore across the heavens. Wherever it passed, the chaotic Dao energies filling the battlefield were forced apart. The strike came so quickly and violently that even the martial emperors nearby changed expression. The blood ghost heavenly wolf reacted instantly. Its body collapsed into countless blood particles and merged with the blood river. But this time, hiding inside the river did not make the attack harmless. The sword beam struck. Boom. The entire blood river convulsed. Unlike the attacks from Cao Yunsheng and the others, which had barely scratched it, this sword chi directly disrupted the wolf's blood essence. A miserable howl came from inside the river. Everyone could hear the pain in it. Cao Yunsheng and the others went from despair to ecstasy in an instant. Which senior of our human race has come to help us? Thank you, senior. Then Lu Ruyan stared at the sword, the white robe, and the wine gourd. Her eyes widened. It's him. The Luoheng sword god. Cao Yunsheng almost cried from relief. Only moments ago, the wolf's killing intent had locked directly onto him. He had genuinely believed death was seconds away. Against a creature like the blood ghost heavenly wolf, once he became its target, there was almost no possibility of survival. Then, at the moment of absolute crisis, a legendary martial ancestor descended from the sky. If that was not the goddess of fortune smiling on him, what was? Cao Yunsheng immediately shouted, Senior Luoheng is peerless. With a mighty expert like you protecting humanity, the days of that traitor Qin Heng's arrogance are over. The other martial emperors quickly joined in. Invincible Luoheng sword god. A mere wolf demon dares run wild in human territory. Does it really think our race has no heroes left? The demon suppression sect colluded with these monsters, but Qin Heng could never have imagined that humanity still had a supreme expert like Senior Luoheng. Kill that blood wolf and warn every demon hiding in the darkness. Only moments earlier, their morale had practically collapsed. Another 2 deaths, and they probably would have scattered in every direction, but Shen Tongyuan's appearance made them feel as though they had gone from doomed prisoners to masters of the battlefield again. Inside the Blood River, the Blood Ghost Heavenly Wolf wanted to curse them all to death. These bastards were really good at bullying a demon when they had someone stronger standing in front of them. Unfortunately, Shen Tongyuan's attack had already made one fact clear. This human had truly comprehended the essence of a specific Tao. He was an authentic martial ancestor. Shen Tongyuan heard the cheers behind him and allowed a faint smile to appear. Playing the savior once in a while was not a bad feeling. He began swinging his sword again, slash after slash. Milky white sword chi screamed through the sky and carved into the Blood River. With every impact, the wolf's previously overwhelming vitality dropped at a visible rate. Shen Tongyuan himself had already reached the 3rd heaven of the martial ancestor realm. More importantly, the branch of Tao he mastered was sword spiritual. Power, a path famous for destructive force. Among countless Tao branches beneath heaven, it ranked near the top in pure offensive ability. Demon, Shen Tongyuan said coldly while continuing his assault, remember my name. Shen Tongyuan, in your next life, don't oppose humanity. You cannot win. The feeling of standing for righteous humanity and killing a notorious demon venerable filled him with intoxicating satisfaction. Then another thought emerged me. Once he killed this wolf, perhaps he should visit the myriad demon kingdom before returning to the Holy Land. He had already taken an interest in that so-called human traitor. Normally, there were almost no opponents in the southern region capable of exciting him, but I had appeared from nowhere, and now, in a sense, they had already crossed swords through the Blood Ghost Heavenly Wolf. Before Shen Tongyuan intervened, every major southern power had been suffocating under the demon suppression sect's invisible pressure. One subordinate could seemingly destroy an ancient divine dynasty by itself. That kind of spectacle made my demon points pour in continuously. But now the situation had reversed. The legendary Luohang sword god was suppressing the demon venerable. Fear toward the demon suppression sect naturally began to fall. So did my rate of demon point acquisition. Inside the Blood River, the Blood Ghost Heavenly Wolf was miserable. If it had not been imprisoned for 80,000 years, causing its cultivation to stagnate and even regress, how could it possibly have allowed this white-robed human to act so arrogantly? But reality was reality. Shen Tongyuan's destructive power had surpassed the wolf's recovery rate. Remaining hidden inside the Blood River was no longer enough. The wolf had 2 choices. First, run. With its extraordinary vitality and escapability, it still had a good chance of surviving. But it rejected that option almost immediately. If it fled, it would fail the task I had entrusted to it. What if Lord Slayer decided the demon race was useless because of that? The wolf even feared that I might stop releasing demon venerables from the tower. How could the wolf ever face its imprisoned kin again? It would become the sinner of the entire demon race. So only the second option remained. Fight Shen Tongyuan to the death. What the hell are you? The wolf roared from inside the Blood River. You dare look down on the demon race? You dare look down on King Qin Heng? The entire river suddenly ignited with dark green ghost fire. Cao Yunsheng and the others immediately sensed something strange. The enormous vitality within the river was rapidly disappearing, not because Shen Tongyuan was cutting it away. The wolf was burning its own life force. Since its previous strategy of using endless vitality to wear the enemy down no longer worked, it had decided to convert that vitality directly into offensive power. Shen Tongyuan, die! The Blood Ghost Heavenly Wolf roared. The Blood River erupted. Millions upon millions of dark green blood spears shot toward Shen Tongyuan. Cao Yunsheng and the others broke into cold sweat. They had not expected the wolf to possess a hidden technique this terrifying. For a split second, some of them wanted to turn and run, but fleeing now would look like they lacked faith in Shen Tongyuan. What if they offended him? They had already made an enemy of me. They desperately needed to cling to this new giant thigh. So they stayed. At Tianluo Square, the guards watching the battle clenched their fists. Can the Luohang sword god win? He can. If it's him, he definitely can. Believe in him. Some people were so nervous they shut their eyes. When Shen Tongyuan first flew into the sky, the guards had nearly lost their minds. The drunk stranger who had been sitting on the statue really was the legendary sword god. For people trapped inside Dongsheng Divine City, his appearance felt like a beam of sunlight piercing through endless darkness. Above them, Shen Tongyuan's expression finally became serious. Not bad, but still useless. He gripped his sword with both hands. An aura sharp enough to cut all creation spread outward. 10,000 swords. Return to the origin. Swish, swish, swish. Countless streams of spiritual sword chi erupted and collided with the incoming dark green blood spears. Tao energies tangled together. Explosions filled the sky. For a while, the 2 attacks seemed evenly matched, but the wolf was sustaining its offense by burning its own life. That could not last forever. After roughly 3 minutes, weakness began to show. Thin sword lights slipped through the gaps and struck the Blood River. The Blood Ghost Heavenly Wolf knew the truth. It was over. This human definitely did not belong to this isolated southern region. His sword inheritance was too refined, his attacks too mature. Even among early-stage martial ancestors, he would be considered exceptional. The wolf was burning its own life while simultaneously being cut apart by sword chi. There was no longer any path to victory. So in complete desperation, it did something Cao Yunsheng and the others never expected. It shouted for help. King Qin Heng, save me. King Qin Heng, save me. King Qin Heng, save me. Its voice echoed repeatedly across the sky. The wolf wanted to complete my mission, but there was no point dying when it clearly could not win. If I myself acted, Shen Tongyuan would be doomed. One enemy, kill one. Two enemies, kill both. That was how the wolf viewed its master. Cao Yunsheng and the others burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. This stupid wolf still thinks Qin Heng can save it. Your master is still all the way back in the Myriad Demon Kingdom. From the recording of his fight against Divine Lord Zhang, it was obvious that Qin Heng is strong, but far too arrogant. He never prepares a second plan because he always assumes he will win. They had all studied the earlier battle recordings. My combat strength was undeniable. I was clearly stronger than the Black Fiend Star Bull Demon, but they had interpreted my calm behavior as arrogance and overconfidence. What they did not understand was that my delays had never come from indecision. I had simply wanted my demons to create as much spectacle as possible so I could collect more demon points. To them, controlling a martial emperor-level bull demon was a precious trump card worth protecting at all costs. To me, that same bull demon was an expendable low-level prisoner from the weakest floor of the demon ceiling tower. Their perspectives were not remotely on the same level. Lu Ruan even laughed. Even if Qin Heng came here, what could he do? Senior Luo Heng is present. If that traitor dares appear, Senior can kill him as well and save himself the trouble of traveling to the Myriad Demon Kingdom later. Cao Yunsheng and the others nodded confidently. From what they were witnessing, Shen Tongyuan was a genuine martial ancestor. Even the terrifying blood ghost Heavenly Wolf was being beaten senseless. What could I possibly accomplish? And the best part was that Shen Tongyuan seemed like an ideal human hero. He had no personal conflict with me. He had simply stepped forward because he could not tolerate demons running rampant in human territory. What righteous spirit, what noble character. Shen Tongyuan himself almost rolled his eyes at how enthusiastically they were praising him. Still, he smiled and said, "Let Qin Heng come. I'll deal with him too." The moment those words left his mouth, the battlefield changed. Whoosh! An enormous amount of multicolored mist appeared from nowhere. The brilliant fog flooded the sky. When it touched Shen Tongyuan's sword chi, the sword lights dissolved effortlessly. Shen Tongyuan's eyes widened. A terrifying Dao presence had suddenly manifested. For the first time in a very long while, the swordsman who believed the entire southern region held no worthy opponent felt a genuine sense of danger. Could it be? A calm voice came from the mist. "You'll deal with me too. That's quite a mouth you have." The seven-colored energy gathered beside the blood ghost Heavenly Wolf. A human figure slowly took shape. It was me. My body was wrapped in radiant colors, making my face difficult to see clearly. Everything around me became strangely unreal, as though the entire world had transformed into an oil painting. That was because this was not my true body. I was using the illusory imagination Dao to project myself across an enormous distance. Illusion and reality overlapped, allowing the version of me who remained in the Myriad Demon Kingdom to descend here almost instantly. This was an ability I had only just acquired. The Nightmare Nine-Tailed Fox's release progress had already exceeded 90%. My cultivation had consequently climbed all the way to the seventh heaven of the martial ancestor realm. With my understanding of the illusion Dao, blood Dao, and fiendish Dao reinforcing one another, even a ninth heaven martial ancestor would not necessarily be my opponent. And although this projection was weaker than my true body, it still possessed combat strength somewhere around the fifth or sixth heaven of the martial ancestor realm. More than enough for Shen Tongyuan. King Qin Heng. The blood ghost Heavenly Wolf reacted like a child seeing its parent after being bullied. It immediately hid behind me. After burning its life essence and enduring countless sword strikes, the wolf was nearly exhausted. My arrival had effectively saved its life. "I failed to complete your task," it said meekly. The contrast made everyone watching speechless. A few minutes ago, this wolf had been slaughtering martial emperors while laughing like a lunatic. Now it was standing obediently behind me like a scolded puppy. Was this the level of deterrence I held over my demons? No wonder the sect was called the Demon Suppression Sect. The name suddenly felt very literal. "It's fine," I replied calmly. I had no intention of blaming the wolf. In fact, it had already performed extremely well. Before the battle even began, it had stirred up a storm across the entire southern region and pushed my demon point balance above 5,000. That had allowed me to release the Nightmare Nine-Tailed Fox, a demon venerable considered powerful even on the second floor of the tower. Then, during its battle with Cao Yunsheng and the others, the wolf had earned me another several thousand demon points. If Shen Tongyuan had not suddenly appeared and suppressed it, the wolf probably would have destroyed Dongsheng Divine Dynasty in front of every major power watching. The resulting reputation gain would have been even greater. Cao Yunsheng glared at me with bloodshot eyes. "Qin Heng, you actually dared come here. Good. Excellent. With the Luo Heng sword god here today, you are dead." At this point, Cao Yunsheng no longer cared about hiding his hatred. I was already openly trying to destroy Dongsheng Divine Dynasty. There was no room left for reconciliation, and with Shen Tongyuan present, this might be their only chance to kill me and avenge Jiang Shu. The other martial emperors shouted as well. "Qin Heng, you came here to die. With sword god Shen Tongyuan protecting humanity, why would we fear a traitor like you? Senior Luo Heng is here. One comes, he kills one. Two come, he kills both." Shen Tongyuan almost turned around and cursed them. Feelings were cheap when they were not the ones being forced to fight. He could clearly sense that my Tao aura was terrifyingly profound. It was absolutely not beneath his own. The blood ghost heavenly wolf, meanwhile, relaxed once it realized I was not angry. Hearing these humans continue shouting only made it want to laugh. Could I be helpless against this swordsman? What a joke. The wolf had to restrain itself from openly mocking them only because it did not want to annoy its master. You are Qin Heng? Shen Tong Yuan asked cautiously. In only a few breaths, he had already noticed that this figure was probably not my true body. Yet even a projection carried enough Tao pressure to threaten his life. This man was dangerous. Very dangerous. Shen Tong Yuan therefore did not rush to attack. I, however, had no interest in answering a dead man's questions. You interfered with my plan, so die. I raised my right hand. The seven-colored radiance surrounding me began to boil. Clouds suddenly grew eyes and mouths, their expressions vicious. The earth rolled like waves. Countless enormous yellow hands rose from the soil. Trees twisted and stretched, their branches becoming writhing whips. For one surreal moment, it felt as though I had breathed life into the entire world. The level of Tao manipulation was unmistakable. Martial ancestor. Shen Tong Yuan's face changed. Wait. I have no intention of making an enemy of you. Cao Yunsheng and the others nearly choked. What happened to the heroic declaration from a minute ago? What happened to cleansing the world of demons and defending humanity? Why had the legendary sword god suddenly become so polite? And more importantly, what were they supposed to do if he backed out? Without Shen Tong Yun, even the injured blood ghost heavenly wolf could still slaughter them. I raised an eyebrow and temporarily stopped my attack. The clouds, earthen hands, and twisted trees all froze mid-motion. Their grotesque living expressions made the scene almost comical. I was curious to hear what this arrogant swordsman would say now. After all, I already possessed the strength to dominate the southern region. Watching people panic and negotiate once they realized they had provoked the wrong person was its own kind of entertainment. Shen Tong Yuan coughed awkwardly. I originally believed the demon suppression sect was merely a puppet organization established by this blood wolf to disguise itself as a human faction. But now, I can see that Brother Qin is clearly the true master. In that case, the battle between the blood ghost heavenly wolf and Dongsheng divine dynasty is merely an internal conflict between forces under human leadership. I naturally have no reason to interfere. Besides, he forced a smile. The moment I saw Brother Qin, you reminded me of an old friend. Why don't we put this misunderstanding behind us and share a drink? Perhaps we can even become friends after fighting once. Even Shen Tong Yuan felt embarrassed saying it, but what else could he do? Showing off against a demon he could suppress was one thing. Throwing himself into a life-and-death battle against a martial ancestor equal to or stronger than himself for no personal benefit was simply stupid. Ka Yunsheng's face turned purple with rage. Shen Tong Yuan, you coward. You bully the weak and fear the strong. The people of the southern region misjudged you. If Shen Tong Yuan reconciled with me, Dongsheng divine dynasty was finished anyway. So, Cao Yunsheng no longer had any reason to be polite. Shen Tong Yuan's expression immediately darkened. He casually waved his sword. A milky white sword beam flashed across the sky and pierced straight through Cao Yunsheng's chest. Blood sprayed everywhere. Cao Yunsheng barely managed to remain airborne as his life force plummeted. I watched the scene with amusement. Only moments earlier, Shen Tong Yuan had been preaching about exterminating demons and defending human territory. To anyone watching the recording, his white-robed figure standing against the murderous wolf demon had indeed looked heroic. He had seemed like the embodiment of the phrase, "Humanity has its own experts, and no foreign race will trample our lands." But those noble words had only lasted while he believed he had the advantage. The moment my projection descended and Shen Tong Yuan sensed mortal danger, his attitude changed instantly. The speed of that surrender even surprised I. Once again, the lesson was obvious. Strength changed everything. In my previous life, I had argued until my throat went dry on the demon suppression sex plaza. Did reason save me then? No. When others were strong enough to seize I at will, I was no different from livestock tied up for slaughter. Now the situation was reversed. My expression cooled. So that's it? You think we simply forget what happened? What about the injuries you inflicted on my demon venerable? Anyone who dares oppose the demon suppression sect, even if it was only a thought, dies. The instant the final word fell, the world came alive again. The gigantic earthen fists smashed forward. The cloud monsters opened enormous mouths. Vines whipped through the air from every direction. Every animated object was covered in brilliant seven-colored Tao light. With that reinforcement, even a half-step martial ancestor like Cao Yunsheng would struggle to resist a single one of these attacks. And I was sending them from all directions at once. I had never intended to spare someone who dared attack my subordinate and disrupt my plans. The blood ghost heavenly wolf showed no surprise. It knew my decisiveness better than these humans did. This swordsman still wanted to live after provoking me. Dream on. Shen Tong Yuan finally became furious. I already lowered myself and gave you a way out. You still refused to stop. He had not wanted a pointless life and death battle. But did I really think he had no ability to resist? Shen Tong Yuan raised his sword high above his head. Massive sword intent surged upward. Sky-piercing giant sword. Womb. A nearly transparent white sword, thousands of meters long, formed around him, enveloping his entire body. His hair whipped wildly as sword chi filled the sky. For a moment, he truly looked like an immortal swordsman descending from legend. Qin Heng, he roared. I refuse to believe a mere Tao projection of yours can defeat my true body. The living world crashed into him. Boom. 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 Terrifying Tao power exploded continuously. Cracks quickly spread across the enormous transparent sword. Shen Tongyuan gritted his teeth and poured more sword intent into it, desperately repairing the damage. The sky-piercing giant sword had originally been an offensive technique. Its purpose was to accumulate sword power and then slash forward with overwhelming force. But my attacks were too fierce. If Shen Tongyuan released the giant sword offensively, even for a moment, his defenses would open. With attacks coming from every direction, that gap could get him killed instantly. So, he was forced to use his ultimate offensive technique as a defensive shell instead. The shockwaves from their battle were so violent that Cao Yunsheng and the remaining martial emperors hurried back inside Dongsheng Divine City. This level of combat had completely exceeded their ability to participate. At Tianluo Square, the guards bowed to the returning leaders, but Cao Yunsheng and the others did not even notice them. All their attention remained fixed on the sky. The good news was that I had refused Shen Tongyuan's attempt at reconciliation. If Shen Tongyuan somehow won, Dongsheng might still survive. The bad news was painfully obvious. He did not look like he was going to win. My ability to grant life to everything around me was simply too abnormal. The attacks came from every direction with no blind spots, and each one carried terrifying power. Liu Ruyen murmured, "How can this be? Qin Heng isn't even here in his true body, yet he is suppressing the Lu Heng sword god. How powerful is his real body?" Everyone had previously assumed my greatest strength was my command over demon venerables. They thought the bull and wolf were his strongest cards. Only now did they realize how wrong they had been. The Black Fiend Star Bull demon? The Blood Ghost Heavenly Wolf? I could probably kill either one with a wave of my hand. I was the true monster. Cao Yunsheng's face became deathly pale. It's over. If even Shen Tongyuan cannot defeat him, Dongsheng Divine Dynasty is finished. The relentless assault continued for roughly 3 minutes. Finally, the gigantic sword surrounding Shen Tongyuan could no longer endure it. Cracks covered the entire construct. His sword intent could not repair them fast enough. Although Shen Tongyuan was tremendously powerful offensively, his escape and survival abilities were comparatively weak. If this continued, death was certain. So in desperation he tried negotiating again. "Qin Heng, you cannot kill me. I am a member of the Lingxiao Holy Land. If you kill me, you will provoke the Lingxiao Holy Land itself. When the Holy Land descends upon the southern region, you will certainly die, and the demon suppression sect will be destroyed." Lingxiao Holy Land. I raised an eyebrow. I had never heard of it. From Shen Tongyuan's tone, it sounded like a power outside the southern region. According to the maps I had seen, traveling north from here eventually led to an enormous mountain range shrouded in white fog. It was called the Death Mountain Range. The fog was intensely corrosive, and the mountains encircled the entire southern region like a natural wall, cutting it off from the outside world. Old records claimed that one needed at least martial emperor-level cultivation and an initial understanding of an elemental or conceptual Tao to cross the mountains safely. That meant only the strongest experts in the entire southern region even had a chance to leave. And why risk death crossing the Death Mountain Range when a martial emperor could live like royalty here? Outside, the world was far more complicated. A top expert in the southern region might become merely average elsewhere. Because of that, very few people chose to leave, and the southern region knew almost nothing about outside powers. The martial emperors inside Dongsheng Divine City were surprised by Shen Tongyuan's revelation, but not shocked. Everyone had already suspected a legendary expert like him probably came from somewhere beyond the region. Lingxiao, Holy Land, sounded powerful. Would I be afraid of it? Cao Yunsheng gave a bitter laugh. Even if he is afraid, what does that have to do with us? Do you think he'll spare Dongsheng? The others fell silent. Above them, Shen Tongyuan sensed my brief interest and immediately continued. "Brother Qin, there was no deep hatred between us to begin with. Stopping here benefits everyone. What do you say?" I sneered. "What do I say? Was I not clear enough? Anyone who dares oppose the demon suppression sect even in thought dies." The world attacked even more violently. I flicked my fingers, sending razor-sharp 7-colored beams into the giant sword again and again. Lingxiao, Holy Land, the outside world? As long as I possessed the demon sealing tower, I did not need to fear unknown factions merely because their names sounded impressive. The only thing I truly cared about was how quickly I could obtain demon points, and this battle was being watched by the entire southern region. Shen Tongyuan was a legendary figure known for 1200 years. Killing him publicly would turn the demon suppression sect into an unquestioned supreme power. The reputation gain alone would be enormous. Besides, if I spared him, would Shen Tongyuan truly forget everything and never retaliate? Would Lingxiao Holy Land really leave the matter alone? Not necessarily. If they later concluded that the demon suppression sect was weaker than them, they might attack anyway. After dying miserably in my previous life, I no longer entertained fantasies about people respecting kindness they had no reason to fear. "Qin Heng." Shen Tongyuan screamed as the giant sword began collapsing. "You will regret this." Boom! The construct reached its limit. It exploded into countless fragments of light. The living clouds, earthen fists, vines, and 7-colored beams crashed directly into Shen Tongyuan. His body vanished beneath the barrage. Several breaths later, torn pieces of his white robe drifted down from the sky. The Luohang sword, God, the legendary swordsman who had dominated stories for 1200 years, was dead. Sword Dao, energy collapsed around the battlefield and returned to heaven and earth. A radiant bridge appeared across the sky. Spiritual rain began to fall. The death of a martial ancestor created far greater phenomena than the death of a martial emperor. That was natural. The degree to which the two realms interacted with the Dao was not remotely comparable. King Qinheng is mighty. The blood ghost heavenly wolf clapped enthusiastically from behind him. It had never doubted the result. Trying to frighten Lord Slayer with the name of some holy land. Naive. Far too naive. Whether I responded to soft words was uncertain, but one thing was obvious. Threats did not work. System notifications exploded inside my mind. Demon Suppression Sect reputation increased. Demon points +3. Demon Suppression Sect reputation increased. Demon points +3. Demon Suppression Sect reputation increased. Demon points +5. More and more notifications followed. I smiled. Now that was satisfying. I had spent nearly all my points releasing the Nightmare Nine-Tailed Fox. Yet after killing Shen Tongyuan, my balance had already climbed past 7,000. More than he possessed before releasing the fox. I almost wanted to thank the Luohang sword god. The man's legendary reputation had become the perfect stepping stone for the Demon Suppression Sect. As for Lingxiao Holy Land, if they wanted revenge, let them come. I would first consolidate the southern region, bring it completely under my control, and convert the resulting flood of demon points into even greater power. At that point, the so-called Holy Land might become nothing more than another resource package delivered to my doorstep. I casually collected the spatial treasure Shen Tongyuan had dropped. I no longer needed ordinary cultivation resources personally, but they were still useful for building the sect and raising trusted subordinates. Then my eyes shifted west. Trying to run, I moved one finger. The sky and earth west of Dongsheng Divine City suddenly came alive. Screams immediately followed. Cao Yunsheng and the surviving martial emperors had realized that with Shen Tongyuan dead, I would never spare them. They had tried to flee quietly, but nothing escaped my senses now. With a casual attack, I killed them all. Dongsheng Divine Dynasty had chosen to oppose the Demon Suppression Sect. There would be no loose ends. In this life, I had decided that anyone who sincerely wanted to become my enemy would be eliminated completely. Blood Ghost Heavenly Wolf, your servant is here. The wolf immediately bowed. Kill everyone in Dongsheng Divine City who has close ties to these martial emperors. Your blood Dao should be able to track them. As you command. The wolf accepted the order with unusual enthusiasm. Its first attempt to destroy the dynasty had been interrupted, and it had been worried I might consider that a failure. Now it finally had a chance to redeem itself. That day, Dongsheng Divine Dynasty, one of the oldest powers in the southern region, disappeared from history beneath the rising Demon Suppression Sect. Because the Blood Ghost Heavenly Wolf had already attracted so much attention, every major power learned of the result almost immediately. Cao Yunsheng and more than a dozen martial emperors were dead. The legendary Luohang sword, God Shen Tongyuan, was dead as well, and he had died directly at my hands, or rather, at the hands of my projection. That detail was even more terrifying. Every martial emperor-level figure in the southern region understood one thing at once. The Demon Suppression Sect could no longer be resisted by some hastily formed alliance. It had become a force in a class of its own. I immediately used that momentum. I ordered the Myriad Demon Kingdom, reorganized into the Myriad Demon Holy Empire, and began accepting the surrender of powers throughout the southern region. Existing officials, experts, and organizations that were willing to submit were absorbed wherever useful. If I wanted to expand quickly, there was no reason to waste trained manpower. Those who refused, resisted, or tried to stall were eliminated. With absolute strength on my side, I had no need to waste time arguing philosophy. My fist was the argument. The upheaval in the southern region soon reached beyond the Death Mountain range. Far to the north, more than 1,000,000 kilometers away, stood Lingxiao Holy Land. 7 days earlier, when the Blood Ghost Heavenly Wolf had first announced its march on Dongsheng Divine City, a beautiful woman in flowing immortal robes hurried through the spiritually dense main peak of the Holy Land. Master, Master, she flew all the way to an ancient bronze gate sealing a cultivation cave. 2 guards immediately stopped her. Elder Lu, the Holy Master is in seclusion. Unless something important has happened, we cannot disturb him. Is this truly urgent? The guards spoke carefully. The woman before them, Lu Qingning, was herself a supreme expert who had comprehended a mutation of the Sword Dao and reached the martial ancestor realm. Her status in Lingxiao Holy Land was extremely high. She was also one of the Holy Master's direct disciples, but their duty remained their duty. Even she could not simply interrupt the Holy Master's seclusion without reason. Yes, Lu Qingning replied immediately. Open the door. Her eyes were filled with excitement she could barely suppress. She had just received a message from her junior brother Shen Tongyuan. The man who had left the sect 1800 years ago and vanished without a trace had finally announced that he was coming home. Back then, Shen Tongyuan had possessed extraordinary talent and an easygoing, cheerful personality. His master and fellow disciples had all adored him. Unfortunately, after that incident, he angrily left Lingxiao Holy Land and refused all contact. If his life tablet had not remained intact in the ancestral hall, they might have assumed he had died long ago. Once Lu Qingning confirmed the urgency, the guards stopped hesitating. One formed a hand seal and injected spiritual energy into a mechanism on the bronze gate. Rumble. The massive doors slowly opened. Lu Qingning hurried inside. The two guards exchanged glances. Did something wonderful happen? Seems like it. Could another expert have comprehended a complete Tao essence? And entered the martial ancestor realm? Deep within the cave, an elderly man with white hair and beard sat cross-legged on a jade platform. This was Zhou Ping, the current holy master of Lingxiao Holy Land. He opened his eyes and looked toward the corridor. Master. Lu Qingning rushed in. Wonderful news, junior brother Shen sent word. He says he will return to the Holy Land very soon. Even Zhou Ping, usually calm and composed, visibly froze. Tong Yuan is returning? 1800 years earlier, Shen Tong Yuan had been one of Lingxiao Holy Land's brightest rising stars. Then, during an expedition, he met a woman from a demonic faction and became completely infatuated. After returning, his entire personality changed. He even asked Lingxiao Holy Land to formally propose marriage on his behalf. Zhou Ping naturally rejected such an absurd request. Who would have expected Shen Tong Yuan to become furious, leave the Holy Land, and never return? Yes, Lu Qingning said. And junior brother Shen says he has already reached the third heaven of the martial ancestor realm. Zhou Ping's face immediately hardened again. Humph. That rebellious disciple finally knows how to return. If he was so capable, why didn't he stay gone forever? Third heaven martial ancestor. It was an impressive realm, even within Lingxiao Holy Land. But considering Shen Tong Yuan's terrifying talent back then, if he had stayed and cultivated properly, Zhou Ping believed his achievements would have been far greater. Lu Qingning grabbed her master's sleeve and shook it lightly. Oh master, stop talking like that. He's coming home. That's a good thing. After what happened back then, his sword heart suffered a severe blow. He barely cared about cultivation anymore. If he had remained trapped here, perhaps he would have made no progress at all. Now he has not only reached martial ancestor, but even advanced to the third heaven. That is already wonderful. People who recognize their mistakes deserve another chance. Zhou Ping's expression softened slightly. Lu Qingning smiled knowingly. She understood her master too well. Sharp tongue, soft heart. He pretended to be furious, yet she knew he often visited the ancestral hall alone and stared at Shen Tong Yuan's life tablet. Humph, Zhou Ping said stubbornly. His return is not entirely a bad thing. That witch incident humiliated Lingxiao Holy Land and turned us into a joke for years. If he returns now as a martial ancestor, at least some of that disgrace will be washed away. Very well. Prepare a grand banquet. Invite our allies and prominent experts. Qingning, you will handle everything. Yes, master? Lu Qingning's eyes curved happily like crescent moons. He claimed he was reluctant, yet he immediately wanted to invite the whole world to celebrate. The old man was obviously happier than anyone. And even setting personal feelings aside, the Holy Land was regaining a martial ancestor-level combatant. That alone was worth celebrating. 7 days later, Lingxiao Holy Land's reception hall was in complete chaos as preparations reached their final stage. Tables were being arranged. Decorations were being hung. Lu Qingning moved everywhere, personally supervising every detail. Hey, don't place those carved flowers so symmetrically. It looks lifeless. And why are there so many red ribbons? Anyone who didn't know better would think we were hosting a wedding banquet. Yes, move that over there. Much better. She was genuinely excited. Her junior brother was coming home. At that moment, a powerful but controlled sword aura descended onto the main peak. A square-faced man landed in front of the reception hall and strode over with a huge smile. Senior sister, is senior brother Shen really coming back? Lu Qingning nodded. Of course. You think I arranged all this because I was bored and wanted to prank you. He even removed the treasure concealing his heavenly traces. We can now calculate his position easily. He's still in the southern region. Humph. Even if he changed his mind now, I could go drag him back myself. The wine gourd Shen Tongyuan carried had been a treasure he acquired during the expedition when he met that demonic woman. It could conceal heavenly deduction. That was why Lingxiao Holy Land had failed to locate him throughout all these years. Now that Shen Tongyuan had finally let go of the past and decided to return, he naturally had no reason to keep hiding. The square-faced man, Zhao Jiping, scratched his head. I know. It just feels unreal. The three of them had once cultivated together under the same master. Those reckless years were among the happiest memories of his life. 1800 years had passed. Could they really be reunited at last? Before they could continue reminiscing, hurried footsteps approached. Elder Lu. Something terrible happened. A disciple with a thin mustache came running toward them, nearly stumbling over himself. Lu Qingning frowned. What are you saying on a joyful day like this? Even if the sky collapses today, call it good news first. But the disciple suddenly dropped to his knees. His lips trembled so badly he could barely form words. The ancestral hall, Uncle Shen's life tablet, it shattered. Lu Qingning froze. Zhao Jiping froze beside her. The words struck like a thunderbolt. Soon, the ancestral hall of Lingxiao, Holy Land was packed with high-level experts. Except for those stationed too far away to return quickly, almost every important figure had gathered. Bastard! Bastard! Zhou Ping's furious roar shook the hall. A white mist projection floated in midair. It showed the final moments above Dongsheng Divine City, manipulating heaven and earth while relentlessly attacking Shen Tongyuan. Under the living world's assault, Lingxiao Holy Land's secret sword technique, the sky-piercing giant sword, had been torn apart piece by piece. Zhou Ping could hardly believe it. After 1800 years of silence, his disciple had finally sent a message home. They had been preparing a grand banquet to welcome him. Invitations had already gone out. And then, Shen Tongyuan died. In the backward southern region, of all places. It was not only Zhou Ping's faction that was furious. Many elders throughout the Holy Land felt humiliated. 1800 years ago, Shen Tongyuan had already embarrassed the Holy Land by disappearing because of that demonic woman. Now he had reappeared just long enough for them to announce a spectacular homecoming, only to die before he arrived. The invitations were already sent. What were they supposed to tell everyone now? It was humiliation twice over. Demon Suppression Sect. Qin Heng. Endless fury burned in Lu Qingning's eyes. Sword intent leaked from her body uncontrollably. We must avenge junior brother Shen. Kill Qin Heng. Destroy the Demon Suppression Sect completely. Zhao Zhiping's expression was equally cold. Senior brother Shen clearly identified himself as a member of Lingxiao Holy Land. Qin Heng still refused to stop. That is an open provocation. If we swallow this insult, what happens to the dignity of Lingxiao Holy Land? We must kill that human traitor who sides with demons. Several experts from Zhou Ping's lineage immediately agreed, but the entire Holy Land was not united. Outside Zhou Ping's faction, many people hesitated. Finally, a red-robed woman with willow-shaped eyebrows spoke. Holy Master, I believe we need to consider this carefully. That Qin Heng clearly appeared through a Dao projection, not his true body. Yet even that projection displayed overwhelming combat strength. His real cultivation may be at the peak of martial ancestor or perhaps even higher. Blindly going to war against such a person is not wise. Once someone voiced the concern, others followed. Elder Yang is right. This matter is too serious for reckless action. Who knows whether the Demon Suppression Sect commands demons even stronger than the Blood Wolf? We cannot ignore that possibility. That wolf's visible cultivation was not especially high, yet its bloodline was extraordinarily pure. Exactly. It fought a martial ancestor-level swordsman while still only at martial emperor-level cultivation. Against an ordinary early-stage martial ancestor, it might even have won. How can a backward place like the southern region suddenly produce Qin Heng and a demon like that? There must be more behind this. The hall descended into heated argument. My displayed strength was simply too frightening to ignore. Shen Tongyuan had clearly failed to force out his limit. Even so, my projection had looked at least peak martial ancestor in potential. The blood ghost heavenly wolf's unnatural obedience only deepened the mystery. There was also another thought many people kept to themselves. Shen Tongyuan had embarrassed the Holy Land once 1800 years ago. Now, he had embarrassed it again by dying just before his announced return. Was it really worth provoking a mysterious and powerful sect for such an idiot? If Zhou Ping were not the highly respected Holy Master, more people would have said that aloud. Zhou Ping narrowed his eyes and fell silent. As Master of the Holy Land, he could not ignore these concerns. The hall became deathly quiet while everyone waited for his decision. Even Lu Qingning and Zhao Zhiping, desperate for revenge, did not interrupt him. Finally, Zhou Ping made up his mind. Qin Heng must die. The words were low and heavy. The southern region is barren and spiritually thin, yet a bizarre force like the Demon Suppression Sect suddenly appeared there. There is a high probability that some rich secret realm, ancient inheritance or hidden treasure land has emerged. That may be an enormous opportunity for Lingxiao Holy Land. Second, we announced Tong Yuan's return with great fanfare. If he dies and we do not retaliate, what will the world think of us? A timid Lingxiao Holy Land has no dignity. And third, Zhou Ping's eyes sharpened. My desire for revenge has already entered my heart. If I refuse to act, it will affect my sword heart and obstruct my future cultivation. A swordsman must advance without fear. Once Zhou Ping said that, everyone understood. War with the Demon Suppression Sect was unavoidable. Within Lingxiao Holy Land, Zhou Ping was the pillar holding everything together. Others could advise him, but once he made a final decision, opposition ended. More importantly, he had given a reason directly tied to his cultivation. At his level, mental state was crucial. If obsession accumulated in the heart, how could one continue comprehending heavenly laws and Tao principles? However, Zhou Ping continued, you are correct about one thing. Qin Heng will not be easy to deal with. So if we act with thunderous force. We mobilize the entire Holy Land and invade the southern region together. We destroy Qin Heng and the Demon Suppression Sect in one strike. Several elders nodded. If they were going to fight, then this was the right approach. Either do nothing, or do it completely. Sending one expert after another to die would be idiotic. One elder immediately proposed, then I suggest we first remove the white corrosive fog from the Death Mountain range. That way, large numbers of our disciples can enter the southern region. Also, Qin Heng appears to cultivate an illusion-based Dao. The Piaomiao Holy Land possesses a domain treasure that specifically suppresses that kind of Dao. We can pay a price to borrow it. Since war had been decided, everyone stopped debating whether to fight and began discussing how to win. A terrifying campaign involving the full strength of Lingxiao Holy Land was taking shape. Back in the southern region, my unification proceeded smoothly. After Dongsheng Divine Dynasty fell, the remaining divine dynasties surrendered one after another. What choice did they have? The Blood Ghost Heavenly Wolf alone was stronger than any individual dynasty. Behind it stood I, who had killed the legendary Luoheng Sword God with nothing more than a projection. With my ruthless reputation, hesitating too long might simply earn them the same fate as Cao Yunsheng. The southern region had remained divided for so long because no single power possessed enough strength to crush every other faction. Shen Tongyuan might have been capable of doing it 1200 years ago, but he had never wanted to build an empire. I did. And I carried an even more suffocating record of victory. Unification became almost effortless. The newly established myriad demon holy city was filled with construction everywhere. Palaces rose. Roads expanded. Grand formations were installed. A holy empire needed an appropriately impressive capital. Inside the main palace, the nightmare nine-tailed fox demon, Venerable, approached me and bowed gracefully. Her figure was breathtakingly beautiful, every movement carrying natural seduction. King Qin Heng, she reported softly, the Wu family has captured all the foolish humans around Black Peak Mountain who dared oppose you. They are awaiting your orders. I nodded in satisfaction. Good. With the southern region unified and countless people now looking toward the demon suppression sect with awe, my demon points were rising at astonishing speed. When I released the nightmare nine-tailed fox, I had nearly emptied my balance. Now I already possessed more than 20,000 demon points. That amount was enough for me to start thinking about the demon venerables on the third floor of the demon ceiling tower. The snowball was rolling faster and faster. Once again, I felt I should thank Shen Tongyuan. The sword, God's 1200 years of legends, had all become fuel for the demon suppression sect's rise. By casually killing such a famous figure, I gave everyone in the southern region an intuitive understanding of just how powerful my sect had become. There was something else as well. Not long after Shen Tongyuan's death, I had received a sudden cluster of demon point notifications, hundreds of points arriving almost at once. That had never happened before. It meant a group of very powerful individuals had suddenly recognized the demon suppression sect's strength. After thinking about it, I easily guessed the source. Lingxiao, Holy Land. The organization Shen Tongyuan had mentioned before dying must have noticed what happened. I was not particularly concerned. Judging by the amount of demon points I had received, Lingxiao Holy Land was strong but still something I could handle. And that was before I spent my current 20,000 points. King Qin Heng, the nightmare nine-tailed fox, moved closer with a charming smile. You've worked so hard. Let this servant massage your shoulders. While I was thinking, she stepped behind my throne and began kneading my shoulders. Her fingers were surprisingly skilled. The pressure was perfect. Occasionally, her hands brushed somewhere deliberately suggestive, her seductive aura flowing naturally with every movement. I simply closed my eyes and enjoyed the service. I had fought for so long and unified the entire southern region. Was I not allowed to enjoy myself a little? Keep the music playing. Keep the dancers dancing. Especially now, when the unification and administrative restructuring of the southern region was still underway. The demon suppression sect's reputation continued rising every day, and the system notifications in my mind almost never stopped. The combination of physical comfort and mental satisfaction made me feel as if even my martial cultivation had become more harmonious. My perception of the Tao seemed slightly sharper. Then a different system notification suddenly rang out. Demon suppression sect reputation increased. Demon points +3. Demon suppression sect reputation increased. Demon points +3. Host has cumulatively obtained 30,000 demon points. New authority unlocked. Release all demon venerables imprisoned on the first floor of the demon ceiling tower. I shot to my feet. The nightmare nine-tailed fox, who had just crouched down behind me to continue her massage, was accidentally bumped on the forehead. Ow! She rubbed her temple and looked up with a pitiful expression. My king. Did this servant do something wrong? I had no time to answer. My attention was completely absorbed by the system message. Because I had cumulatively earned 30,000 demon points, I could now release every demon imprisoned on the first floor of the tower at once. There were nearly 1,000 demon venerables on that floor. Every single one of them was stronger than the Black Fiend Star Bull demon. On average, their combat strength was roughly comparable to Cao Yunxing, the former ruler of Dongsheng Divine Dynasty and one of the strongest people in the old southern region. In other words, almost 1,000 Cao Yunxing level subordinates. Except these ones were bound to me and desperately eager to obey me. No divine dynasty could even imagine possessing a force like that, and manpower was only one benefit. Every demon venerable I released gave me access to its cultivation, divine abilities, and Tao comprehension. Individually, the first floor demons were far inferior to the nightmare nine-tailed fox, but there were nearly 1,000 of them. A mountain was built from grains of sand. The combined effect on my own strength could not possibly be small. So what was I waiting for? With a thought, my consciousness crossed the vast distance and entered the first floor of the demon ceiling tower behind the demon suppression sect. White stone floors, cyan prison bars, gray talismans, and mysterious inscriptions. Everything was familiar. The moment my figure formed in the endless corridor, the prisoners erupted. Lord Slayer is here. Look at me. Look at me. As long as you release me, I'll do anything. This lord, no. This humble servant will be your ox and horse. Order me however you please. My combat strength may not match that blood wolf, but my poison is incredibly useful. These ancient monsters, many of whom had once slaughtered without blinking, now sounded like desperate salesmen competing to advertise themselves. They had good reason to panic. My most recent release had come from the second floor. If I could release stronger prisoners from above, why would I ever bother returning for weaker first-floor demons? After enduring endless darkness for 80,000 years, they had finally seen a path to freedom. The thought that they might miss that chance was unbearable. But I only looked at them calmly. Then I said, I came here today to release all of you. The corridor went completely silent. 1 heartbeat. 2. Then the first floor exploded with cheers so violent that the tower seemed to shake. Lord Slayer, I will follow you forever. Say no more. From this day onward, I am your dog. A huge dog demon shouted from another cell. Idiot. You were already a dog. Where's the sincerity in that? Who cares? We're getting out. Be grateful. We need to learn gratitude. If I had made this promise 1 or 2 months earlier, not a single demon would have believed me. They had been imprisoned for 80,000 years. If a new generation of Slayers suddenly appeared and claimed he was going to free an entire floor, only an idiot would believe it. But I had already released 3 demon venerables. One of them had even come from the 2nd floor. My credibility among the imprisoned demons was now absolute. I had kept my word. I raised my hand. Milky white light spread outward and simultaneously entered every prison cell. Frost, Heavenly Hound, Demon Venerable Release Progress, 3%. 6-Armed Nether Serpent Demon Venerable Release Progress, 2%. Thunder Radiance, Sacred Tiger Demon Venerable Release Progress, 2%. Hundreds upon hundreds of similar messages flooded my mind. Because most first-floor demons were only moderately stronger than the Black Fiend Star Bull Demon, their release speeds were relatively fast. I swept my gaze across the corridor. Remember my name, Qin Heng. Serve me well, and let the world understand how terrifying you truly are. With this many demon venerables appearing together, the myriad demon holy empire will finally start living up to its name. 1 demon was frightening. 1,000 demons were a spectacle. Back at the demon suppression sect in the Nanling Mountains, the sect grounds had already changed beyond recognition. Under my limitless financial support, the old weed-covered courtyards, cracked bricks, and ruined walls had disappeared. High-grade stone paved the paths. Elegant halls rose one after another. The renovated front gate gleamed gold beneath the sunlight. At the central training square, a group of young disciples in white uniforms moved in perfect formation, practicing martial techniques together. These were talented youths I had recruited from across the entire southern region. They were being raised as the new generation of the demon suppression sect. My territory was now incomparably larger than before. Many existing factions had surrendered out of fear, but the sect itself still lacked deep roots. Much of the current administration depended on people absorbed from old organizations. That naturally affected loyalty and identity. So I had quickly begun building institutions and forces that belonged directly to me. Recruitment progressed unbelievably fast. After all, the demon suppression sect was now the undisputed #1 power in the southern region. It controlled well over 90% of the region's cultivation resources. Anyone with even a little foresight understood that an era had ended. A new one had begun. And this era belonged to the demon suppression sect. Joining the sect meant limitless future possibilities and access to resources no ordinary faction could dream of. Under those conditions, how could my expansion possibly be slow? Too slow. Still too slow. At the front of the training square, the Black Fiend Star Bull Demon had reduced himself to less than 3 meters tall and was personally instructing the disciples. This technique is all about explosive spiritual force. There's no killing intent in your movements. How are you supposed to draw out the technique's power? How will you resonate with heaven and earth like that? Yes, General Bull. The youths listened with shining eyes. They all knew the creature teaching them was one of the strongest beings in the entire southern region. In the old era, an expert of his level would have stood at the absolute top of any divine dynasty. Now he was correcting their stances personally. Who would waste such an opportunity? And in truth, the Black Fiend Star Bull Demon was exceptionally qualified. At his cultivation realm, the disciples' movements looked almost frozen to him. He could see every flaw instantly. These young people might be geniuses within the southern region, but they were still only seedlings. And the bull had once possessed an extremely powerful bloodline talent of his own. After giving a few more corrections, he nodded with satisfaction, placed both hands behind his back, and sat on a large boulder nearby like some unfathomable grandmaster. Then he reached into a fruit tray, grabbed a handful of crystal-clear grapes, and stuffed them into his mouth. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. The bull was deeply satisfied with his current life. So what if he had been bullied constantly inside the demon ceiling tower? So what if he had ranked near the bottom among the prisoners? Perhaps it was precisely because he had always been relatively honest and obedient that I had judged him trustworthy enough to release first. While the others remained trapped in endless darkness, he had been breathing fresh air for weeks. He had built a good relationship with me and the blood ghost Heavenly Wolf. His cultivation had also begun recovering. He had already reached the 8th heaven of the Martial Emperor realm. Once his understanding of the fiendish Tao recovered enough, returning to Martial Ancestor would only be a matter of time. The bull smacked his lips contentedly. He had heard that the newest demon venerable I released was a major figure from the 2nd floor. Did that not mean my attention would now move to the upper floors? If so, all the first-floor bastards who used to bully him might remain imprisoned for a very long time. Hey. Let this old bull cultivate outside for a while. Then I'll show those idiots exactly what 80,000 years east of the river, 80,000 years west of the river means. Never underestimate a poor bull. The thought made him even happier. He was valued by me, respected by the powers of the southern region. Good food and drink were available every day. Cultivation resources were provided first. Meanwhile, his former prison mates could only continue waiting in darkness with no hope. The contrast filled the bull with smug superiority. Yes, that's it. He shouted toward the disciples. Put more decisiveness into the strike. Yes, General Bull. Their respectful responses pleased him. Humans were not so bad after all. Certainly better than the idiots inside the tower who had spent 80,000 years bullying him. Hopefully those bastards never got released. Boom! A deep green pillar of light suddenly erupted from the rear mountain. The surrounding spiritual energy became violently chaotic. Then wild laughter rolled across heaven and earth. Ha 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 ha! This lord is finally free. This air, this spiritual energy. Wonderful. I will follow King Qin Hang forever. The Black Fiend Star Bull Demon's face changed. That voice, that Tao aura, that life signature, he would never forget it. It belonged to the six-armed nether serpent demon Venerable the bastard who used to spray corrosive venom on him for entertainment. How? How did he get out? The bull's eyes widened. That serpent was only somewhat stronger than him and still far weaker than the blood ghost Heavenly Wolf. Why would I suddenly release him? The youths on the training square, however, were fascinated. Another demon Venerable serving Holy Master Qin. Look at that aura. Terrifying. Of course, anyone weak wouldn't qualify to become the Holy Master's subordinate. All the known demon generals beneath Holy Master Qin are unbelievably powerful. One disciple tilted his head. Why does General Bull look scared? Nonsense. Another immediately replied. General Bull obviously knew this demon Venerable before. They must share a deep friendship. That's not fear. He's emotional. Look, his eyes are even watering. He's crying tears of joy. What a touching friendship. The bull almost choked. Deep friendship. Touching. What a load of crap. The green pillar suddenly streaked toward the training square. The six-armed nether serpent landed and transformed into a humanoid figure with 6 arms and serpentine features. A strange smile spread across his face when he saw the bull. Well, isn't this the stupid bull? You seem to be living pretty comfortably out here. He looked the bull up and down. Not bad. Your vitality is strong. Then again, with this spiritual environment and the privilege of serving King Qin Hang, you'd have to be truly useless not to improve. If I had come out a little later, would you have started beating me up instead? Ha 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 ha! The sarcasm was obvious. Even the inexperienced disciples noticed the tension. Wait, General Bull and this serpent don't seem to get along. Yeah, General Bull really does look nervous. Could it be that Holy Master Qin's demon venerables aren't actually as close as we thought? Maybe they're just joking. The bull's heart sank. Not good. The prestige he had spent weeks building in front of these disciples was being destroyed in seconds. How humiliating. He forced himself to calm down. Brother Six Arms, you're joking. How could I possibly beat you? Then his eyes shifted shrewdly. By the way, Brother Blood Wolf is currently handling a mission less than 10,000 Li from the sect. The three of us haven't gathered in ages. Why don't we have a few drinks? The bull told himself to stay calm, so one old bully had been released. That was not the end of the world. The blood ghost Heavenly Wolf had bullied him too, but now they were colleagues under me and had developed a good relationship. When there were only a few demon subordinates serving the same master, building camaraderie was easy. The moment the serpent heard the words Brother Blood Wolf, his mocking expression changed slightly. This stupid bull seemed to have established a decent relationship with the blood ghost Heavenly Wolf. That wolf had been one of the strongest prisoners on the first floor. The serpent could not afford to offend him casually. And since so few demons had been released until now, it was perfectly plausible that the bull had become close with him. The 6-armed nether serpent immediately softened his tone. No need for only the 3 of us to drink. Since everyone's out, we might as well hold a proper banquet. Everyone? The bull froze. Then his huge eyes widened. Brother Serpent, what do you mean by everyone? He got his answer immediately. Boom, boom, boom. Pillars of light erupted from the rear mountain one after another. Orange, purple, crimson, blue. Each carried a different Tao aura. Wild voices echoed across heaven and earth. Ha 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 ha. This lord sees daylight again. Freedom. Thank you King Qin Hang. Spiritual energy. I had almost forgotten how good it feels. 80,000 years. Do you know how I survived those 80,000 years? The auras were so terrifying that the young demon suppression sect disciples began trembling. My god, so many demon venerables. Are they all subordinates of Holy Master Qin? Why do I feel like every one of them is at least as strong as General Bull? I'm a little scared. I finally understand why we're called the Myriad Demon Holy Empire. Help me stand up. My legs are weak. Their reaction was understandable. Every newly released demon venerable emitted an aura at or above peak martial emperor level. The disciples had not even reached martial spirit. The invisible Tao pressure alone was almost unbearable. Soon, the streams of light detected the Black Fiend Starbull Demon and the 6-armed Nether Serpent, and converged on the training square. Frost Heavenly Hound, Thunder Radiance Sacred Tiger, and countless other ferocious monsters landed one after another. They looked around curiously. So this is King Qin Hang's territory, then it's our home from now on? Not bad. I think it's still too simple for someone of King Qin Hang's stature. Agreed. This place should be grander. Then one demon noticed the young disciples. Who are these humans? They're the new generation of demon suppression sect disciples, the Black Fiend Star Bull quickly explained. The moment he said that, a panda demon venerable's expression changed dramatically. These are King Qin Hang's disciples. What are you idiots doing? Control your Tao pressure. If you scare these young people, can you afford to take responsibility? The other demons cursed inwardly. Cunning panda. If I later heard what happened, all the credit for being considerate would belong to him. Meanwhile, everyone else would look reckless. They immediately adjusted their attitudes. From now on, everything had to be evaluated according to one principle: what benefited I and the demon suppression sect. Otherwise, if they displeased that terrifying man and were thrown back into the tower, what then? Sorry, young friends. We just got out and became too excited. Please don't take offense. We're all family now. If you happen to speak with King Qin Heng, please say a few good words for us. Ancient demons who had slaughtered without blinking 80,000 years ago were now bowing and smiling, like obedient schoolchildren. The new disciples stared in disbelief. Holy Master Qin's authority was terrifying. Merely being his disciple was enough to make these monstrous beings treat them respectfully. The Black Fiend Star Bull secretly snickered. Freshly released fools. They understood nothing. I did not particularly care about most ordinary new disciples. If they truly wanted favor, they should be flattering Lu Jin and Lu Shui. Those two were the real sacred mountains nobody could afford to offend. Still, seeing his old prison bullies lowering their heads to humans made him feel wonderfully vindicated. The releases continued for 20 full minutes. By the end, every demon venerable from the first floor had escaped its prison. Nearly 1,000 demons filled the central square. The sight alone made the sect disciples shake. Then my divine voice reached the demons from the distant holy city. Come to the holy city and assemble. The demons immediately responded. Let's go meet King Qin Heng. That comes first. We should hear what orders he has for us. Streams of light shot into the sky and vanished toward the horizon. Only the Black Fiend Star Bull demon, who had not received the summons, remained behind. The disciples finally dared breathe properly again. Holy Master Qin has that many ancient demons serving him. That was terrifying. When they first appeared and hadn't suppressed their auras, I couldn't even speak. Someone cautiously asked, General Bull, are you close with all those demon venerables? The bull blinked. Those guys? Oh, sure. We're all King Qin Heng's most loyal subordinates. Nothing to worry about. Keep practicing. The disciples exchanged suspicious glances. His face earlier had not exactly looked like someone greeting beloved friends. But none of them were foolish enough to say it aloud. Soon the square returned to the sound of disciplined training. In the holy palace, a thunderous greeting shook the hall. We greet King Qin Heng. I sat on a luxurious throne and looked down. Nearly 1,000 demon venerables had transformed into humanoid forms and were kneeling in perfect rows. Every one of them looked like something pulled from an ancient bestiary. Ferocious, strange, powerful. For a moment, I felt as though I were looking at some surreal demon court from a legendary myth. 2 months earlier, any single one of these monsters appearing alone in the southern region would have caused a catastrophe. Now, nearly 1,000 stood here together, and I was their sole ruler. The feeling was difficult to describe. The scholars from Hanlin Academy standing beside me were nowhere near as calm. They swallowed nervously one after another. Their thoughts were practically visible on their faces. The Holy Master was ridiculous. I had somehow produced nearly 1,000 demon venerables in one day, and everyone seemed no weaker than General Bull. Most shocking of all, these monsters were genuinely submissive to me. The title, Myriad Demon Holy Emperor, suddenly sounded extremely appropriate. Rise, I said. Yes, King Qin Heng. The demons stood. The scholars became even more nervous, a tiger's head crackling with deep blue lightning, a serpent with 4 additional arms growing from its back, a monstrous butcher-like creature with hideous infant faces embedded across its belly. The sight was nightmare material. Noticing the scholar's condition, I flicked my finger. A thread of deep green energy spread through the hall. Their fear immediately calmed. It was a technique derived from the tranquility of life, Tao, perfectly suited for stabilizing the mind. After releasing the entire first floor, I had acquired hundreds upon hundreds of different Tao insights. None went especially deep on their own. But when all of them combined inside one person, the accumulated effect was terrifying. My cultivation broke straight through the limits of the martial ancestor realm, and entered the next great stage. Martial Saint. This was my most absurd advantage. I could replicate every released demon venerable's cultivation and divine abilities into myself. The strongest demon currently under me, the Nightmare Nine-Tailed Fox, was only at the 8th heaven of the martial ancestor realm. But my accumulation of countless Daos had already pushed me into Martial Saint. If I fought the fox seriously now, I estimated a few exchanges would be enough to kill her. All of you, I said, go to the registration tables one by one. Record your cultivation realm, abilities, and the Dao you specialize in. Future assignments will be distributed according to your strengths. Yes, King Qin Heng. The demon venerables obediently lined up before the red registration desks prepared by Hanlin Academy. They looked almost like nervous students waiting for an examination. My name is Six-Armed Nether Serpent. I cultivate the Poison Dao. Martial Emperor, 9th Heaven. Frost Heavenly Hound, Ice Dao. Martial Emperor, 8th Heaven. One after another, the demons announced their information. The scholars recording it nearly lost their composure. Every single one was absurdly strong. Across the old southern region, how many humans could have fought any of these demons evenly? Perhaps fewer than 10. Yet Holy Master Qin had somehow obtained nearly 1,000 such beings at once, and all of them treated him like an absolute sovereign. I simply rubbed my chin and watched. Now that the southern region was unified, there were actually not many large-scale enemies left to fight. Leaving 1,000 demon venerables idle would be wasteful. So why not use them according to their Dao specialties? A mountain demon specializing in the Earth Dao could reshape terrain and build highways. A flame-flying eagle demon venerable, could help refine large magical artifacts. Everything should be used where it was useful. Any old divine dynasty obtaining a single demon with leader-level combat strength would have worshipped it as an ancestor, fed it the best food, and poured all their cultivation resources into it. They would never dare order such an expert to dig canals or move mountains. Prestige mattered, but I had no such concern. I gave an order, and the demons obeyed. In fact, they wanted more work. Having nothing to do made them feel useless, and feeling useless created one terrifying possibility. What if I decided to put them back in the tower? After tasting fresh air again, none of them could endure returning to that endless darkness. Half an hour later, every demon had been registered. I finally waved my hand. That's enough. Find places to rest and wait for assignments. If something suits your abilities, you'll be called. Yes, King Qin Hang. The demons left in disciplined silence. They did not want to remain in front of me any longer than necessary. The pressure of standing before Lord Slayer was enormous. Other humans were much easier to deal with. Once they were gone, Fang Xiaohe, the senior scholar of Hanlin Academy, hesitated before speaking. Holy Master, can we really assign these demon generals to ordinary work? He was genuinely nervous. Every one of those demon venerables could destroy Hanlin Academy with a breath. Ordering them to repair canals, build palaces, or pave roads felt dangerous. They might not dare retaliate against me, but what if they resented the scholars who assigned the work? What if they secretly took revenge later? Who could survive that? Relax, I replied. They'll thank you for giving them something to do. Fang Xiaohe did not know those monsters had spent 80,000 years locked in darkness. He could not understand just how precious freedom was to them. Hard labor? After 80,000 years in prison, even sweat tasted sweet. Yes, Holy Master. I nodded. That was better. Why act so nervous about ordering around these small fry? Besides, it was about time to release something larger. My current demon point balance had climbed beyond 22,000. That was enough to release a demon venerable several times stronger than the nightmare nine-tailed fox. My own body could probably handle whatever Lingxiao Holy Land sent, but experience had taught me that letting demon venerables create the spectacle usually generated more demon points, and relying only on the fox and the first floor demons might not be enough if Lingxiao Holy Land came with everything it had. So release another one, a third floor prisoner. My current demon point income would not suddenly increase enough in the immediate future to unlock an entirely higher tier anyway. There was little reason to wait. My consciousness separated from my body and crossed space toward the demon ceiling tower again. The third floor looked completely different from the first two. The pillars and ground were built from dark crimson evil suppressing stone. Each demon venerable occupied an isolated prison chamber. Black winding runes crawled across the red stone walls, creating a sinister atmosphere even by the standards of the tower. The moment I manifested in the corridor, the prisoners stirred. Lord Slayer, you finally came. Release me. I can definitely help you. News that the entire first floor had been released had already spread upward through the tower. Naturally, the higher floor prisoners were restless. Who would not envy freedom after 80,000 years? Then a discordant voice cut through the begging. Look at all of you groveling before a human. You disgrace the demon race. Even if this generation of Slayer released me, I would kill him the moment I got outside. After imprisoning us for so long, he expects submission? Dream on. I raised an eyebrow. Since I began releasing demon venerables, this was the first prisoner arrogant enough to openly challenge me. My gaze moved toward the source. A massive dragon demon stood behind the bars. Two long whiskers extended from its mouth. Golden scales gleamed even in the dark cell. Its claws looked sharp enough to tear open space itself. Its muscular body represented brute power taken to an almost artistic extreme. Battle Heaven Golden Dragon Demon. Venerable release cost. 21,454 demon points. The dragon narrowed its eyes when I focused on it. What? Did my words offend you? Even if you imprison this lord for another 100,000 years, I will never submit. Humans will always be beneath the demon race. Even your Slayer lineage cannot change that. Idiot, I said flatly. I curled one finger. AAARGE, the Battle Heaven Golden Dragon collapsed instantly. Its enormous body convulsed across the floor. Its soul felt as though it were being burned apart inch by inch. Even its golden scales curled under the agony. Pain. Lord Slayer. I was wrong. I stared coldly. You think you're qualified to act special? In front of me. If you don't want freedom, then stay here. Forever. Remain inside this darkness until your lifespan is exhausted. As the inheritor of the demon suppression sect, I naturally possessed methods for torturing prisoners inside the tower. Releasing a strong demon venerable would strengthen me, but the tower held far too many choices for me to tolerate a rebellious one simply because it was powerful. The Battle Heaven Golden Dragon's release cost had actually matched my current balance well, making it a likely candidate. Not anymore. If it wanted to posture in front of me, it could enjoy another era of darkness. And even in the distant future, I could always release it, replicate its Tao and abilities, then kill it immediately afterward. Some creatures needed to learn who stood above whom. The other demon venerables immediately panicked. Lord Slayer, we have nothing to do with that stupid dragon. Yes, I've always thought he was unbelievably foolish. Release me. I'll serve you wholeheartedly. Other humans may be ants, but you, Lord Slayer, clearly stand beyond the limitations of your race. After watching the golden dragon suffer, everyone became even more respectful. I ignored the flattery and continued examining candidates. Around 5 minutes later, my gaze stopped on another prisoner. Shadow-splitting savage leopard. Demon venerable release cost, 21,654 demon points. Its entire body was covered in gray fur. Its muscles bulged with explosive force, giving it a brutal aesthetic similar to the golden dragon. Along its spine, layered muscle patterns looked like a giant serpent was trying to crawl out from beneath the skin. Its release cost was nearly identical. "You'll do," I said. The savage leopard immediately lowered its head and knelt. "I am honored to serve. You, my lord. Good attitude." I extended my hand. Milky white light entered the prison. The leopard's body gradually became translucent. Meanwhile, the golden dragon's screams continued echoing from its cell. The contrast could not have been clearer. Those who followed prospered. Those who defied me suffered. Any demon that had not learned that lesson could continue thinking about it in the dark. I did not care whether the golden dragon was genuinely arrogant or had merely been trying to attract my attention. Freedom depended on my mood, and with so many demon venerables available, I held every choice. If I wanted out, behave. Do not jump around trying to act important. Shadow-splitting savage, leopard demon venerable release progress, 1%. With the release underway, my projected consciousness dissipated. Back in the Holy Palace, my awareness returned to my body. At the same time, 2 new Tao insights began forming inside me. Shadow reconstruction, shadow division. For a conventional martial saint, reaching this realm required comprehending the profound essence of at least 2 branches belonging to the same greater Tao, and successfully merging them. I was obviously an exception. My path involved stacking and integrating countless different Taos at once. But for a normal martial saint-level demon, like the shadow-splitting savage leopard, mastering 2 related branches was perfectly logical. Naturally, I replicated them completely. Gray energy poured from my body. It condensed beside me and formed 2 identical copies of me. The only difference was that their bodies were entirely gray, like sculptures carved from shadow. Interesting, I murmured. Each one has roughly 30% of my combat strength, and our consciousness is connected. This was one application produced by combining shadow reconstruction and shadow division. And it was only one application. 2 separate branches of the same Tao could interact in countless ways. The scholars remaining in the hall watched in amazement. Did the Holy Master comprehend something new again? His true strength is impossible to understand. When General Blood Wolf was losing to the Luohang Sword God, who could have imagined the Holy Master would reverse everything the moment he acted? No wonder nearly 1,000 great demons were so respectful toward him. Even if all of them attacked together, they might still not defeat the Holy Master. The scholars did not possess deep enough martial understanding to identify exactly what I was doing. But even they could see that this technique was completely different from the one I used to kill Shen Tanyuan. I was already recognized as the strongest being in the southern region. No strongest living creature was probably more accurate, and my strategic and administrative ability was equally frightening. Even the proud scholars of Hanlin Academy often felt my institutions and plans were beyond what they could have imagined. With a leader who possessed both overwhelming strength and political vision, how could the Holy Empire fail to develop rapidly? How could the demon suppression sect fail to flourish? 2 months passed. In District 25 of the Myriad Demon Holy Empire stood a massive complex known as the Refining Center. This was where large-scale magical artifacts and infrastructure treasures were forged. Flames roared everywhere. Heat filled the air. Inside one enormous furnace building, the flame-flying eagle demon Venerable leaned toward a heavenly fire intake and breathed out a thin pillar of concentrated flame. The attack carried peak martial emperor-level power. Under such heat, the furnace blazed violently. "That's enough, General Flying Eagle." Several black-robed refiners called from the side. "The temperature is sufficient. No problem." The flame-flying eagle stopped immediately and waited quietly. The refiners continued working for nearly an hour, before finally reaching the finishing stage. Now they only needed to wait for the material to cool naturally. The day's assignment was finally complete. The refiners and the flame-flying eagle stepped outside to rest beneath the blue sky. Artifact refining was tedious work. One had to watch the furnace constantly and repeat the same precise operations again and again. After hours of concentration, the mind became exhausted. "General Flying Eagle, have one." A refiner offered him a dark green smoking pipe. "Thanks." The demon Venerable accepted it naturally, took a huge drag, and blew several smoke rings into the air. The tobacco came from a rare 5th-grade spiritual plant found in a secret realm. Warm mist circulated through the eagle's body. Comfortable. He had fully adapted to this new life. 80,000 years ago, when the flame-flying eagle saw a human, his only question would have been whether to roast them before eating them. Now he worked beside humans every day and got along with them surprisingly well. Compared with the endless darkness of the demon's ceiling tower, this kind of cooperative labor was 10,000 times better. I had once said something the eagle found especially profound. What was it again? Oh, right. Working demons are the most glorious demons. Of course, my desire to kill had not disappeared. I simply understood that the humans around me were companions of the Myriad Demon Holy Empire. Everyone served me. They were colleagues. Family, in a practical sense. If I despised these humans, refused to work with them, or tried to eat them, that would effectively mean opposing the demon suppression sect. That would be like lighting a lantern in a latrine actively searching for death. Besides, There was no need to be impatient. With my strength and ambition, this small southern region could never contain me forever. Expansion would come sooner or later. When that day arrived, the flame-flying eagle could stand beside his human coworkers and fellow demons as comrades while slaughtering enemies together. Now that sounded satisfying. General Flying Eagle, one of the refiners said, "Tell us about your glorious deeds from the past." "Yeah, didn't you say you're more than 100,000 years old? You must have experienced countless amazing things. 100,000 years? I can't even imagine that." The refiners spoke casually now. At first, they had been terrified of working beside such a legendary monster. What if one day he became irritated and swallowed them? But after spending time together, they discovered he was actually easy to talk to. More importantly, whenever I issued an order, the eagle followed it with absurd enthusiasm. For example, when I ordered a grand statue built in the holy city for my master, Lu Sanming, the flame-flying eagle kept the refiners awake half the night discussing how majestic the statue needed to be. Then he had pushed them into frantic construction afterward. His work ethic was honestly terrifying. Glorious deeds. The flame-flying eagle's mouth twitched. What was he supposed to tell them? Before being imprisoned 80,000 years ago, he had genuinely been a murderous demon. If this were back then, he probably would have roasted everyone sitting here already. He certainly had many glorious stories, like the time he skewered thousands of humans onto enormous trees and cooked them together, or the time he surrounded an entire human city with a ring of fire and slowly tightened it. As the temperature rose, children died first, then ordinary adults, then cultivators. The screams continued until the entire city became a burning graveyard. He had once been extremely proud of those masterpieces, but telling his coworkers about them now seemed inappropriate. They were friends. He would probably frighten them. After thinking for a while and taking another deep drag from the pipe, the flame-flying eagle began rewriting history. Of course I have stories. For example, long ago, I brought fire to an uncivilized human tribe. They revered me greatly and even built statues in my honor. And once, in a primitive forest, I fought countless savage beasts and slaughtered them until corpses covered the land for miles. He secretly admired his own intelligence. A little polishing preserved the image of an ancient and powerful being while also making him sound heroic. Perfect. The refiners reacted exactly as hoped. General Flying Eagle is incredible. An ancient being from such a distant era. Terrifying. Demon lifespans really are amazing. Even at the same realm, you live far longer than humans. When will we ever have achievements worth remembering like yours? Forget it. Just listen to the general's stories and pretend you experienced them. Yeah, tell us more. We still have time before the furnace cools. The flame-flying eagle stiffened. More, he was running out of sanitized material. Once one lie was told, countless more were needed to support it. He finally understood that principle. Well, this next story happened an extremely long time ago. He forced himself to continue inventing heroic tales. Fortunately, none of these humans had any idea what the world looked like 80,000 years ago. They were easy to fool. Elsewhere, in District 37 of the myriad demon Holy Empire, an untouched mountain range stretched across the horizon. At least, it had been untouched. Rumble, the earth began shaking violently. Soil split apart. Trees toppled into enormous cracks. Yet one hilltop at the center remained perfectly calm, like an unmoving reef in a raging sea. There stood a demon, venerable dozens of meters tall, its entire body constructed from yellow-brown stone. Both enormous fists were buried deep in the earth. This was the Rock Mountain Demon Venerable, and it was the source of the earthquake. As an expert who had initially mastered the Earth Tao, reshaping terrain was effortless for it. Under its control, sections of the land rose, shifted, flattened, and connected. Roadbeds formed one after another. On a nearby hillside, members of the Holy Empire's second construction department watched the changing landscape with stunned expressions. My God. So this is the power of a peak martial emperor? Director Rock Mountain is ridiculous. If that ability were used in battle, we'd probably die instantly. This is basically the power to reshape heaven and earth. In the old southern region, no martial emperor would ever have lowered themselves to do infrastructure work. They stood at the very peak of society. Digging roads was beneath their dignity. But when I ordered Rock Mountain to become director of the second construction department, the demon had been delighted. Among the 1,000 released demons, some Tao specialties were far more useful for current development than others. The flame-flying eagle could serve as an immensely powerful furnace assistant, which was already above average usefulness. Some demons possessed such obscure Taos that Hanlin Academy still had not found proper jobs for them. Rock Mountain, however, directly became a department director because of its Earth Tao. The position was extremely important. The southern region had only just been unified. Many former small kingdoms barely had roads connecting them. Now that they belonged to a single empire, infrastructure had to catch up immediately. A good position meant more chances to earn my trust. It also meant more cultivation resources and faster recovery of his former strength. Comfortable. Truly comfortable. After roughly 10 minutes, the enormous terrain transformation finally stopped. Wide, smooth roads now stretched in multiple directions. The construction workers praised him sincerely. Director Rock Mountain is mighty. That saved us months of work. You are an indispensable pillar of the Holy Empire's road network. Rock Mountain was pleased, but immediately suppressed the smile and became serious. What pillar? All credit belongs to the great King Qin Heng. Only under his leadership can we develop toward a better future. Do you remember the slogan King Chinhang gave our department? The workers immediately shouted together, "Work hard, build with pride. United as one. Faster and better." Rock Mountain nodded in satisfaction. The current generation of Slayer truly understood both war and governance. The more capable I appeared, the more important it became to perform well and build a good relationship. "Bring me the construction plans," the demon said. "Let me see whether anything else needs improvement." King Chinhang takes this project seriously. We cannot become careless. A parchment blueprint was immediately delivered. Rock Mountain studied it carefully, then plunged both fists into the ground again. Rumble, the earth began reshaping once more. This kind of scene had become normal throughout the myriad demon holy empire. Humans and demon venerables worked together everywhere. The contrast was almost absurd. Ancient monsters, once known for slaughter, were now helping common people improve roads, cities, agriculture, refining, and infrastructure. The effect on my reputation was enormous. Demon points naturally rose quickly as well. During these 2 months, I had even accumulated enough points to release 2 additional third-floor demon venerables. My foundation was snowballing at a satisfying pace. The southern region no longer contained anything capable of threatening me, so I intended to transform it into an impregnable home base and squeeze every possible demon point from its population before expanding outward. Because once my influence crossed beyond the southern region, trouble was inevitable. A human cooperating openly with thousands of demons, turning ancient monsters into officials and workers, this idea was far too radical for the current world. Human powers, similar to Lingxiao, Holy Land, might unite to attack me. I preferred a simpler strategy, develop quietly until I became an untouchable demon king, then emerge when no one could stop me. That was much more satisfying. Lingxiao, Holy Land, had remained silent for the past 2 months. I had no intention of provoking them first. I would simply watch and wait. The demon sealing tower had existed for 80,000 years. Spending another year or 2 developing meant nothing on that timescale. For ordinary holy lands, producing even one new martial ancestor could take centuries. Their overall strength could not transform dramatically in a short period. I, on the other hand, could drain most of the demon point potential from the southern region within a year. So for now, he was perfectly content being ruler of this enormous territory. Holding the fate of an entire region in his palm was intoxicating. Of course, not everyone approved. Some people secretly opposed me precisely because a human who cooperated with demons had become the supreme ruler. I had prepared for that too. Demon venerables who specialized in the Heart Dao and Soul Dao were assigned to the White-Robed Bureau. They hunted hostile networks, uncovered conspiracies, and removed dissenters. I wanted to maximize the southern region's demon point production as quickly as possible. Anyone obstructing that growth could be eliminated. I felt no need to show mercy. I had already achieved the impossible, making ancient demons coexist with humans and contribute to society. If someone still insisted on creating trouble, I was not going to debate them endlessly. Kill all the rebels and naturally the remaining population would see him as the ruler everyone supported. The headquarters of the White-Robed Bureau occupied a large district of the Holy City. Its pale red buildings were simple, angular, and severe. Figures moved briskly between them with disciplined efficiency. This organization had become one of my most important tools. After conquering Lomo Kingdom, he had modeled the Bureau loosely after the secret Imperial Guards from his memories of another world. Public opinion could be manipulated. There would always be people who refused to understand the bigger picture and insisted on slandering or questioning authority. Remove them, and the problem became simpler. The White-Robed Bureau had expanded continuously. It began with the 5 former White Shadow Guards who defected to me. Later, recruitment accelerated rapidly alongside my territorial growth. Now its intelligence network covered the entire southern region. A territory this enormous naturally contained many people talented in espionage, investigation, assassination, and covert work. Recently, several demon venerables had also been assigned to support the Bureau. Its importance within the Holy Empire was unquestionable. Many common families were even proud if a child or relative managed to join it. Deep inside the headquarters stood a massive training arena constructed from reinforced stone and decorated with gold patterns. Several demon venerables stood around it: the Frost Heavenly Hound, a Gravity Fiend, a Gale Bat, and others. They manipulated their respective powers continuously. Invisible gravity pressed down from above. Thousands of shards of ice shot across the arena. Wind blades swept between them. At the center, Lu Shue moved through the chaos with a sword in hand. Her body flickered through the air with graceful speed. The Gale Bat Demon Venerable, a massive creature with wild fur and enormous wings, called out guidance. Princess Lu Shue, don't only borrow the force of the wind. Sense the Tao inside it. Move with the wind rather than through it. That creates true natural harmony. Exactly, another demon added. The Wind Tao is elusive and traceless. No matter which branch you choose in the future, mastering that principle will help enormously. The Gale Bat immediately continued flattering her. Princess Lu Shue is truly incredible. This old bat has rarely seen a genius with such affinity for the Wind Tao. Excellent. Exactly like that. The praise came so frequently that the demon venerable sounded almost embarrassingly humble. But that was because I had personally assigned these great demons to serve as Lu Shue's martial instructors and sparring partners. When Lu Shue first entered Martial King, she had shown exceptional affinity with wind element energy particles. So I provided enormous quantities of wind-attributed treasures and specifically selected demon venerables suitable for training her, the Gale Bat, and the others were delighted with the assignment. By now, every released demon knew how close Lu Shua was to me. Winning her favor was practically equivalent to winning my favor, and this was infinitely easier than trying to flatter I directly. Standing before Lord Slayer made them so nervous they barely dared breathe. Training Lu Shui, meanwhile, also came with generous rewards. Because of the resources I had given them for doing the job well, these demons had already recovered to the martial ancestor realm. Only the early stages, but still astonishing considering they had been free for merely 2 months. At this rate, their future looked extremely bright. Inside the arena, Lu Shu listened carefully while moving through the wind. She tried to integrate the Gale Bat's explanation into every step. Then her previously confused eyes suddenly brightened. Whoosh! The wind surrounding her accelerated. Invisible Tao power began pouring directly into her body. The demon venerables immediately stopped their techniques. They exchanged excited looks. She's breaking through. Princess Lu Shu is breaking through. Hey hey! This is a major achievement. Our position in front of King Qin Heng should finally be secure. We brothers are finally making progress. We need to help one another from now on. There are already 1,000 demons competing for favor, and it'll only get worse. If we don't form a small alliance and share information, one day we might accidentally offend King Qin Heng without even realizing it. Agreed. Their excitement was understandable. I cared deeply about Lu Shui. Helping her break through to Martial Emperor meant their rewards would certainly be substantial. On the arena, the gravity fields, ice attacks, and other obstacles had disappeared. Lu Shui floated alone in the air with her eyes closed. Her hair drifted in the flowing wind. Then she suddenly opened her eyes. Boom! A violent gale exploded from her body. Green light flashed through her pupils. So this is the Martial Emperor realm, she murmured. What incredible power. She pointed her sword forward. Small cyan tornadoes began spinning along the blade. Lu Shu could feel the destructive force inside them. If any one of these tornado zones struck her former self from before the breakthrough, she would last only several breaths before being torn apart. This was Martial Emperor, the realm where one began truly touching the laws of heaven and earth and wielding the Tao, an expert whose death could even produce heavenly phenomena. Back when this land was still Luomo Kingdom, if Lu Shua had possessed this cultivation, the 8 factions of Qingfeng Commandery would never have dared pressure the demon suppression sect. Overthrowing the old Luomo royal family would have been effortless. With another thought, the cyan tornadoes vanished instantly. Her control had already become remarkably smooth. Congratulations, Princess Lu Shua, on becoming a Wind Martial Emperor, a cause for celebration. This is great fortune for the myriad demon Holy Empire. King Qin Heng will certainly be delighted when he hears the news. With Princess Lu Shua's talent, another breakthrough cannot be far away. The Frost Heavenly Hound, Gale Bat, Gravity Fiend, and the other demon venerables hurried forward to congratulate her. They rubbed their hands and smiled, so enthusiastically that it was almost impossible to imagine these creatures were once supreme, martial ancestor-level monsters capable of dominating the entire southern region. You're all exaggerating, teachers, Lu Shua replied with a smile. My cultivation is still unimaginably far from senior brothers. I still can't help him much, yet I consume so many cultivation resources. I'm honestly embarrassed, and I only reached Martial Emperor because all of you taught me so carefully. I'll definitely tell senior brother about your contributions. Those final words made every demon venerable's eyes light up. This assignment was perfect. There was an old saying, accompanying a ruler was like accompanying a tiger. Working directly beneath me created opportunities for merit, but one mistake could also anger that terrifying existence. Training Lu Shu allowed them to stay comfortably away from me while still gaining my trust. Where else could they find such a wonderful job? Most importantly, Lu Shui had just promised to personally mention their achievements to him. That was exactly what they wanted. Princess Lu Shui is far too modest. How many years have you cultivated? Your path has barely begun. And relying on King Qin Heng cannot be called a weakness. Which great martial expert rises without opportunities and fortune? Luck itself is part of talent. The fact that you are King Qin Heng's junior sister proves that you were born with heaven-defying fortune beyond comparison. In the future, the myriad demon Holy Empire will still need Princess Lu Shua's strength, compliments poured out for free. 2 months earlier, these ancient demons could never have imagined themselves humbly praising a young human who had only just entered the Martial Emperor realm. Now it came naturally, and some of it was genuinely sincere. Countless demon venerables envied Lu Shua's relationship with me. What kind of fortune did a person need to receive protection from someone like Lord Slayer? That identity guaranteed endless resources and a smooth cultivation path. Lu Shua might only have just become a martial emperor, but she was already one of the most untouchable people in the entire Holy Empire. Poof! White smoke exploded nearby. A man in white robes appeared standing atop a stream of spiritual light. He was Wutong, one of the commanders of the White-Robed Bureau and a former White Shadow Guard. The moment he materialized, he immediately knelt toward Lu Shua. Greetings, Princess Lu Shua. Congratulations on entering the Martial Emperor realm. Although several martial ancestor-level demon venerables stood beside the training arena, each capable of killing Wutong with a breath, he barely glanced at them. The reason was simple. The White-Robed Bureau answered directly to me. It served me and no one else. No matter how powerful these demons were, Wutong would not obey them unless I had authorized it. To him, Holy Master Qin was the unquestioned ruler of this land, and the man who had given his life new meaning. Even the most savage ancient demons submitted obediently before me. So within the White Robe Bureau, only I, Princess Lu Xue, and Prince Lu Jin possessed the authority to issue direct commands. Get up, Wutong, Lu Xue said, pretending to be annoyed. How many times have I told you? You don't need all these ceremonies around me. I had sent her to the White Robe Bureau for practical experience, but her presence seemed to make everyone stiff and overly formal. If pointless etiquette slowed the Bureau's efficiency, then she would only be creating trouble for senior brother. Yes, Princess Lu Xue. Only then did Wutong rise. He immediately presented a case file. The former Prime Minister of Muyin Divine Dynasty is secretly organizing activities harmful to the Holy Master. We have already gathered substantial evidence. Please review it. I had personally assigned this case to Lu Xue so she could practice dealing with political and intelligence matters. After all, I had spent plenty of time teaching her how to interact with people and judge situations. Now, I wanted to see whether that training worked. The southern region was already completely stable. A few small-time conspirators hiding in the shadows could not shake the Empire's foundations no matter what they did. So Lu Xue could experiment freely. All right, she said. I'll inspect the evidence inside. She nodded and started toward the main building. Senior brother had transformed the demon suppression sect from a dying little sect into a power controlling the entire southern region in only a few months. Lu Xue genuinely believed I had to be exhausted. Lu Xue genuinely wanted to shoulder some of that burden. Lu Jin had already comprehended the mysteries of the Thunder Dao half a month earlier and broken through to become a Thunder Martial Emperor. He was currently supervising the exploration of a newly discovered secret realm. Lu Xue did not want to remain someone who survived only because of my protection. She clenched her fist and walked forward with renewed determination. Wutong immediately followed. She had not seen senior brother in quite some time. With so much expansion happening across the Holy Empire, he had to be incredibly busy. She was certain I was working myself to exhaustion somewhere. At that exact moment, in the far west of the southern region, I sat on a small redwood boat floating across a vast sea known as the Azure Ocean. The water was calm, the sky was clear. A few gulls occasionally flew overhead, their cries making the scene even more peaceful. I sat at the front of the deck holding a fishing rod. If anyone looked closely, they would discover there was no bait on the hook. It was pure Jiang Taigong fishing. Those willing to bite would bite. I considered it training for my state of mind. If Lu Xue saw this scene, she would probably lose it. She imagined senior brother had disappeared because he was buried under endless imperial work. Instead, he was sitting on a boat doing absolutely nothing. Another one didn't bite. Stay calm. Maintain inner peace. I sensed that a fish had approached the hook, only to swim away again. My eyebrow twitched. Over the past few months, I had gone from a minor cultivator who still worried about food and survival to an absolute expert at the fourth heaven of martial saint. Normally, a person at this realm could live 10,000 years as long as they did not suffer a fatal hidden injury. For such beings, spending 1,000 years without advancing a single minor realm was completely ordinary. I, however, had been leveling up like a rocket. I only needed to release demon venerables to replicate their cultivation and divine abilities. It was absurdly overpowered. The only real effort I needed to invest in martial cultivation involved understanding how to combine and apply the countless Daos inside me. But having too many options created its own problems. Sometimes during battle he genuinely did not know which Dao he should use. Even deciding which combinations to merge could become irritating. Over time, that mental clutter could affect his progress. So I had come here to calm myself and cultivate a state like still water. Another fish approached. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Then it turned and swam away. My forehead twitched. You little whoosh. Deep blue water pillars erupted from my body and plunged into the sea. They instantly formed a giant water net and dragged a nearly 3-meter-long fish into the air. I looked at it silently. Alright, I admit my state of mind still needs work, but this Jiang Taigong method is kind of stupid. If you already have the strength to take what you want, why rely on fate? Wouldn't it be more satisfying to simply seize it? The more I thought about that logic, the more reasonable it became. Why did people cultivate martial power in the first place? Was it not to live freely according to their own will? My fate belongs to me, not heaven. Ironically, by abandoning the fishing philosophy I had come here to practice, I felt my mentality improve. Even my cultivation seemed to advance slightly. At that moment, a gray shadow streaked across the sky and smashed onto the deck. Pop. It looked visually violent, yet the boat barely moved. The contrast was strangely surreal. The gray puddle immediately reconstructed itself into the form of the shadow-splitting savage leopard demon venerable, the first third-floor demon I had released, King Qin Heng. The leopard cupped its hands respectfully. It had been waiting in the nearby sea area so it could respond instantly when summoned. Go to the Death Mountain Range, I ordered calmly. Wait there for the enemy. Among my countless Dao abilities was one related to spiritual perception and intuitive sensing. Not long ago, I had sensed that Lingxiao Holy Land, which had been gathering strength for months, was finally about to attack the southern region. I had no intention of letting them penetrate deep into the myriad demon Holy Empire and destroy the infrastructure I had spent so much effort building. Repair work was annoying, so it was better to intercept them near the Death Mountain Range. Yes, King Qin Heng, one more thing. I waved my hand. Hundreds of black recording pearls appeared in the air, Take these and arrange them across the battlefield in advance. I want the entire southern region to see what happens. I want them to understand that even the so-called holy lands outside this region are nothing but trash before us. As you command." The shadow-splitting savage leopard collected the pearls, transformed into a streak of gray light, and vanished into the horizon. I narrowed my eyes as the demon disappeared. "So you finally decided to come die, Lingxiao Holy Land." I had almost thought they had given up. By now, I commanded 3 demon venerables at the martial saint realm. In addition, more than 100 first-floor demons had recovered to martial ancestor-level combat strength. The remaining 900 were all near the peak of martial emperor. Even without counting me, the southern region had become nearly impregnable. Lingxiao Holy Land believed 2 months of preparation had improved its chances. In reality, those 2 months had allowed my faction to grow far faster than any normal organization could imagine. Since they insisted on coming, I would turn the invasion into another public demonstration. Let everyone watch, let everyone understand, and let the spectacle pay for the next stage of expansion. I returned to fishing. Opponents at this level no longer required my personal attention. The large fish trapped in the water net finally dropped onto the deck. It had died at some point while I was talking. North of the Death Mountain Range, inside the Piao Miao Holy Land, Shen Tong Yuan's senior sister, Lu Qingning, waited anxiously inside a reception hall. Quick footsteps approached. A young man in an embroidered blue robe entered. "Elder Lu, congratulations. Our holy master finally agreed to your request. The god-shattering illusion mirror is being loaned to you for 1 month." He waved his hand. A strange treasure appeared floating in the air. Lu Qingning's eyes immediately brightened. The god-shattering illusion mirror resembled a circular disc, roughly 3 feet across. Complicated runes covered its rim. A faint golden halo surrounded the mirror. Its handle was carved from rare black jade so deep in color that it seemed capable of swallowing light. After Shen Tongyuan's death and Zhou Ping's decision to invade the southern region, Lingxiao Holy Land had entered maximum war preparations. The battle recording showed me killing Shen Tongyuan using only an illusion-based projection. My true strength was unknown. No one knew how many demon venerables I controlled either. Against such an enemy, there was no such thing as over-preparing. Lu Qingning's assignment had been to visit Piao Miao Holy Land and borrow this treasure specifically designed to suppress illusion-type Daos. As one of Piao Miao Holy Land's deepest trump cards, it had not been easy to borrow. After endless negotiation and a heavy payment of cultivation resources, she had finally succeeded. "Qin Heng," she thought coldly, "your death is approaching." She accepted the mirror and bowed. "Please thank Holy Master Wu for me." "No problem." The young man waved casually. "I hope you completely destroy that demon suppression sect. A human traitor who cooperates with demons shouldn't exist in this world." By now, the story of Shen Tongyuan and Lingxiao Holy Land had spread widely. The situation was simply too embarrassing to hide. Shen Tongyuan had finally sent word that he was returning. Zhou Ping became overjoyed and immediately arranged a grand banquet, sending invitations to numerous powers. Then, before the banquet could even begin, Shen Tongyuan died. What were they supposed to do? Continue the banquet as a funeral feast? They had no choice but to explain what happened. The resulting humiliation had become one of the biggest reasons Zhou Ping insisted on attacking the southern region. "We will destroy them," Lu Qingning said, killing intent flashing in her eyes. Simply killing Qin Heng would be too merciful. "I want him captured and thrown into a soul-refining banner. He should suffer day and night before Junior Brother's spirit can rest." At Lingxiao Holy Land's main plaza, 99 jade pillars stood in carefully arranged positions, displaying the sect's ancient foundation. Today, an army had gathered beneath them. More than 10,000 white-robed sword cultivators floated beneath the clouds. Their robes snapped in the wind. Every one of them radiated dense sword intent. The countless sword auras connected almost instinctively into one enormous force. Among them stood Lu Qingning and other martial ancestors who had comprehended specific branches of the Sword Dao. They did not even need to attack. Simply standing there caused Sword Dao pressure to cover the entire Holy Land. Lingxiao Holy Land had always been a faction centered entirely around sword cultivation. Now, more than half its fighting strength had gathered in one place. The sight was naturally overwhelming. Holy Master Zhou Ping stood at the very front, face cold and murderous. When noon arrived, he finally spoke. "Everyone, this battle is not only for Tanyuan. It is also for the countless humans of the southern region. They are being ruled by the Demon Suppression Sect, a faction that colludes with monsters. They must be living in misery. Lingxiao Holy Land will restore clear skies to the south. Kill the Demon Suppression Sect until not one survives. Flay Qin Heng and tear out his tendons to honor Tanyuan." The square exploded. "Kill! Kill!" The roar continued for nearly a minute. Then Zhou Ping waved his hand. "Move out! Death Mountain Range." Boom. Thousands upon thousands of sword cultivators erupted with spiritual power and flew out of Lingxiao Holy Land. The Holy Land made no attempt to hide the movement. Powers across the central continent quickly noticed. The southern region had never attracted this much attention before. It occupied barely 1% of the central continent and possessed thin spiritual energy. Historically, its strongest fighters barely reached peak martial emperor. A normal Holy Land, meanwhile, could possess dozens of martial ancestors. So why was Lingxiao mobilizing so dramatically to attack such a remote corner? Who exactly was I? Could a spiritually barren place truly produce someone dangerous enough to make Lingxiao, Holy Land, treat the invasion like an existential war? On a cliff behind Piaomiao Holy Land, an elderly man with a long, flowing beard sat in meditation. Cloud-like Tao energy swirled around him, making his body seem partly hidden and partly visible. This was Wu Long, Holy Master of Piaomiao Holy Land. A young man in an embroidered blue robe flew toward him and bowed. Holy Master, Lingxiao Holy Land has mobilized its army and begun moving toward the southern region. Wu Long opened his eyes. His aura suddenly became as oppressive as an ancient beast. They really went to attack the southern region with that much fanfare. Is revenge for one disciple truly the only reason? Qin Hang of the Demon Suppression Sect. There's no information about such a person anywhere on the central continent. For Lingxiao Holy Land to treat him so seriously, he must have something unusual about him. Still, the southern region was a remote backwater. Producing even one martial ancestor was historically almost impossible. The fact that I had killed Shen Tong Yuan already proved I possessed real ability. Wu Long thought for a moment, then shook his head. Forget it. We'll know soon enough. Monitor the battle carefully. I want to see exactly how much weight this Qin Hang carries. Yes, Holy Master. At the Death Mountain Range, endless white mist drifted through the air. Almost no normal life existed nearby. Even the vegetation was bizarre. Some trees had mourning human faces carved naturally into their trunks. Some fruits grew covered in poisonous spikes. Purple mist rose from strange grasses that actually absorbed the corrosive energy in the air as nourishment. The Death Mountain Range was normally silent. Today, it received thousands of unwanted visitors. Boom. Boom, boom. Sword cultivators approached from the distant sky like a storm. Their sharp sword intent forced other ambient Tao energies away. At the front flew Zhou Ping, holding an enormous gray broadsword nearly 2 meters long. His expression was icy. Upon reaching the Death Mountain Range, he stopped. The army behind him halted in perfect unison. Lu Qingning trembled with excitement. At last, they were finally going to avenge her junior brother. Still, one question remained. What preparations had I made? Before dying, Shen Tong Yuan had clearly announced the name Lingxiao Holy Land. I was not stupid. A mysterious outsider like the Luohang sword god appearing in the southern region strongly suggested an external organization existed behind him. I would never simply sit and wait for enemies to arrive. And indeed, after Shen Tong Yuan's death, Lingxiao Holy Land had suddenly lost its ability to observe the southern region. Heavenly deduction, causal tracking, and remote observation had all been covered by mysterious Tao power. To Lingxiao Holy Land, that proved I had begun preparing. They had no idea my real reason was almost the opposite. I had hidden the southern region because my faction was developing too quickly. I did not want Lingxiao Holy Land to become so frightened by the rate at which demon venerables were appearing that they abandoned the attack. Their invasion was essential to the demon suppression sect's next major reputation boost. After farming low-level opponents long enough, it was time to grind stronger monsters. Lingxiao Holy Land had made its own assumptions during the blackout. Most believed I had probably unified the southern region by now. Some suspected I had absorbed every major faction. Zhou Ping and the others did not care much. So what if all those weak powers united? Would that somehow create another martial ancestor? My birthplace itself placed me at an inherent disadvantage. Lingxiao, Holy Land, meanwhile, had borrowed specialized treasures, drilled large sword formations, stockpiled resources, and adjusted every expert to peak condition. The only person they truly feared was me. My projection had crushed Shen Tong Yuan without resistance. It was possible I possessed martial saint-level combat strength. A being of that level fighting to the death could still be troublesome. Zhou Ping flipped his palm. A brown cloth bag appeared. This treasure is called the Heaven-Swallowing Universe Bag. He threw it forward. Expand. The bag inflated violently until it stretched tens of thousands of meters across the sky. From below, it blocked almost everything from view. Then the opening of the bag transformed into something resembling a black hole. A terrifying suction force erupted. The corrosive white fog covering the Death Mountain Range immediately began rushing into it. This was one of Lingxiao Holy Land's key preparations. Their disciples could form powerful sword formations capable of generating force far beyond their individual cultivation. But there was a problem. The Death Mountain Range's white fog acted like both a prison wall around the southern region and a natural protective barrier. Most Holy Land disciples could not resist its pervasive corrosive power individually. The Heaven-Swallowing Universe Bag solved that problem. As time passed, more and more white fog vanished. The true appearance of the mountains slowly emerged. The signal for Lingxiao Holy Land's full attack was approaching. Sword cultivators tightened their grips and prepared themselves. With all our preparation, destroying the demon suppression sect should be effortless. Ha ha ha, of course. Kill them and avenge Uncle Shen. Don't compete with me. I'll personally take Qin Hang's head. A human who willingly stands with demons deserves to be ground to dust. Martial ancestors began gathering energy. 2 supreme elders at the first heaven of Martial Saint also released massive Tao pressure. Together with Zhou Ping, Lingxiao Holy Land possessed 3 Martial Saints. The other 2 were only newly advanced and together might not defeat Zhou Ping, but Martial Saints were Martial Saints. Their combat power could not be underestimated. No wonder Lingxiao Holy Land had been so confident. Then one supreme elder blinked repeatedly. What is that? Zhou Ping's face changed. Impossible. As the white mist disappeared, the top of the Death Mountain range became visible, and everyone saw the army waiting there. My god, those are Qin Hang's demons. How can there be so many? Is this really still the age of humanity? Am I trapped in an illusion? There was no illusion. Above the mountain peaks floated Demon Venerable after Demon Venerable. Frost Heavenly Hound, Blood Ghost Heavenly Wolf, Thunder Radiance, Sacred Tiger. Many had revealed their enormous true forms, blotting out the sky. Any one of these creatures appearing alone in human territory could have created terrifying legends lasting thousands of years. Together, they looked like a painting of hell brought to life. At the front stood the shadow-splitting savage, Leopard Demon Venerable. Its body was covered in gray fur and explosive muscle. It looked at the invading humans with cold pity. So you've finally arrived. Humans who came here to die. King Qin Hang has had us waiting for you for quite some time. Everything under heaven carried cause and effect. Lingxiao Holy Land had assembled such an enormous army with me as its target. The causal connection was so strong that my perception-type Dao could easily determine exactly where they intended to cross the Death Mountain range. So he had positioned the Demon Venerables there in advance. For this battle, I had dispatched all 3 of my Martial Saint level demons and nearly all of the 100-plus Demon Venerables who had recovered to Martial Ancestor. The Central Continent was watching. This was the Demon Suppression Sect's debut beyond the southern region. The cleaner the crushing victory, the greater the harvest. The shadow-splitting savage leopard reached behind its back and grabbed its own spine. Then it pulled. SHNK. An unsettling sight unfolded. The entire spinal column came out of its body and transformed into a long, razor-edged sword. The leopard pointed it at the enemy and smiled. Far away, inside the military intelligence observation chamber of Piao Holy Land, several investigators sat comfortably in padded chairs. The room was built from white jade bricks. 4 massive pearls, each nearly 3 meters across, stood in its corners. Beams of energy projected from the pearls and combined into a large violet image in midair. It showed Lingxiao Holy Land's army waiting before the Death Mountain range, while the heaven-swallowing universe bag cleared away the white fog. This was easy work for the intelligence division. Normally, they had to travel everywhere, gathering information personally. Today, they were basically being paid to sit down and watch a once-in-a-generation battle. No one complained. The blue-robed man who had loaned Lu Qingning the god-shattering illusion mirror sat at the front. His name was Gao Dawei, deputy director of the intelligence hall. As the fog slowly disappeared, several men chatted while eating snacks. Lingxiao Holy Land really prepared thoroughly. For some remote corner where supposedly even a martial ancestor can't naturally emerge. Isn't this overkill? Hard to say. Zhou Ping's disciple Shen Tong Yuan really did die to that so-called demon suppression sect. Their sect master Qin Hang probably has some strength. Who knows? Maybe Lingxiao exaggerated Shen Tong Yuan's cultivation in the first place. That idiot embarrassed Lingxiao more than 1,000 years ago. Can someone like him really become a proper martial ancestor? Gao Dawei laughed along. He and Lu Qingning had behaved politely, face to face, but privately, he had mocked Lingxiao Holy Land's humiliation many times. If Piao Holy Land had sincerely wanted to help, they would not have waited 2 months before loaning the illusion-suppressing treasure and demanded a huge payment for it. Then Gao Dawei stopped mid-sentence. What? What the hell is that? So many demon venerables? Are those all Qin Hang's subordinates? Everyone shot upright. The white fog in the image had cleared enough to reveal dozens upon dozens of monstrous figures floating above the mountain. They looked like ancient demon gods descending into the mortal world. Gao Dawei swallowed hard. Lingxiao Holy Land had claimed I controlled only a few major demons, and that my personal body was still the greatest threat. A few? This was a few? No. We need to report this to the Holy Master immediately. The demon suppression sect is nothing like what we imagined. Gao Dawei hurried toward the exit. A disturbing possibility had appeared in his mind. Perhaps this newly risen sect would change the balance of the entire central continent. Far to the east, at the heart of the blazing fire Holy Dynasty, an enormous volcano burned perpetually. From a distance, the mountain looked like a colossal flame, its crimson and orange colors blazing beneath the sky. The concentration of fire element energy was so intense that other ambient Dao powers were naturally repelled. At the volcano's summit, the 3 true rulers of the blazing fire Holy Dynasty stood together in flowing flame-patterned robes. They were staring at a crimson projection of the Death Mountain range. What kind of scene is this? So many great demons. Even the faint Dao pressure reproduced by this projection makes me uncomfortable. That means several of the demons at the front definitely possess martial Saint-level combat strength. This is absurd. Who exactly is Qin Hang? How can he command so many terrifying demon venerables? As top experts of the Central Continent, very little still shocked them. This did. The Central Continent had been firmly controlled by humans for generations. Wild demon beasts existed, but usually only in isolated pockets. For such a massive concentration of ancient high-level demons to appear suddenly was almost unimaginable. Could the demon suppression sect truly be exactly what its name implies? One of the 3 said thoughtfully. An ancient sect that has spent countless years suppressing powerful demons? That would explain why Lingxiao Holy Land treated this battle so seriously. Another shook his head. I suspect even Zhou Ping never expected this many. Lingxiao Holy Land may be in serious trouble. Let's hope they win. At the very least, they cannot lose too badly. Otherwise, the central continent may soon face another storm of blood. The three rulers looked deeply worried. Anyone capable of controlling this many great demons was clearly dangerous. If I defeated Lingxiao Holy Land and still felt unsatisfied, what would stop me from expanding again? The same concern spread through many central continent powers. Piao Miao Holy Land was watching. The Blazing Fire Holy Dynasty was watching. Countless others were watching. Almost all hoped Lingxiao Holy Land could somehow win. But reason told them the odds looked terrible. At the Death Mountain range, Lingxiao Holy Land's sword cultivators were experiencing the terror directly. The Tao pressure from my demons made their hearts tremble. Every creature near the front seemed to possess at least martial ancestor level combat strength. Lingxiao Holy Land had only 35 martial ancestors total. How were they supposed to fight this? Their earlier confidence shattered instantly. Don't panic. Zhou Ping's voice suddenly rang out, reinforced with sharp sword Tao resonance. We are sword cultivators. The stronger the enemy, the more determined we must become. The battle has not started. No one knows who will win. Demons will never overcome humanity. His words struck directly at their fighting spirit. The frightened sword cultivators slowly regained courage. Yes, sword cultivators specialized in overwhelming offense. Perhaps victory was still possible. Of course, if they calmed down and analyzed the situation logically, they would realize their chances were nearly non-existent. Zhou Ping's technique was essentially forcing courage into their hearts through sword Tao resonance. He had no choice. At this point, retreat was probably no longer an option. I held the overwhelming advantage. Why would I allow an invading army to simply turn around and leave? If death was unavoidable, Zhou Ping preferred dying while fighting. Crimson sword intent surged around him. Behind him, thousands of disciples prepared their formations. Then the shadow-splitting savage leopard suddenly spoke. Wait, Zhou Ping. I've heard everyone in Lingxiao Holy Land follows the sword Tao. Coincidentally, I also have some understanding of the sword. How about this? You and I fight a one-on-one battle to the death. If you win, our demon army withdraws today and the demon suppression sect forgets Lingxiao Holy Land's provocation. What do you say? None of the demons behind it looked surprised. They had just received a new order from me. The shadow-splitting savage leopard was to duel Zhou Ping alone. The reason was simple. The appearance of more than 100 demon venerables had already shocked the entire central continent and pushed the demon suppression sect's reputation to a new level. Demon point notifications were exploding in my mind. In only moments, he had earned more than 20,000 points, and the number was still climbing rapidly. That alone was enough to release another martial saint-level demon venerable. If the powers of the central continent knew I could gain another top-tier subordinate within minutes simply because they were shocked by my current ones, they would probably go insane. Seeing the income rate, I had another idea. Why not make the spectacle even more outrageous? Lingxiao Holy Land was famous for sword cultivation. Fine. Then I would have one of my demons defeat Lingxiao's holy master using a sword. The shock and humiliation would be even greater. Let the harvest continue a little longer. Lingxiao Holy Land's disciples immediately protested. Holy Master, this may be a trap. Don't trust demons. Those outside our race cannot be trusted. If we combine all our sword formations, we can still cut through them. But Zhou Ping was tempted. As the strongest expert in Lingxiao Holy Land, his Tao perception was far superior to that of most disciples. He understood exactly how bad their position was. If a full-scale battle began, there was a 99% chance the entire Holy Land army would be annihilated. So perhaps it was better to gamble his own life for one chance at survival. If even he, the undisputed strongest fighter on Lingxiao's side, could not win a one-on-one duel, then there was no point pretending the army had any hope. Zhou Ping took a deep breath. Fine, I accept the duel. Master, Holy Master, Lu Qingying and others immediately cried out. They hated the idea of forcing Zhou Ping to bear the entire crisis alone. But rationally, everyone knew this was the best option available. Before coming here, they had assumed I possessed only the Blood Ghost Heavenly Wolf and Black Fiend Star Bull Demon as major subordinates. They had never imagined more than 100 monsters several times stronger were waiting behind them. Haha, then let's begin. One of my 3 martial saint-level demons stepped forward. Its body was long and slender like a humanoid lizard, covered completely in white diamond-shaped armor scales. This was the 6 Desire Sphere Demon Venerable. It flicked one finger. A small white cube instantly formed in the air. Before Lingxiao's disciples understood what was happening, the cube flew into the empty space between the 2 armies. Whoom! A powerful suction force erupted. The shadow-splitting savage, leopard, and Zhou Ping were both pulled toward it. As they flew, their bodies shrank rapidly. Then both disappeared inside the cube. You demon! What did you do? I knew demons couldn't be trusted. You promised a duel and immediately interfered. Brothers and sisters, fight them to the death. Wait! One of Lingxiao Holy Land's supreme elders immediately stretched out an arm and stopped the furious disciples. His triangular eyes were fixed on the 6 Desire Sphere demon. The instant that creature acted, the Tao profundity it emitted felt unfathomable. It was clearly even stronger than the gray leopard. There was a fact he did not want to admit, but reality had placed it directly in front of him. Of the 3 martial saint demons, the leopard might actually be the weakest. What did that mean? The weakest one was already strong enough to fight Zhou Ping. If a full-scale battle started, Lingxiao Holy Land would not merely lose, it would be crushed. The Supreme Elder's perception was correct. The shadow-splitting savage leopard was at the third heaven of Martial Saint. My other two Martial Saint-level demons stood at the fourth and fifth heavens. The sixth Desire Sphere demon was the newest release and the strongest of the three at the fifth heaven. The white cube it created looked simple, but it was a self-contained spatial domain. Even if Ling Xiao's sword cultivators tried to break it from outside, it would take them at least an hour without the sixth Desire Sphere demon even defending it. The overall gap was simply too enormous. In truth, that one demon alone could probably annihilate the entire Ling Xiao expedition force. Everyone look, Lu Qingning called out. Master is already fighting the leopard inside. The sword cultivators focused their senses on the cube. Inside, Zhou Ping and the shadow-splitting savage leopard appeared like two tiny black specks facing one another. The cube looked small from outside, but to the two fighters, spatial compression made the interior larger than the Death Mountain range itself. Every cultivator allowed to join this invasion had at least martial emperor cultivation, so their perception was powerful enough to observe the miniature battlefield clearly. I understand now, someone said. That white demon created an isolated battlefield so nobody can interfere. What terrifying spatial mastery. What realm is that creature? No idea. At minimum, it doesn't seem weaker than the leopard. At this point, we can only trust the Holy Master. Ling Xiao's disciples reluctantly accepted the situation. The one good sign was that the demons appeared to be honoring the one-on-one agreement. That meant Ling Xiao Holy Land still had a thread of hope. Of course, no one could guarantee the white demon would not intervene if the leopard began losing. But they had no power to demand better rules. That was the helplessness of the weaker side. The stronger faction defined reality. Lu Qingning looked across the demon army and felt her heart sink further. Every monster looked relaxed, as though they were watching prey deliver itself to the butcher. Then her eyes suddenly locked onto one figure. Blood-red fur, dark claws like dried blood, the horrifying wolf demon. It's him. Her body trembled. This was the blood ghost heavenly wolf that had drawn Shen Tongyuan into the battle over Dongxing Divine City. Back then, her junior brother had displayed several secret techniques of Ling Xiao Holy Land and beaten the wolf close to defeat. Then I appeared and killed Shen Tongyuan. Seeing the wolf again instantly reopened that wound. But something was wrong. During the old battle recording, this creature had clearly been only peak martial emperor. Its bloodline and bizarre abilities had allowed it to briefly contend with Shen Tongyuan. Now the Dao aura around it was completely different. Deep, dense, powerful. It reached martial ancestor. Lu Qingning's mind went blank. Martial ancestor was not a realm one casually entered. Many cultivators remained stuck beneath it for 1,000 years or died of old age without succeeding. How could my demon venerables improve this quickly? The blood ghost heavenly wolf noticed her hateful stare. It slowly grinned, its sharp teeth rubbed together. Without making a sound, it mouthed several words at her. Don't rush. You'll all follow that guy soon. Lu Qingning's perception was correct. Since the battle at Dongxing Divine City, the blood ghost heavenly wolf had recovered all the way to the fifth heaven of martial ancestor. That rate of improvement was a miracle even by Central Continent standards. The reason was the wolf had been the second demon venerable he released and had contributed enormously during the early expansion of the demon suppression sect. I deliberately rewarded such merit heavily, both to repay the wolf and to show every demon that loyal service brought benefits. I gave it huge amounts of cultivation resources and even used my own Dao abilities to repair and reopen its damaged meridians. That was why its recovery had been so fast. If it fought Shen Tongyuan again now, it could probably suppress and kill him directly. Lu Qing's eyes nearly burst from anger when she understood the wolf's silent message, but she forced herself to endure it. If a full battle began now, Ling Xiao Holy Land would be annihilated. If they somehow escaped today, she could look for another chance to take my head and the wolf's. Inside the white cube, Zhou Ping had no awareness of what was happening outside. The entire space around him was an endless white domain. He did not care. Every part of his attention was locked onto the shadow-splitting savage leopard. Crimson sword intent rose around him and formed the shape of a giant tiger. Zhou Ping gripped his sword with both hands and raised it high. Then he slashed downward. Sword tiger, first form crimson leaf advance. Roar. The crimson sword tiger charged forward. Each stride shook the white space as though it intended to tear heaven and earth apart. The savage leopard remained completely calm. Gray Dao energy poured from its body like liquid mercury. In an instant, several identical gray bodies appeared around it. Every clone held the same spinal sword. Every clone possessed the same explosive muscles and dense fur. Even divine sense could not distinguish the real body from the false ones. Kill. All the leopards burst forward from different directions. Cold sweat instantly appeared on Zhu Ping's forehead. Which one was real? Which one? He had no time to think. The leopards moved too quickly. Battle opportunities vanished in fractions of a second. Forget it. Zhou Ping chose the clone farthest away and directed the crimson sword tiger toward it. Boom. The attack struck. Violent sword energy swallowed the target and dissolved it into a pool of gray liquid. But the remaining leopards kept charging. Zhou Ping's heart sank. Wrong choice. His carefully prepared opening attack had hit a clone. He had already lost the initiative. The thought flashed through his mind just as the other leopards surrounded him. Clang! 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 Gray sword chi erupted from all directions. The white world filled with chaotic blade light. Zhou Ping defended desperately. The two sides exchanged hundreds of attacks in only moments. Within a few breaths, Multiple wounds had already appeared across Zhou Ping's body. Both fighters were at the third heaven of martial saint, yet the famous holy master was being driven backward and disoriented. The difference in real combat ability was obvious. The shadow-splitting savage leopard possessed a monstrous bloodline and terrifying physical body. But there was another major reason. Its original cultivation had once been far above the third heaven of martial saint. 80,000 years inside the demon sealing tower had caused its strength to fall. Yet its experience remained. Its vision, judgment, timing, and battlefield instinct all came from a much higher level. Zhou Ping, meanwhile, carried the survival of Lingxiao Holy Land on his shoulders. The psychological burden was enormous. The leopard felt almost no pressure at all. Those factors combined into a brutal advantage. Sword Tiger, second form Scarlet Sacred Sword, Shadow Reversal, Sword Tiger, third form Absolute Shadow Lingxiao Sword, Clone Exchange, boom, boom, boom. Their Tao energies crashed endlessly. If this battle occurred outside, thousands of kilometers around the Death Mountain range might already have become scorched ruins. Fortunately, the Six Desire Sphere Demon's domain contained every shockwave. Not even a trace escaped. The sealed environment also meant neither fighter could retreat. They were forced into a true life and death battle. This can't continue, Zhou Ping thought. He's stronger than me. Under the pressure of imminent death, his scalp tingled and his mind entered a strange state of extreme clarity. His sword intent began rising. The bottleneck that had trapped him for centuries loosened. There was an old saying that life and death combat was the fastest path to growth. Before true terror, human potential could erupt beyond normal limits. Every cell in the body resonated with heaven and earth. Under that crushing fear, Zhou Ping's sword Tao rapidly deepened. Then it crossed a threshold. Boom! A new wave of crimson power exploded from him. His entire aura transformed. Martial Saint, fourth heaven, ha 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 ha. Demon, you're finished. Those who oppose humanity have only death waiting. A firefly dares compete with the moon? Zhou Ping's laughter filled the white domain. At Martial Saint, every minor realm represented a major transformation in Tao comprehension. Now he believed victory was possible again. Sword Tiger, fourth form 10,000 tigers descend. His sword trembled violently. Countless crimson sword images burst outward and transformed into ferocious tigers charging the gray leopards. But at that exact moment, a strange fluctuation spread from every savage leopard clone. They all spoke together, their voices perfectly overlapping. Finally recovered to the fourth heaven. It has been 80,000 years since I enjoyed a fight this much. This is satisfying. Zhou Ping's expression collapsed. He had been stuck at third heaven for 1,000 years. Only by accumulating experience and then facing death had he finally broken through. How did this leopard just happen to advance at the same time? Was heaven itself determined to destroy Lingxiao Holy Land? Zhou Ping felt infinite bitterness. He had no way of knowing that the savage leopard had already reached this level long ago. For it, this was recovery, not a genuine breakthrough. Returning to familiar ground was infinitely easier. The clones charged, the crimson sword tigers were shredded apart one after another, the beating resumed. Zhou Ping almost cursed the heavens, but an expert who cultivated for thousands of years did not surrender until the final breath. He activated life-burning trump cards. His sword power increased by nearly 30%. The savage leopard used its own secret ability, causing destroyed shadow bodies to rapidly regenerate. Zhou Ping deliberately traded injuries while trying desperately to identify the true body. But Shadow Tao at this level was too profound. At a cost, the leopard could even transfer the real body between clones. There was almost no path to victory. Outside the cube, Lingxiao Holy Land's disciples watched in despair. Master, Holy Master. Damn that leopard. Its swordsmanship itself cannot compare with the Holy Master, but those shadow tricks are disgusting. Don't panic. There must still be a chance. The Holy Master has trump cards he hasn't used. They tried to comfort themselves. But every new exchange inside the cube made hope thinner. Each technique Zhou Ping used was countered quickly. The leopard's Shadow Tao gave it extraordinary survival ability. Once it obtained an advantage, reversing the battle was extremely difficult. The demons watching from outside were completely relaxed. Brother, Leopard is a powerful third-floor demon venerable. How could these weak humans compare? This mission is much easier than expected. The strongest expert in Lingxiao Holy Land is being beaten by Brother Leopard. King Qin Hang doesn't need to move. Even the other two great third-floor seniors don't need to act. We can earn merit just by showing up. Wonderful. The battle continued for roughly 5 minutes. Then the savage leopard's many bodies suddenly moved in an unexpected pattern, converging around one position behind Zhou Ping. Gray heavens splitting slash. Srock. A chaotic gray sword beam tore across the white domain. It struck Zhou Ping, whose defenses had already reached their limit. His body began splitting apart inch by inch. Life force vanished rapidly. The Holy Master of Lingxiao Holy Land died. The Tao principles he had controlled immediately lost ownership and began collapsing back into heaven and earth. Those pure Tao energies penetrated even the Six Desire Sphere Demon's spatial domain. Once their owner was dead, they were no longer attacks or techniques. They were simply Tao returning to nature. And Tao existed everywhere. Outside, the sky changed color. A torrential rain of spiritual energy began falling. Bridges of radiant light stretched across the heavens. The death of a martial saint produced phenomena far greater than a martial ancestor or martial emperor. A martial saint's Tao was much more refined. At minimum, it involved intertwining two foundational branches into a new level of profound change. When such a structure collapsed back into the world, the surrounding laws naturally resonated much more violently. The Tao rain fell across both armies. Several demon venerables immediately began breaking through. Martial Ancestor, Second Heaven, Third Heaven, Fourth Heaven, ha 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 ha. Wonderful. I haven't absorbed Tao energy this pure in ages. 80,000 years. I've been waiting for this taste. This old human's Tao flavor isn't bad. This breakthrough feels incredible. Most of the demons had once possessed much higher cultivation, so strengthening the surrounding Tao environment made recovery easy. A small number of Lingxiao sword cultivators also experienced minor breakthroughs from the Tao rain. None of them were happy. Their strongest leader had just died. What did advancing one minor realm matter? The savage leopard alone might be capable of fighting their entire remaining Holy Land force. It's over. Where did these monsters come from? There's no way we can win. Has Lingxiao Holy Land's destiny truly ended today? Lu Qingning and Zhao Zhiping stood numbly. They had come to avenge Shen Tongyuan. Only minutes after the battle began, their master was dead too. And two demons behind the leopard were even stronger. How could they possibly fight the demon suppression sect? Their preparations suddenly seemed ridiculous. They had borrowed the god-shattering illusion mirror specifically to counter my illusion Tao. I had not even appeared. My subordinate was enough. That overwhelming difference in strength crushed the will to resist, and the Central Continent powers watching remotely were just as shaken. Zhou Ping had been a veteran martial saint famous for an offense-oriented sword Tao. He had still been suppressed and killed. And this was only one of my demon saints. Who knew what other trump cards remained? The demon suppression sect had appeared suddenly, and before the continent even understood what it was, it already seemed capable of standing among the very strongest powers. The battle at the Death Mountain range caused its name to explode across the Central Continent. Inside my mind, demon point notifications went berserk. 30,000, 40,000, 50,000. The number climbed faster than ever before. Only after passing 70,000 did the rate begin to slow. 70,000 demon points. That was enough to release 3 more demon venerables comparable to the shadow-splitting savage leopard that had just killed Zhou Ping. In other words, while Central Continent powers watched in horror and updated their understanding of me, they were simultaneously giving me the resources to become even stronger. That was exactly why I had not ordered an immediate all-out massacre. Lingxiao Holy Land had prepared this invasion for months. The entire continent was watching. Why waste such a perfect harvest? Let everyone see the demon suppression sect's strength clearly. Interesting. The 6 desire sphere, demon said with a faint smile. It enjoyed seeing humans fall into despair. The more hopeless the Lingxiao sword cultivators looked, the more pleasant it felt. Fortunately, I was not some saint determined to protect every human alive. Otherwise, where would demons like them find entertainment? The 6 desire sphere demon flicked its fingers. The white cube shattered. The shadow-splitting savage leopard reappeared above the Death Mountain range. Zhou Ping did not. King Qin Heng. A respectful shout suddenly came from Lingxiao Holy Land's formation. Everyone looked over. A white-robed elder with a red beard, holding a cyan sword, stepped forward. It was Xu Zizhang, one of Lingxiao Holy Land's supreme elders. The famous martial saint now looked extremely nervous. Our attack on the demon suppression sect was forced by Zhou Ping. His useless disciple Shen Tongyuan foolishly attacked your demon venerable first, yet Zhou Ping insisted on dragging the entire Holy Land into revenge. Now the true instigator is dead. Please see the truth clearly, King Qin Heng. Spare the rest of us. We are willing to submit. What else could he do? Keep fighting? That would be suicide. Zhou Ping was dead, and the demon venerables had not immediately attacked. Perhaps there was still room to negotiate. If groveling meant survival, dignity could go to hell. Elder Shu, Lu Qingning shouted, speechless with rage. Some sword cultivators also objected fiercely. Elder Shu, that is wrong. We came here willingly to punish Qin Heng and avenge Uncle Shen. The Holy Master has barely died and you already want to surrender to his killers. Fight. Even if only one of us remains, we should continue. But others immediately shouted back. That's easy for you to say. I never even met Shen Tongyuan. Why should the whole Holy Land die because of trouble he caused? Exactly. I opposed this invasion from the beginning. The Holy Master forced the order through, so none of us could object. Without Zhou Ping's leadership and with death staring them in the face, Lingxiao Holy Land began tearing itself apart. The demon venerables watched the human infighting like a show. Humans loved calling themselves righteous and principled, yet under pressure, they could become even less trustworthy than demons. The demons were not waiting because they cared about Lingxiao's excuses. They were waiting because the terrifying man who ruled them had not yet given his next order. You want to submit to the demon suppression sect? My voice suddenly echoed through heaven and earth. The Lingxiao leadership froze. Qin Heng. That's Qin Heng. They had all watched the recording from Dongsheng Divine City. None could forget the voice of the man who animated heaven and earth and killed Shen Tongyuan with ease. Their expressions split immediately. Qin Heng, damn you. Lord Qin Heng, please give us a chance. Lu Qingning and Zhou Ping's close followers were openly furious. Xu Zizhang and the surrender faction, however, looked hopeful. Negotiating with bloodthirsty demon venerables felt hopeless. Those creatures might listen politely and then suddenly scatter my ashes for entertainment. I was different. At least I was human. Surely I would not treat fellow humans exactly like livestock. And most importantly, I was the unquestioned master of every demon present. If I nodded, the crisis ended. Whoosh, a handsome young man in an exquisite black robe stepped through the sky from the distant horizon. Sun, moon, and stars were embroidered across the fabric. The supreme ruler of the myriad demon holy empire and sect master of the demon suppression sect had arrived. We greet King Qin Heng. We greet King Qin Heng. We greet King Qin Heng. The demon army, which had been relaxed moments earlier, immediately became restrained and disciplined. They separated into two lines and knelt in the air, opening a path down the center. I flew slowly between them. On either side knelt enormous ancient demons that looked like gods of destruction from myth. Whatever else one said, the entrance had style. The visual impact on Lingxiao Holy Land and every central continent faction watching was immense, which was exactly the point. Under the continuing wave of shock and awe, my demon point balance was already approaching 90,000. You want to submit to the demon suppression sect? I asked calmly. That is not impossible. Hope immediately returned to many Lingxiao sword cultivators. Not only the surrender faction led by Xu Zhejiang, even Lu Qingning and the hardliners temporarily stopped shouting. Unfortunately for Lingxiao Holy Land, the word submit did not mean what they hoped it meant. This invasion had mobilized nearly the entire strength of their holy land. The consequences were going to be catastrophic. Across the central continent, powers watching the battle all arrived at the same description: an egg smashing itself against a rock. Martial experts died one after another. With every death, their comprehended Tao collapsed back into the world, causing spiritual rain to fall without end. The demon venerables slaughtered with savage enthusiasm. For a moment, it looked as though they had returned to the world of 80,000 years ago. There was one major difference. This time, a human sat at the rear, commanding them all. I narrowed my eyes as the sweet sound of demon point notifications continued echoing through my mind. In my previous life, the demon suppression sect had protected humanity silently. Eventually, people even forgot the sect existed. No one remembered its contribution. And in the end, the sect itself was destroyed. Whoever wanted to play that thankless punching bag could go ahead. I had no interest. In this life, I would completely control the demons. Humans who displeased me or insisted on becoming my enemies would die. Those who sincerely submitted and treated me with respect would receive protection. That was the path I considered correct. Boom, boom, boom. The battle was brutal, but short. The gap in strength was simply too enormous. After roughly 1 minute, not a single Lingxiao Holy Land sword cultivator remained alive. Spiritual rain fell softly across the battlefield, washing blood from the enormous bodies of the demon venerables. A bolt of lightning split the sky. For a moment, the flash illuminated me and the army of demons behind me. One command. 10,000 demons marched. That image would remain in the nightmares of countless central continent cultivators for years to come. The battle successfully spread the demon suppression sect's name beyond the southern region. And because I had placed recording pearls throughout the battlefield in advance, the story of Lingxiao Holy Land's destruction was also broadcast widely throughout the south. Demon points surged accordingly. Within half a day after the battle ended, my balance had climbed to 150,000. The rate gradually slowed afterward, but only relatively speaking. It was still far faster than before the war. A continent-shaking event needed time to ferment through society. 10 days later, Tianjin City still stood proudly on the Tianjin Plains. Its towering white stone walls gleamed in the sunlight. Inside, wide streets crossed one another like a chessboard. Smooth, bluestone roads stretched between densely packed shops and tall buildings. Tianjin City had once been the largest neutral city in the southern region. It had now lost the title of largest city to the rapidly expanding myriad demon holy city, but remained a firm second. After I destroyed the Dongsheng Divine Dynasty, the cloud pavilion that controlled Tianyun City surrendered immediately. That decision saved it from being targeted by the white-robed bureau. I retained most of the pavilion's existing structure and merely inserted inspectors and officials from the Holy Empire. Its excellent intelligence network continued operating under new ownership. On one of the busiest streets, a round-faced boy in coarse clothes ran through the crowd carrying stacks of information jade slips. Breaking report. Breaking report. Complete intelligence on Lingxiao Holy Land, the faction destroyed after daring to provoke our myriad demon holy empire. Detailed profiles of its main criminals. Full organizational structure. Come get your copy. Information about I ordering the demon venerables to intercept Lingxiao Holy Land. At the Death Mountain Range had already been distributed on the day of the battle. The recordings spread rapidly too. After all, anything that increased the demon suppression sect's reputation received my full support. I had directly ordered the Cloud Pavilion to maximize distribution. But after collecting public reactions, the pavilion discovered a problem. Most ordinary people in the southern region had no idea how powerful Lingxiao Holy Land actually was. Without understanding the enemy, they could not appreciate the scale of the victory. If I did not know how terrifying Lingxiao Holy Land had been, how could the demon's achievement look properly glorious? So the Cloud Pavilion produced a second wave of detailed reports explaining exactly what kind of monster I had crushed. Give me one. I want one too. How much? Coming. The Holy Empire subsidized this report. 1 low-grade spirit stone per copy. The boy grinned from ear to ear while passing out jade slips. Every sale gave him a commission. Since the selling price was basically covered by the subsidy, almost the entire spirit stone went into his pocket. How could he not be enthusiastic? The world was enormous and the information was dirt cheap. Sales were naturally incredible. This was what happened when I personally ordered propaganda support. Resources existed to strengthen the demon suppression sect's position. Several armed escorts eating at a roadside food stall soon bought copies. They sent their consciousness into the jade slips. Detailed information immediately appeared. Ling Xiao, Holy Land, one of the leading powers of the central continent, established 19,000 years ago. Holy Master Zhou Ping, Martial Saint, Third Heaven, Sword Dao Mastery approaching divine transformation. The record continued with Zhou Ping's youth, battles, major achievements, faction structure, and even unofficial gossip and romantic rumors concerning important elders like Xu Zizang. The explanation made Ling Xiao Holy Land's former strength immediately obvious. 19,000 years. A muscular escort with a long scar beside his left eye stared in disbelief. So that's the foundation of a true Holy Land. Dongsheng Divine Dynasty had been considered one of the oldest powers in the southern region, yet it had existed only around 9,000 years. Not even half as long. And Martial Saint. That's above Martial Ancestor? My god. Before all this, the southern region didn't even have public martial ancestors. Holy Master Qin killed people an entire major realm beyond that like it was nothing. According to this, the Luoheng sword god was Zhu Ping's junior disciple. If those two fought seriously, Shen Tongyuan probably wouldn't survive more than a few moves. Good thing we're citizens of the myriad demon Holy Empire now. With Holy Master Qin ruling us, I actually feel safe. Martial Ancestor, Martial Saint, the titles alone felt distant and mythical. Only several months earlier, a single martial ancestor entering the southern region could have destroyed multiple divine dynasties with ease. Now my forces had killed dozens of such experts in a single battle and even slain several martial saints. It was almost absurdly violent. But when people thought about the alternative, their attitudes changed. Without the demon suppression sect, would the southern region not simply be prey for outside powers? If they themselves were people from those holy lands north of the Death Mountain range, they would probably look down on weak southern natives too. Had Ling Xiao conquered the south, locals might have ended up second-class subjects. Instead, under the myriad demon Holy Empire, living standards were visibly improving. Which side was better for ordinary people was increasingly easy to judge. That contrast pushed the demon suppression sect's reputation even higher. And my demon points kept growing. Nearby, a crowd gathered around an unusual game board. Two men sat opposite one another in the center. One pinched a black mat card between his fingers and threw it onto the board. I activate a superpower card. Summon Ling Xiao, Holy Land's Luoheng sword god Shen Tongyuan. Energy spilled from the card. It condensed into a miniature Shen Tongyuan, wearing a wine gourd and holding a sword. The tiny figure was astonishingly lifelike and even carried faint sword intent. My turn ends. The red-nosed, middle-aged man opposite him sneered. My turn. He flipped out a crimson card. I sacrificed 3 martial emperors of Dongsheng Divine Dynasty to summon the demon suppression sect's blood ghost Heavenly Wolf General. 3 miniature Dongsheng martial emperors on his side shattered and flowed into the crimson card. The energy condensed into a tiny blood ghost Heavenly Wolf with a murderous expression. This sophisticated entertainment board game was officially authorized by me and produced by the Cloud Pavilion. Its name was Myriad Demon King. The card roster updated in real time. It included numerous famous figures: Cao Yunsheng, First Divine Lord of Dongsheng; Zhang Shu, Second Divine Lord; Lu Ruyan, the female martial emperor; former Emperor Luo Bu of Luomo Kingdom, and many others. So far, only 2 of my demon generals had been released as playable cards: the Blood Ghost Heavenly Wolf and the Black Fiend Starbull Demon. Other demons remained locked from public use. The purpose of the game was not merely entertainment. I wanted the demon suppression sect's strength to enter ordinary people's minds in a simple, enjoyable, and intuitive form. The project was still being tested, so he authorized only 2 demon generals initially and planned to measure the effect on reputation before expanding it. Blood Wolf General attacks Luoheng sword god. The red-nosed man issued his command. The miniature wolf lunged forward and drove a black claw straight through miniature Shen Tongyuan. Bang! The sword god's energy body shattered. The wolf also suffered some sword erosion, causing its color to dim slightly. The crowd immediately reacted. What? The Blood Wolf General can directly crush and kill the Luoheng sword god now? That can't be right. Everyone knows what happened over Dongsheng Divine City. The wolf couldn't defeat Shen Tongyuan back then and almost died before Holy Master Qin personally appeared and crushed the sword god. So shouldn't Shen Tongyuan's card be stronger? The red-nosed man raised an eyebrow proudly. My Blood Wolf General card is the newest Cloud Pavilion version. Times have changed. Under His Majesty Qin Heng's cultivation and support, General Blood Wolf is now far stronger than Shen Tongyuan ever was. Oh, the crowd immediately understood. The Cloud Pavilion had direct authorization from me and handled the game's updates. Naturally, current character strength would be reflected quickly. If the latest Blood Wolf General could now kill the old Luoheng sword god, then the card result made sense. At this point, the match was nearly decided. The Blood Ghost Heavenly Wolf was one of the strongest cards in the current version. Once summoned, the opponent had almost no path back. 2 turns later, the enemy crystal shattered. The red-nosed man won. Blood Wolf General forever a god. Ha 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 ha. I told you that Luoheng sword god card is outdated. He's dead. He has. no future upgrade potential. Exactly. You still need General Blood Wolf, one of His Majesty Qin Heng's trusted demon generals. Brother, are you selling that card? Get lost. Do you know how many packs I opened before I pulled it? The crowd argued excitedly. This entertainment model was completely new to them. More importantly, it gave ordinary people something tangible to discuss. The demon suppression sect stood at the very top of the Holy Empire, too distant from everyday civilian life to appear constantly in normal conversation. But through a game like this, people learned which demon generals were strong, which battles had occurred, and how the sect's hierarchy worked. The Cloud Pavilion's latest evaluation showed that the project genuinely improved the demon suppression sect's public recognition and legitimacy. Its designers admired it even more. Only their holy masters seemed capable of inventing such strange concepts. I did not know much about modern technology and could not recreate an industrial civilization from nothing. But this world had visible Tao laws and powerful supernatural energy. In many ways, that was even more convenient. A board game with living miniature projections would have been impossible in my old world without advanced technology. Here, using Tao and spiritual formations made it straightforward. The reason such innovations had not appeared before was partly limited imagination and partly social structure. High-level martial experts were practically a different species from ordinary people. They stood above society, enjoyed endless wealth, and could decide the life or death of commoners with a thought. Their minds were filled with cultivation and advancement. Why would they spend time inventing entertainment or public services for ordinary people? Myriad Demon King was only one of my many ideas for accelerating Demon Point production. Across the southern region, new projects and institutions were appearing constantly, often built around the unique abilities of demon venerables. The Myriad Demon Holy Empire changed almost every day. Meanwhile, I had also ordered the remaining corrosive white mist around the Death Mountain range absorbed and cleared away. Demon armies moved north and began taking over Lingxiao Holy Land's former territory at astonishing speed. The political structure of the central continent was usually centered on holy lands and sects. A powerful holy land controlled a vast region containing many smaller kingdoms. Those kingdoms competed with one another while remaining subordinate to the same holy land. Whenever an exceptional talent appeared, that person would be promoted into the holy land. The kingdoms effectively served as an endless talent production system. It was a stable arrangement. No single kingdom could threaten the Holy Land. The Holy Land itself needed only to focus on converting vast resources into stronger cultivators. But that stability created a weakness. Zhou Ping had taken almost all of Lingxiao Holy Land's high-level combat force to the Death Mountain range. Once that force died, there was essentially nothing left capable of organized resistance. I simply needed to send people in and receive the territory. Other major central continent powers still had not decided how they should respond to the rising demon suppression sect. My demon army frightened them deeply. During the entire Death Mountain range battle, only one martial saint demon had needed to fight seriously before the result became obvious. By that logic, no individual faction on the central continent seemed capable of defeating the demon suppression sect alone. Should they fight? Should they submit? That was the question. While they hesitated, I had no intention of wasting the time gap. I aggressively conquered Lingxiao, Holy Land's enormous former territory, turning it into a foundation for future expansion beyond the south. Since the other factions were temporarily too frightened to attack, I saw no reason to strike them immediately either. The Death Mountain range battle had only just begun spreading among ordinary central continent populations. Give the story more time to ferment and my demon points, and therefore my personal strength and demon army would become even greater. Then unifying the central continent would be safer and easier. In one kingdom, formerly controlled by Lingxiao Holy Land, stood the Great Pusheng Temple. More than 10,000 monks in golden robes gathered tensely beneath the sky. Each held a sword, making them look rather different from traditional monks. That was because Lingxiao Holy Land had been centered on sword Tao. No matter what religion or political system existed in the subordinate kingdoms, sword cultivation always dominated their martial education. That maximized the chance of producing talents suitable for recruitment into the Holy Land. Abbot. A powerful energy signature is approaching from the north. The thin old monk at the front took a deep breath, so they finally came. From the moment Zhou Ping died, he knew Great Pusheng Temple's future had become unstable. 3 days earlier, I began sending terrifying demon generals to conquer Lingxiao's former territories. For the senior leadership of states that had belonged directly to Lingxiao Holy Land, the policy was brutal. Kill without mercy. Leave no survivors in positions capable of organizing resistance. Form the array. Under the abbot's command, the monks moved into position. Golden spiritual currents erupted from their bodies and linked together. Then wild laughter came from the sky. Ha 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 ha. A whole group of bald donkeys gathered together waiting to die. Excellent. You've saved me the trouble of hunting you down individually. The sunny weather instantly turned freezing. Snowflakes began falling. A demon venerable over 100 meters tall broke through the clouds. Its body was deep blue and covered in thick layers of crystalline ice armor. Every plate gleamed with killing cold. 2 spiraling horns rose from its head. Enormous wings, hard as forged iron, produced screaming winds with every movement. The frost, heavenly hound demon venerable had arrived. So cold, my bones feel frozen together. This is one of Qin Heng's great demons. What terrifying pressure. Everyone stay calm. the abbot shouted. Steady your minds. Demonic appearances are ultimately empty. The Frost Heavenly Hound had not even attacked yet. The ice Tao, leaking naturally from its body, already made the monks tremble. That was normal. Most truly talented sword seedlings from this region had already been taken into Lingxiao Holy Land. Even though the people gathered here represented Great Pusheng Temple's senior leadership, most were only martial spirit level cultivators. Only a minority reached Martial Emperor. To the Frost Heavenly Hound, which had recovered to the third heaven of Martial Ancestor, they were insignificant. The abbot saw morale collapsing and roared. Attack! Swish! 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 More than 10,000 golden sword beams erupted toward the sky. The Frost Heavenly Hound looked almost bored. It narrowed its eyes. Ice particles condensed instantly into an enormous frozen shield. The golden sword beams struck it. Sparks exploded everywhere. The shield did not lose even a fragment. Blame your former masters, the hound said coldly. They were foolish enough to provoke King Qin Heng. It raised one claw. Extreme cold withering. Crack! Crack! The temperature across Great Pusheng Temple plummeted. Ice Tao energy penetrated the monks' spiritual defenses and entered their limbs and organs. Frost spread across their skin. Before anyone could flee, the entire formation became motionless. 10,000 monks stood frozen as ice statues. A temple that had been full of life only seconds earlier became a dead world. Calling it a battle would have been generous. It was an execution. Elsewhere in Lingxiao's former territory, two sword cultivators with blood-soaked robes fled through the sky. Senior brother, what do we do? The border toward the blazing fire holy dynasty has been completely sealed by some enormous white demon. Damn Qin Heng. He really intends to eliminate us all. Both men were direct disciples of Lingxiao Holy Land. Zhou Ping had mobilized most of the sect, but not literally every last person had gone to the Death Mountain range. I showed no mercy toward the remnants. Senior officials of Lingxiao's subordinate states were already being killed systematically. Direct Lingxiao disciples had even less hope of forgiveness. Whoosh! A violent gust approached from behind. The Galebat demon Venerable rapidly closed the distance. Heh, found you. Die. Its claws swept forward. Two compressed wind blades shot through the sky. Too fast. The sword cultivators desperately created a spiritual barrier. Useless. The difference in strength was overwhelming. The wind blades tore through the barrier like soft tofu and cut both men apart. Broken limbs fell from the sky. The Galebat sniffed, then pulled out a parchment list covered with names. It crossed out 2 lines. Almost finished. Hey, this pursuit work really suits me. Put in a little more effort and I can clear the entire list today. The Galebat cultivated the Wind Dao, with speed as its greatest advantage. Using it for pursuit and investigation was perfect. Now that I commanded so many demons, I could finally distribute assignments based on individual strengths. In the early days, everything had fallen on the Black Fiend Star Bull and Blood Ghost Heavenly Wolf. That was no longer necessary. Across Lingxiao Holy Land's former territory, the purge continued. Remaining resistance could not escape my demon generals. At the same time, administrators and construction officials were dispatched from the southern region to take control of each kingdom. By now, I had become highly experienced at absorbing conquered territory. Back in the southern region, inside a small city, stood a tea house called Full Fortune Pavilion. On the stage below, a storyteller with a thin mustache narrated dramatically. His current tale described the legendary battle 1,200 years ago when Shen Tongyuan killed multiple martial emperors at Luohang Slope. On that day, winds howled over Luohang Slope, clouds churned, and heaven itself changed color. The storyteller loved emphasizing scenes with 4-character phrases and rhythmic cadences. His voice rose and fell smoothly enough that the audience found it pleasant. Then a young man carrying a wine gourd tore across the sky. He wore white, held a sword, and stood at the base of the slope with eyes sharp as saw blades. The audience fell silent, completely absorbed in the distant legend. In a private room on the 2nd floor, I leaned comfortably beside the window, eating sunflower seeds while listening. Over the past several weeks, I had issued many orders and implemented numerous reforms. Expansion beyond the Death Mountain range continued steadily, but my institutions were now mature enough to operate in a healthy cycle without constant personal supervision. So I spent much of my time traveling through my territory, experiencing local customs and ordinary life. Enjoyment was one reason. Cultivating my mental state was another. At Martial Saint, further advancement depended not only on Tao comprehension, but also on one's harmony with nature and internal state. For ordinary Martial Saints, Tao comprehension was usually the harder and more important part. If understanding of laws and Tao became deep enough, breakthroughs could still occur even with a less refined state of mind. A simple analogy was that Tao comprehension formed the base value of strength, while harmony of mind and nature acted as a multiplier. Improving both was naturally ideal. My path was unusual. Whenever I released a demon venerable, vast quantities of Tao comprehension and cultivation were poured directly into me. That solved the hardest part automatically, so I could focus largely on polishing my state of mind and integrating what I already possessed. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Wutong entered the room and immediately bowed. Greetings, Holy Master. As one of the former White Shadow Guards, Wutong belonged to my earliest group of trusted subordinates. I often took him along while traveling so minor matters could be handled without effort. What happened? I asked casually, still watching the storyteller below. Holy Master, expansion beyond the Death Mountain range is proceeding smoothly. Roughly 90% of Lingxiao Holy Land's former territory is already under your control. However, the White Robe Bureau recently received intelligence. Several hostile factions led by the Blazing Fire Holy Dynasty are secretly discussing the formation of an anti-demon suppression alliance. Please review, no need. I did not even frown. Let them play. Ignore them for now. The Death Mountain range battle frightened them badly enough. Until they believe they are fully prepared, they won't move. When the time is right, destroy the so-called alliance in one strike. Then unifying the central continent will be almost complete. What was the rush? They were merely a crowd of frightened factions trying to comfort one another. Since the Death Mountain range battle, I had accumulated more than 200,000 additional demon points. I had already released several more powerful prisoners from the demon sealing tower. Their release progress was nearing 100%. Those factions had no way of knowing that every day they delayed, the demon suppression sect became dramatically stronger. As you command, Holy Master. Wutong immediately understood. He held absolute faith in my decisions. From destroying the Lomo royal family to unifying the southern region, less than a year had passed. What could this man not accomplish? If I issued an order, obeying it was enough. It had never led them wrong. Wutong continued reporting other matters. Then my eyebrow rose slightly. Oh, someone is actually staging a bullying drama right beside me. Interesting. In the neighboring private room, a richly dressed fat man was tearing into a roast chicken, grease covering his mouth. Several guards in black and white uniforms stood around him. In the corner, a poor young man in coarse clothing stared back with a mixture of fear and anger. The fat man finished most of the chicken and wiped his mouth with a silk cloth. Then he looked at the young man. Chen Sheng, have you made your decision? If you refuse to hand over the spirit pearl, I cannot guarantee your sister's safety. A cruel smile appeared. His guards joined in. Young Master Wei has already taken interest in it. No matter how desperately you protect the treasure, it's useless. Hand it over early and save your sister some suffering. That object is disaster for someone like you, not fortune. The fat man was Wei Daxing, son of Qingyang City's lord. He had spent years acting like a tyrant in this territory, bullying men, taking women, extorting people, and worse, there were countless stories. In the old days, an ordinary civilian like Chen Sheng could simply have been murdered and buried outside the city. With the Wei family's influence, everything would disappear from the records. But the southern region was currently undergoing enormous reforms under me. Wei Daxing's father had specifically warned him not to create trouble during such a sensitive period. Otherwise, Chen Sheng would already have been dead. Of course, if the boy remained stubborn enough, Wei Daxing was still willing to kill him. He only needed to make the cleanup more careful. My authority might be terrifying, and my campaigns against corrupt local elites had been severe, but as the saying went, the mountains were high and the emperor was far away. Qingyang City stood unimaginably far from the myriad demon holy city. Wei Daxing always thought his father worried too much. If Chen Sheng truly angered him, murder and corpse disposal were familiar work. Then he could imprison Chen Sheng's younger sister as a personal plaything. Chen Sheng nearly ground his teeth apart, but he understood how difficult it was to oppose the Wei family inside Qingyang City. For an ordinary poor citizen like him, the family could crush him like an ant, and his sister was already in their hands. The disaster began 5 days earlier. Chen Sheng and his younger sister, Chen Xiu, had been watching a martial competition beside a public arena. 2 spears collided violently on the platform. One competitor lost his grip. His spear spun out of the arena like a projectile. Chen Sheng tried desperately to dodge, but the blade still cut a long wound across his cheek. Blood ran down his neck, and touched a spirit pearl pendant, hanging there, the final gift his father had left before dying. Then something miraculous happened. The pearl absorbed his blood instantly. Brilliant spiritual light exploded from it. Anyone illuminated by the light felt flesh, bone, and cultivation subtly transform. The surrounding crowd immediately understood. A treasure. A genuine martial treasure. Then the spirit pearl suddenly flew into Chen Sheng's body and disappeared. Wei Daxing happened to witness everything. Greed instantly took over. After a quick investigation, he learned Chen Sheng had no background whatsoever. 3 generations of his family had been poor. So Wei Daxing acted. He ordered Chen Xiu kidnapped and used her to force Chen Sheng into handing over the treasure. The problem was that Chen Sheng could no longer remove it. The spirit pearl had fused completely with his soul, blood, and flesh. If forcefully separated, Chen Sheng would die and the pearl itself would probably shatter. Explaining that to Wei Daxing would accomplish nothing. The fat man would assume Chen Sheng was lying and torture him until either the treasure appeared or he died. Why? Chen Sheng thought bitterly. Why did a martial opportunity become a catastrophe the moment it reached me? I only wanted my sister and me to live without worrying about hunger. What did I do wrong? His helplessness twisted his face. Wei Daxing watched with obvious enjoyment. He lifted a wine cup and took a slow sip. He loved this expression, the powerless rage of poor people who knew they could do nothing against him. That was how the world worked. With strength and authority, one could do whatever one wanted. Wei Daxing could not compare with me, the supreme ruler who could order the deaths of millions, erase holy lands, and cause Dao rain to fall with a command. But within Qingyang City, Wei Daxing still considered himself a local emperor. Go on, he thought with a smile. Suffer a little more. The result won't change. Weak people are meant to live like this. Then his eyebrow rose. Chen Sheng's spiritual aura was climbing rapidly. It rose from ordinary levels into the warrior realm almost instantly. The treasure. Wei Daxing's eyes widened greedily. What else could make this trash improve so quickly? The spirit pearl is still inside him. Under Chen Sheng's extreme rage, the pearl fused within his body released enormous spiritual power. His talent and physique improved rapidly. Good, Wei Daxing shouted. Very good. Hand it over now and I may still spare your life. Greed burned in his eyes. If he obtained this treasure, his own martial potential would surely increase tremendously. Chen Sheng raised his right palm. Purple energy gathered into a glowing sphere. His eyes were bloodshot. He had entered a nearly frenzied state. By forcefully extracting the spirit pearl's power, he temporarily pushed his cultivation to the level of a grand warrior. Chen Sheng understood that he had no path left. So fight, kill the guards, take Wei Daxing hostage. Perhaps then he could exchange the fat man for his sister. Boom! Chen Sheng kicked off the ground and charged. The guards moved simultaneously, courting death. You really don't know your limits. Ridiculous. Bang, bang, bang. Within only a few exchanges, Chen Sheng was beaten into miserable retreat. That was normal. These were Wei Daxing's personal bodyguards. Every one of them was already a grand warrior. Even one-on-one. Chen Sheng's artificially inflated strength could not match their experience and foundation. Against several at once, passion alone meant nothing. Sometimes courage could not reverse reality. I had learned that lesson in my previous life. When the 8 factions pressured the demon suppression sect, what did my anger accomplish? Lu Jin was burned alive before his eyes. Lu Shu was corroded by poison until not even bones remained. This world did not hand out miraculous power-ups simply because someone screamed loudly enough. Martial strength was not something normal people could create in a moment. Idiot. Wei Daxing suddenly jumped forward and kicked Chen Sheng squarely in the chest. The impact sent him flying through the wall. Crash. Bricks, wood, and Chen Sheng fell into the main hall of the tea house below. Dust exploded everywhere. Every customer turned. Even the storyteller stopped speaking. What happened? Damn, that almost hit me. Is someone fighting? Who dares cause trouble in Full Fortune Pavilion? Someone doesn't know how powerful Boss Wu is. At least today we get another show. Heavy footsteps immediately came from the rear hall. A squad wearing uniforms marked with Full Fortune Pavilion rushed out. Who is causing trouble here? Are you tired of living? A horse-faced manager walked forward with an ugly expression. His name was Lu Zuhao, manager of the establishment. He was furious. It had been a long time since anyone acted this blindly. Did they not know the pavilion belonged to Lord Wu Sheng, a martial spirit-level expert with multiple businesses throughout Qingyang City? Perhaps the troublemaker was an outsider. Whoever it was, Lu Shuhao needed to punish them publicly or Full Fortune Pavilion would lose face. The surrounding customers immediately encouraged him. Manager Lu is right. This isn't a place people can trash just because they rented a private room. Arrest them and throw them in prison. Then, Wei Daxing and his guards slowly appeared behind the shattered railing on the second floor. I'm tired of living? Wei Daxing looked down. How come I didn't know? Lu Shuhao's body jolted. Oh no, young Master Wei, the notorious son of the city lord. He had just threatened one of the worst people in Qingyang City. Lu Shuhao's expression transformed faster than turning a page. Young Master Wei, why didn't you tell us you were coming? I would have prepared a proper welcome. This is a misunderstanding between family. If you acted, then clearly some criminal or blind fool offended you. There's absolutely no problem. His backer, Wu Sheng, might be a martial spirit expert, but compared with the Wei family, the undisputed local rulers of Qingyang City, that still meant little. Lu Shuhao smiled respectfully while cursing internally. This damn fat pig must have sent a servant to reserve the room. Otherwise, with his face and reputation, who in Qingyang City would fail to recognize him? The customers also fell silent. So it's that fat bastard. He causes trouble everywhere because his father is city lord. But what can anyone do? He was born with the right father. Whoever offended him today is unlucky. Chen Sheng pushed broken bricks off his body and stood. Blood covered his face. His clothing was torn apart, but rage still burned in his eyes. Oh? Wei Daxing sneered. Still not convinced? His mood was excellent now. The earlier burst of power proved the spirit pearl really was still inside Chen Sheng. He would definitely obtain it today. Men, arrest this suspect for murdering dozens of innocent civilians. If he resists, kill him. Wei Daxing invented the accusation without blinking. He had done this kind of thing many times. Everyone nearby understood what was happening. If Chen Sheng had really murdered dozens of people, the whole city would already know. But nobody dared speak for justice. It was not their problem. And even if they stood up, could they defeat the Wei family? All that would accomplish was creating one more wronged corpse. Chen Sheng watched the guards jump down from the second floor. Spiritual energy surged around him again. If he had to die, he would die standing. Then a clear voice echoed through the hall. What an impressive display of the strong bullying the weak. The city lord's son, huh? Seems Qingyang City is due for a change of leadership. The words struck like thunder. Everyone turned toward the source. A white-robed man stood at the corner of the second-floor corridor. Wutong. Countless eyes focused on him. He remained perfectly calm. One step. He floated gracefully down to the ground. Inside the private room, I lifted my tea and took another comfortable sip. I was ready to enjoy the show. Wutong had appeared because I ordered him to. As my direct subordinate, Wutong acted only on my command. Otherwise, even if the roof collapsed, he would not intervene in random disputes. At my current cultivation, how could the events in the neighboring room escape my senses? I had understood everything immediately. The city lord's son had discovered a treasure possessed by someone with no background and decided to steal it through power and intimidation. The scene reminded me directly of my previous life, the ugly faces of those factions on the Demon Suppression Sect Plaza, fighting over the Black Fiend Star Bull Demon's dung. And now, the entire southern region belonged to me. Local tyrants like the Wei family were poison to ordinary people. Leaving them unchecked would eventually damage the Demon Suppression Sect's reputation, so I had no reason not to act. The Wei family did not even possess a martial king-level fighter. Before the current, supreme ruler of the southern region, they were less than ants. The difference between me and the Wei family was thousands of times greater than the difference between Wei Daxing and Chen Sheng. I looked at the bloodied young man below and felt strangely reflective. Once, I too had been helpless prey waiting to be butchered. Now, with one casual sentence, I could save people standing in the same position. Power truly mattered. A trace of black light crossed my eyes. Martial Saint was powerful, but it could not be his limit. Only by continuing to advance could I truly control my own fate and protect whatever I chose to protect. Wei Daxing glared at Wu Tong. Who are you? You dare say Qingyang City should change rulers? Our Wei family was officially entrusted with governing this city by the former Muyun Imperial Authority. Do you think the city lord can be replaced because you say so? Qingyang City had once belonged to Muyun Divine Dynasty. That dynasty no longer existed as an independent state after the South's unification, but Wei Daxing still tried using its legitimacy. In reality, the Wei family was only a locally recognized administrative clan. They had no meaningful blood connection to the former emperor. Wu Tong looked at him coldly. Still not kneeling? You asked who I am, Wu Tong, director of the White Robe Bureau. The entire hall became silent, then whispers exploded. The White Robe Bureau? The organization directly beneath Holy Master Qin. What other White Robe Bureau could there be? Who would dare use the same name under His Majesty's rule? A bureau director probably has more authority than the former Muyin emperor. Why would someone that important appear in a tiny place like this? Maybe he's bluffing. Claiming to be a White Robe Bureau director is too ridiculous. The White Robe Bureau's reputation had become infamous across the southern region. Wherever its agents appeared, bloodshed often followed. Its members possessed authority to execute corrupt local officials first and report afterward. An ordinary bureau agent visiting Qingyang City was possible. Even the city lord would receive such a person as an honored guest. But a director? Why would someone that high-ranking have time to visit this backwater? Wei Daxing burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. You're a white-robed bureau director. Then I'm one of Holy Master Qin's humanoid demon generals. If you wanted to impersonate someone, you should have chosen a smaller title. You pulled the tiger skin so wide it became ridiculous. Men, arrest Chen Sheng and this criminal impersonating director Wu Tong. The guards cracked their knuckles and advanced. Chen Sheng felt despair again. For a moment, he had believed this stranger might truly save him. Then the man claimed to be a white-robed bureau director. Why not simply claim to be Holy Master Qin himself? Swish! Wu Tong's sword left its sheath so quickly no one saw the movement. Several flashes of light crossed the hall. Bang, bang, bang. Wei Daxing's guards exploded into clouds of blood. The crowd froze. Some people were so shocked they collapsed onto the floor. Someone died. That sword was so fast, Wei Daxing stammered. You dare kill people directly inside Qingyang City? For the first time, he was genuinely frightened. The white-robed man had killed several grand warrior guards as casually as slaughtering chickens. He had to be at least a peak martial spirit expert. And that emotionless attitude after killing them really did feel like someone from the white-robed bureau. No. Wei Daxing immediately rejected the thought. The white-robed bureau served only I and the Demon Suppression Sect. Its missions involved eliminating political enemies, conspirators, and threats to the Holy Empire. Why would a bureau director intervene simply because some poor civilian was being bullied? The logic did not fit. He was probably acting on his own and using the bureau's reputation as intimidation. Wei Daxing secretly activated a communication token his father had given him. Then he said viciously, I advise you not to make another move. My father will arrive any moment. He holds an official seal recognized by the Holy Empire. Under Holy Master Qin's righteous rule, attacking legitimate government officials is a serious crime. Even a martial ancestor might die for it. Manager Lu Shuhao wanted to cry. Now the city lord himself was coming. This situation was spiraling completely out of control. Neither side looked like someone he could afford to offend. At this point, he could only pray. Good, Wu Tong said calmly. Let the city lord come. That saves me trouble. My order had been to clean out Qingyang City's parasites. If Wei Daxing behaved like this daily, the apple probably had not fallen far from the tree. His father would need investigating too. If the city lord voluntarily delivered himself, even better. Chen Sheng coughed blood while standing amid broken bricks. He had no idea what was happening anymore. Why had someone suddenly appeared to help him? But his situation had already been hopeless for both himself and his sister. Any unexpected change was better than nothing. The hall became oppressively quiet. No one dared move. Fortunately, the city lord's residence was nearby. Less than 3 minutes later, a heavily built man in expensive clothing entered with a group of armed followers. This was Wei Hu, city lord of Qingyang. Who was causing trouble here? His voice was cold. His son's message had claimed a martial spirit expert was attacking them and had already killed several guards. Wei Hu did not completely trust his son's version of events, but the deaths were probably real. Whatever the truth, he intended to recover the Wei family's face first. Otherwise, what kind of city lord would he be? You are the city lord, Wu Tong asked. He wasted no time. With a flip of his hand, an octagonal token appeared. 2 characters were engraved across it. White robe bureau business. Wei Hu's anger vanished instantly. It felt as though someone had smashed him in the head. White robe bureau. His damn son's emergency message had only said a martial spirit expert. Not the white robe bureau. Worse still, the official seal on Wei Hu's body began vibrating in response to Wu Tong's token. That was another administrative reform I had introduced. Official institutions throughout the Holy Empire carried interconnected authentication functions. No forgery could produce this reaction. The token was real. The man in front of him was a high-ranking, white-robed bureau official. Cold sweat poured down Wei Hu's forehead. He immediately dropped to his knees in front of everyone. This subordinate did not know a great lord of the White Robe Bureau had come to Qingyang City. I failed to welcome you properly. Please forgive me. Then he turned toward his son. Unfilial bastard, get on your knees. The crowd stared. The city lord had knelt far too decisively for this to be fake. He obviously recognized the token through some official method. So the white-robed man had told the truth. He really was a director of the White Robe Bureau. Wei Daxing's face emptied of color. It was over. He had already completely offended Director Wu Tong. The Wei family might genuinely be finished today. Unfilial son, kneel. Wei Hu shouted again. Then the entire hall suddenly seemed to fall silent beyond normal silence. A man stepped slowly through the air, from the second-floor corridor. It was me. A local ruling family that behaves this tyrannically should indeed be removed completely. Because I had been traveling to polish my state of mind, I normally used illusion Dao techniques to hide my true appearance and aura. Otherwise, as the supreme ruler of the southern region, everyone would recognize me instantly. How could I experience normal civilian life that way? Now I removed the disguise. The people in the tea house saw my face clearly. Silence lasted 1 heartbeat, then disbelief exploded. Am I seeing things? Holy Master Qin. Heaven. Why is Holy Master Qin in Qingyang City? Impossible. Then everyone dropped to their knees. May the Holy Master's glory endure forever. They had never dreamed they would personally see the absolute ruler of the southern region and supreme master of the myriad demon Holy Empire. Wu Tong immediately stepped aside. He had not expected me to personally handle the matter. If his master wanted to act, Wu Tong naturally would not interfere. Holy Master. Wei Daxing looked as if his soul had left his body. He collapsed like a bag of mud. Wei Hu opened his mouth. Holy Master, I waved my hand. Wei Hu and Wei Daxing instantly turned into gray particles, like paper burning into ash. They disappeared from the world before anyone could blink. At my martial saint level cultivation, killing 10,000 martial spirit level opponents would be effortless. I looked toward Chen Sheng and smiled. Young man, work hard. You have a promising future. With my perception, I could easily tell that the spirit pearl fused into Chen Sheng was a high-grade treasure. With its support, reaching Martial Emperor sometime in his life should not be difficult. Of course, I could fill this entire tea house with treasures of similar value if I wanted. To me, it was nothing. To Chen Sheng, however, it could completely change his fate. The friendliness in my expression left the young man stunned. Thank you, Holy Master. He could not understand why the highest ruler in the southern region would show kindness to an impoverished nobody. Chen Sheng did not know that his experience resonated deeply with me. Most people still knew nothing about the true past of the demon suppression sect. They certainly did not know their supreme ruler had once been captured, thrown into a soul-refining banner, and tortured until his spirit shattered. Wu Tong, I said. Stay here and finish reorganizing Qingyang City. I need to return to the Holy City. The reason for my sudden departure was another system notification. Host has cumulatively obtained 300,000 demon points. New authority unlocked. Release all demons imprisoned on the second floor of the demon ceiling tower. My lifetime accumulated demon points had finally reached 300,000. I could now release the entire second floor. My consciousness immediately returned to the demon ceiling tower, and freed them all. Another army of elite subordinates was mine. I needed to return and arrange their assignments properly. My current journey to polish my mental state could end here for now. As you command. My body dissolved and vanished. Wu Tong rose and swept a cold gaze around the hall. Reorganized Qingyang City, then the Wei family, which had offended me personally, naturally needed to disappear completely. Back at the demon suppression sect in the Nanling Mountains, boom, boom, boom. Pillars of black, orange, purple, and crimson light erupted from the demon ceiling tower. Free, King Qin Heng. From this day onward, your word will be my highest command. Ha 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 ha. Fresh air, fresh spiritual energy. Wonderful. Second floor demon venerables greedily inhaled the outside world. 80,000 years was far too long. At last, they no longer had to endure endless darkness. Every second floor demon possessed at least martial ancestor level foundation. Overall, they were even stronger than the first floor demons that had been released months earlier and allowed time to recover. Their appearance did more than provide I with another massive pool of subordinates. Replicating their cultivation and divine abilities also pushed my personal strength upward again, and their future potential exceeded the first floor as well. That was obvious. 80,000 years ago, their cultivation and bloodlines had already been stronger. Demon generals. Registration is over here. Scholars from Hanlon Academy were already waiting in the central square. After processing the first wave of released demons, the Academy was now familiar with the procedure. The moment they learned another enormous group would be released, they prepared housing, registration tables, and assignment systems in advance. Several demons looked displeased. We just escaped and immediately have to register with humans? Another demon snapped, "What's wrong with you? Do you want to disobey King Qin Heng? These humans will be our comrades from now on. Change your attitude. If your stupidity gets all of us thrown back into prison, I'll swallow you alive." Relax, I was only joking. Come on, let's register. The second floor demon venerables had completely submitted psychologically to me. They still possessed some resistance toward ordinary humans, but I did not care much. They would adapt over time. The first floor demons had been uncomfortable at first too. Now, many worked beside humans naturally. As long as I remained at the top, suppressing everyone, no serious disorder would emerge. Back in the myriad demon holy city, inside my private bedroom, the wooden bed creaked for roughly half an hour. Then I stepped out and began fastening my robe, a pair of pale arms wrapped around my chest from behind. "My king." The nightmare nine-tailed fox spoke in a soft, seductive voice. "This servant still doesn't feel satisfied. Not today." I did not turn around. "I haven't been back in a while. There is government work to handle. The central continent is not unified yet. I can't become too lazy." The system I had established meant most daily construction and administrative work could be handled by officials without me. But broad strategy and major directions still required my decisions. The nine-tailed fox pouted. "Those foolish, central continent humans can't compare with you, my king. If you truly wanted to unify the continent, wouldn't it take only a few minutes?" I rolled my eyes. For half a second, I was actually tempted to continue enjoying myself. Then I realized how ridiculous that would be. Was I trying to become King Yu of Zhou, losing my kingdom because of a beauty? My face immediately darkened. "What? Are you telling me how to rule now? This servant would never dare." The nightmare nine-tailed fox instantly dropped to her knees. She realized she had overstepped. Because she had become physically close to me, she had casually offered advice on matters of imperial policy. That was dangerous. Fortunately, I had no interest in pursuing it further. I rubbed my chin. Still, it is almost time to deal with the remaining factions. The reputation benefit from the Death Mountain Range battle had been fermenting for weeks and was finally approaching saturation. Demon point growth had noticeably slowed. That meant it was time for another spectacular event. Release stronger demon venerables. Then unify the central continent completely. My eyes sharpened. My consciousness crossed endless space and entered the demon ceiling tower once more. Fourth floor, like the third floor, its pillars and ground were constructed from deep crimson, evil-suppressing stone. Every demon venerable occupied an individual cell. Black runes twisted across the walls, combining with the red stone to create a sinister, almost ghostly atmosphere. The moment I appeared on the fourth floor, the imprisoned demon venerables erupted with excitement. "Lord Slayer, you finally came. We've been waiting forever. The first and second floors have already been emptied, and you've even released quite a few from the third. How could we not be anxious?" It was not that I had deliberately ignored them. Until now, I simply had not possessed enough demon points. Ignoring the desperate flattery around me, I swept my gaze across the cells. Eventually, my attention stopped on a creature completely shrouded in black mist. Its true form could barely be seen. Black Mist Karma Demon Venerable. Release cost, 333,450 demon points. More than 330,000 points. That amount would have been enough to release hundreds of Blood Ghost Heavenly Wolves. But now I could actually afford it. "You'll do." I made my decision and extended my right hand. Soft, milky white light flowed from my palm and enveloped the imprisoned demon. Black Mist Karma Demon Venerable release progress, 1%. As the release began, I immediately started copying the demon's comprehension of the Tao of Karma. Then my brows suddenly furrowed. So they've already started discussing how to attack me. They hid themselves pretty well. Even my intelligence network didn't catch a thing. But Karma connected all things through invisible chains of cause and effect. After the battle at Death Mountain Range, every major faction on the central continent had inevitably become entangled with the rapidly rising demon suppression sect. How could they not be alarmed? Ling Xiao, Holy Land, a prestigious power known across the continent, had been erased in a single battle. Of course, the surviving factions would feel threatened. Of course, they would gather to discuss countermeasures. And I stood at the very center of that enormous web of karma. Once I began comprehending the Black Mist Karma Demon Venerable's Tao, tracing those connections became almost effortless. It was also perfectly reasonable that my intelligence network had failed to discover. The meeting. Less than a month had passed since the Death Mountain Range battle, and my organizations had only recently begun expanding beyond the southern region. Forget it. I'll end this directly. I lifted a finger and began drawing through empty space. Faint Tao rhythms spread from my body. The moment I began releasing the Black Mist Karma Demon Venerable, my cultivation had surged all the way to the 9th heaven of the Martial Saint realm. At the Martial Saint level, every single minor realm represented an enormous transformation. Zhou Ping, former master of Ling Xiao Holy Land, had already been considered one of the strongest experts on the central continent, yet he had only been at the 3rd heaven of the Martial Saint realm, breaking through to the 4th heaven, moments before his death. The strongest leaders of the remaining factions were, at best, around that same level. Compared with my current strength, the gap was enormous. Killing them would take only a few moves. That was the terrifying advantage of releasing demon venerables. Every new demon gave me another cultivation base, another divine ability, and another Tao to integrate into myself. Since I now possessed strength that overwhelmingly surpassed the central continent, there was no longer any reason to remain cautious. It was time to place the entire land beneath the banner of the demon suppression sect. At that exact moment, in Tianyuan City, the second largest city in the southern region, the polished, bluestone streets were packed with traffic. Merchants shouted from roadside stalls. Travelers chatted as they passed. The entire city buzzed with life. Then, without warning, zzz, 7-colored radiance gathered across the sky. What's that? No idea. What kind of phenomenon is this? It didn't even rain. Why would something like that suddenly appear? Everyone calm down. Under Holy Lord Qin Heng's rule, nothing can happen to us. A brief wave of panic spread through the streets, but the crowd quickly settled. During these past months, confidence and I had become deeply rooted in the hearts of the southern region's people. Soon, the 7-colored light formed a gigantic image in the sky. Inside that image was a spacious secret chamber. A group of imposing figures sat around a table with solemn expressions, discussing something in hushed voices. They were none other than the leaders of the central continent's greatest factions, the 3 holy envoys of the Blazing Fire, Holy Dynasty, Wu Long of Piao Miao, Holy Land, and other supreme figures whose slightest movement could shake entire territories. And right now, they were discussing how to launch a united assault against the demon suppression sect. They had no idea that I was using the Tao of Karma, together with my manifestation Tao, to broadcast everything happening inside their supposedly secret chamber across the central continent. Their voices echoed openly above Tianyuan City. If we are going to attack, Wu Long of Piao Holy Land said, then we should strike directly at the demon suppression sect's headquarters in the southern region. With my concealment technique covering the army, we can catch Qin Heng completely off guard. I disagree, another leader replied. Qin Heng's true combat strength remains unknown. Fighting him on his home ground could expose us to hidden trump cards. Then what do you suggest? My proposal is to attack the stronghold he recently established in former Lingxiao territory. Force him to come to the rescue, then surround and kill him there. That could work. The citizens of Tianyuan City stared blankly at the sky. What the hell was going on? The people inside the projection were openly discussing how to invade the demon suppression sect and kill Holy Master Qin Heng. And they were doing it in broad daylight, right over Tianyuan City. Were these people tired of living? Then someone pointed toward the glowing labels beside each person in the projection. Wait, look. There are names next to them. That red-bearded man is Hu Yenshen, first holy envoy of the Blazing Fire Holy Dynasty. And that old man, my god, that's Wu Long, master of Piao Miao Holy Land. The crowd immediately fell silent. My reforms had opened the formerly isolated southern region to information from the wider central continent, so ordinary people now possessed at least a rough understanding of its power structure. In the old southern region, peak martial emperors like Tao Yunsheng had stood at the summit of civilization, but in a true Holy Land, such people would barely qualify as senior figures. A single martial ancestor could once have entered the southern region and left behind legends for generations. Yet the figures now gathered in that secret chamber were the supreme rulers of holy lands and holy dynasties, actual martial saints. Suddenly, no one thought their discussion sounded foolish anymore. This is bad. They're really planning to attack us together? Wouldn't that mean the demon suppression sect has to fight practically the entire central continent? Even Holy Lord Qin Heng is only one man. Don't panic. We still have all the demon generals. And think about it, if this supposedly secret meeting is being projected openly for us to watch, doesn't that mean Holy Lord Qin Heng already knows everything? That realization changed the mood instantly. Exactly. Who had created this projection? Most likely me. And if he dared publicly expose his enemy's strategy before they had even begun moving, then he clearly believed he could crush their conspiracy whenever he wished. That was exactly the truth. At the 9th heaven of the martial saint realm, these so-called great holy lands of the central continent were little more than prey to me. I was broadcasting their secret meeting for one purpose: to destroy them publicly. Once everyone watched those supposedly invincible rulers fall, the demon suppression sect's prestige would explode across the continent. Then, after the war, I could complete the unification of the central continent, while squeezing the maximum possible number of demon points out of the spectacle. The same 7-colored projection appeared over Refining Center, District 25 of the Myriad Demon Holy Empire. The Flame Eagle Demon Venerable and a group of artifact refiners stopped their work and stared upward. What the hell? All those holy lands are preparing to attack the southern region together. General Flame Eagle, shouldn't we enter a state of emergency? Maybe reinforce the defenses? I'm not going to lie, I'm a little nervous. Those are holy land leaders. If they went completely unchecked, any one of them could devastate huge stretches of the southern region. The Flame Eagle Demon Venerable merely snorted. Why are you panicking? They're nothing but a mob. I haven't even received an order from Lord Qin Heng yet. That alone tells you everything. If those people were a genuine threat, do you think His Majesty would be casually broadcasting their meeting for the whole continent to watch? They're rushing to their deaths. We just need to enjoy the show. he was completely relaxed. After serving me for this long, the demons had gradually begun to understand their ruler's habits. If I deliberately turned my enemy's secret plotting into public entertainment, then I clearly possessed absolute confidence in killing them. The Flame Eagle Demon Venerable did not know whether my obsession with spreading the demon suppression sect's name came from resentment toward the ungrateful humans, who had forgotten the sect's 80,000 years of sacrifice, or simply because I enjoyed having everything under my control. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that the demons now stood on the same side as that terrifying man. The Flame Eagle Demon Venerable looked up at the projection and smiled coldly. Humans, it's about time you learn what happens when you make an enemy of the demon suppression sect. And Tianyun City was far from the only place receiving the broadcast. Across the central continent, enormous seven-colored screens appeared above the capitals and population centers of Piaomiao Holy Land, the Blazing Fire Holy Dynasty, the Dark Holy Dynasty, and countless other powers. This was the terrifying versatility of my countless integrated Daos: karma to locate, perception to observe, manifestation to project. With only a small effort, he could turn the entire central continent into his audience. Meanwhile, inside the forbidden palace of the Blazing Fire Holy Dynasty, the gathered martial saints remained completely unaware of what was happening outside. They continued arguing fiercely over the best method of dealing with the rapidly rising demon suppression sect. Because this was a top-secret meeting that could determine the survival of their factions, everyone had placed their communication tokens into complete isolation mode. Their disciples outside were nearly going insane. The continent's most powerful leaders were literally discussing their conspiracy in front of the entire continent, like a group of clowns. Yet nobody could get through to warn them. Bang! The sealed doors suddenly flew open. A man in flame-patterned robes hurried inside. He was Hu Xiaoye, third son of Hu Yanshan, the first holy envoy of the Blazing Fire Holy Dynasty. He was also a peak martial ancestor and one of the dynasty's most promising younger experts. Normally, Hu Yanshan doted on him, but today his expression immediately darkened. Impudent. We are discussing matters that concern the survival of every faction here. Who gave you permission to barge in? Even his favorite son could not be allowed to ignore the rules of a meeting at this level. Father, something terrible happened. Hu Xiaoye shouted without even acknowledging the reprimand. Something terrible happened, idiot. Hu Yanshan roared. Do you even understand what we are discussing here? This concerns the entire balance of power on the central continent. Compared with the demon suppression sect, what ordinary problem could possibly matter right now? Even if half the Blazing Fire Holy Dynasty were reduced to ruins, it would not be more important than this meeting. If the demon suppression sect continues expanding, this will no longer be the problem of one or two holy lands. That shadow-splitting savage leopard alone possesses enough strength to threaten an entire holy land. And what about the demon who created that white prison domain? What if Qin Heng commands even more monsters of that level, and we have not even accounted for Qin Heng himself? This may be the greatest crisis the central continent has faced in tens of thousands of years. I know. Hu Xiaoye shouted desperately. You're talking about forming an alliance and attacking the demon suppression sect. The room went silent. Then Wu Long of Piaomiao Holy Land slammed a palm onto the table and stood up. What kind of security does your Blazing Fire Holy Dynasty have? We have barely begun discussing an assault, and your people are already spreading the information outside. Are you treating all of our lives as a joke? Wu Long had heard of Hu Xiaoye before. The young man was considered one of the brightest talents of his generation, and was believed to have a real chance of becoming a martial saint in the future. But judging by his behavior today, he looked less like a genius and more like a spoiled child with no self-control. The other leaders immediately joined in. Exactly. This is supposed to be absolute top-secret information. If Qin Heng learns about our plans ahead of time, who takes responsibility? With security like this, we never should have agreed to hold the meeting here. We haven't even begun the alliance, and we already look like fools. Even the second and third holy envoys of the Blazing Fire Holy Dynasty were dissatisfied. No matter how much Hu Yanshan loved his son, sharing information of this importance with him would have been wildly irresponsible. Hu Yanshan felt the atmosphere turning against him and immediately raised his hand, flames gathering between his fingers. You little bastard, are you trying to ruin me? He was genuinely preparing to beat his own son half to death. Anything less would be difficult to explain to the other alliance leaders. Wait, Hu Xiaoye screamed. Everyone knows, the entire central continent knows. The room froze again. What did he mean, the entire central continent knew? Surely Hu Yanshan had not told his son, only for the idiot to run outside and announce it to everyone he met. Fortunately, Hu Xiaoye hurriedly explained. Someone used Dao power to project everything happening in this chamber. Your every movement and every word has been displayed above all the major cities on the central continent. Even the little things. Like Holy Lord Su brushing back her hair, every leader in the room went numb. Holy Lord Su Ruoyan's face instantly turned red. If that was true, then the subtle looks she had exchanged earlier with Holy Lord Lanhai had also been shown to everyone. Did he really need to include that detail? Still, she understood that Hu Xiaoye was only trying to make them believe him. Whoosh! Every martial saint immediately unleashed perception techniques, trying to detect any trace of surveillance. They found nothing. Open your communication tokens, someone suddenly shouted. That reminded Wu Long. He pulled out a square green token and removed the isolation seal. The others did the same. Beep, 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 beep. Beep! The room instantly filled with frantic notifications. Every faction had been trying desperately to contact its leader. The reason was simple. This was humiliating beyond belief. Their supposedly secret discussion about attacking the demon suppression sect had been broadcast to the entire continent. Even ordinary children with no cultivation now knew about their conspiracy. On Tianyun City's busy streets, people stared at the seven-colored image and began whispering. Those really are the supreme leaders of the Holy Lands. Why do they look kind of stupid? No, that's not the point. The reason they look helpless is because Holy Lord Qin Heng's methods are too far beyond them. Think about it. He discovered a meeting this secret without any of them noticing, then projected it across the continent while they were still talking. If he can see everything they do while they can't even detect him, killing them should be as easy as turning over his hand. That explanation immediately made sense to everyone. Across the myriad demon Holy Empire, excitement surged. Across the rival factions of the central continent, morale collapsed. Watching their own supreme leaders being observed like laboratory specimens without realizing it made resistance against me feel increasingly hopeless. Inside Pyongyang Holy Land's intelligence hall, the officers watching the projection felt dizzy. This is over. Completely over. How can Qin Heng spy on that many Holy Land leaders at once without any of them sensing him? What level has his cultivation reached? Could he already be beyond the Martial Saint realm? I don't know, but this is ridiculous. Have we contacted the Holy Lord yet? Then Deputy Hallmaster Gao Dawei suddenly widened his eyes. Wait, something's wrong. Inside the projection, terrifying black light suddenly erupted and swallowed the chamber. The battle had begun. Above the forbidden palace of the blazing fire, Holy Dynasty, my Tao-manifested body floated in the air. I looked down at the structure beneath me and smiled coldly. So this is where you gathered to discuss how to destroy my demon suppression sect. Since you chose to make an enemy of us, you already sentenced yourselves to death. Zzz. Immense black energy condensed around my fingers. My robes snapped violently in the wind as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth churned around me. Boom! A black beam more than 10 meters thick roared downward. The Forbidden Palace had been constructed using enormous resources from the blazing fire Holy Dynasty and could easily withstand attacks from ordinary martial saints. But before me, that defense was meaningless. The instant the black beam struck, corrosive energy tore through the building like rotten paper. Walls, formations, stone, and enchanted tiles disintegrated layer by layer. And because I was still broadcasting everything through my manifestation Tao, the scene appeared across every corner of the central continent. Demon Point notifications began exploding through my mind. Who? Qin Heng. It's Qin Heng. Furious roars came from the smoke below. The gathered Holy Land leaders had survived. My cultivation far surpassed theirs, but this was only a Tao manifestation rather than my true body. The palace itself had absorbed part of the attack, and dozens of martial saints had instinctively joined forces to resist. That was enough to prevent an instant massacre. Hu Xiaoye, however, had not been so fortunate. A martial ancestor had no right to survive the shockwaves of a clash at this level. Boom. 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 Streams of multicolored light shot out of the wreckage as the Holy Land leaders flew into the sky. They stared at the handsome young man in black robes with ugly expressions. Qin Heng, you actually dared to come here alone. You're courting death. Their words sounded fierce. Their faces looked fierce, but the fear behind their anger was obvious. The surveillance technique alone had already shown them that I was far more mysterious than expected. And that first black beam had confirmed the worst possibility. The master of the demon suppression sect was not merely stronger than the demon venerables beneath him. I was stronger by an absurd margin. Qin Heng, perhaps we can. Hu Yanshan began hesitantly. Too late. I cut him off immediately. The fear, coming from these people, was almost tangible. I did not need to hear the rest. They wanted peace now only because they realized they could lose. But the moment they had decided to make an enemy of the demon suppression sect, their fate had already been sealed. I had no interest in recruiting such opportunists. Once I swallowed their territories, I would gain enough demon points to release even more loyal demon venerable subordinates with greater potential who would never betray me. Why bother keeping these fence-sitters alive? Boom. Blue, violet, and crimson beams erupted around me and shot toward the gathered leaders. Kill! The central continent will be unified today. My immediate attack left the Holy Land rulers no choice but to fight. None of them had expected me to begin a life-or-death battle so casually. People who reached the Martial Saint realm had usually spent thousands of years cultivating. They valued their lives enormously. But once the battle truly began, they finally understood why I had no hesitation at all. Their combat strength was not even on the same level. Bang, bang, boom. Dozens of martial saints unleashed their strongest techniques and hidden trump cards, attacking me from every direction. Yet even with only a Tao-manifested body, I held them all back by myself. Not only that, I maintained an overwhelming advantage. A blood-red spear formed beside my left shoulder. Whoosh! It shot straight toward Wulong, master of Piaomiao Holy Land. Wulong's pupils contracted. Danger screamed through every instinct in his body. He immediately tried to transform himself into mist and evade the attack. But the suppression power wrapped around the blood spear locked him in place. For one terrifying instant, even the energy particles composing his body seemed frozen. SCHLK. The spear pierced straight through his chest. Blood-colored particles flooded his limbs and meridians. Wulong felt his life force collapsing at terrifying speed. How? his body fell helplessly from the sky. The legendary martial saint who had dominated the central continent for 8,000 years was already approaching death. Wu Long had entered that secret meeting believing the central continent's greatest factions could join forces and erase the demon suppression sect. Now, a single Tao manifested body had already broken their defenses and driven one of their most famous martial saints to the edge of death. The remaining leaders finally understood the reversal. They had gathered to discuss how to hunt me. Instead, they had given me one place, one audience, and one perfect battlefield on which to crush the last organized resistance to my rule. And the real Qin Hang had not even arrived.